Just by carelessly raising his hand, he unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning. When he reawakened, the heavens and earth had flipped. Thunder roared across the sky, and Min had become a transmigrator. But as luck would have it, he transmigrated into the body of a total loser. Seeing this, he frantically screamed for a system in desperation. Finally, not letting Min down, the system appeared. It granted him the ability to upgrade his natural talents, allowing him to crazily boost his power in this world teeming with demons and monsters. In Class 12-5 of Jiangcheng High School No. 2, a tense atmosphere hung over the room as the big exam approached. On the blackboard, the words "one day until the joint exam" served as a steel-hard reminder. Below were complex mathematical formulas, accompanied by words of encouragement. The exam is almost here. 20 years of burning the midnight oil, all for this one day. The homeroom teacher, Tran Pham, wore a stern expression, hands resting on the podium. His voice rang out clearly. Those of you taking the liberal arts exam, go home tonight and double-check that you have prepared all your study tools. He swept his gaze across the room and continued, his tone becoming even more emphatic. As for those taking the martial arts exam, you must be even more prepared with your combat suits and weapons. Teacher Tran Pham looked dead serious as he stared straight at the class, his voice heavy with gravity. Stressing every single word, he emphasized one last time. The martial arts exam carries the risk of death. Those with awakened abilities lower than D rank should not choose the martial arts path. His warning made the atmosphere in the classroom freeze instantly. Amidst that silence, a male student with black hair and deep blue eyes gave a faint, self-deprecating smirk. He thought to himself, is he hinting at me? He was indeed Hua Jing Ming, the transmigrator. Jing Ming recalled that this world was named Blue Star. Its level of science and technology was quite similar to his previous world. But Blue Star hid a terrifying danger. The existence of fearsome, bloodthirsty beasts. The scene of a city engulfed in a sea of fire, and the ensuing chaos flashed through his mind. Monsters with hideous forms, bloodshot eyes, and razor-sharp teeth spread terror everywhere. To fight against them, humanity gave rise to individuals possessing extraordinary strength. These are the awakened, those with special abilities capable of combating the beasts. They are the hope of this entire world. The miracle is that everyone has the potential to awaken an ability at the age of 16. And the types of abilities are incredibly diverse. However, there is a distinct disparity in power. The quality of abilities varies according to Blue Star's ranking system, which is divided into 9 levels. But the vast majority of people can only awaken abilities ranging from F rank to D rank. Remembering the day of his own awakening, a weak spark flashed and then immediately vanished. Hua Jing Ming's ability is E rank. Weak electricity. A tiny, feeble current crackling at his fingertips, with power only equivalent to a stun baton. Right at that moment, a voice dripping with mockery rang out from behind. Hua Jing Ming. Teacher Tran already put it that way. Don't tell me you're still planning to choose martial arts. A blond guy with a disdainful look and a muscular build leaned down, growling into Hua Jing Ming's ear. With that trashy E-rank power of yours, going to the exam will just disgrace the school. Why don't you be a good boy and choose liberal arts? Go work at your family's company as a lowly office clerk. Isn't living to see another day better? Immediately, a girl with short purple hair and a captivating figure stood up, pointing a finger at the blonde guy and shouting, Hoang Tin, you worry about your own damn self. Hoang Tin scoffed coldly and turned around, but not without throwing a provocative glare at the girl. 8. Lam Kin Wang. I'll show you soon enough who the real top dog in this exam is. As he walked away, he glanced back with malicious eyes, looking at Hua Jing Ming but speaking to Lam Kin Oan. As for this pretty boy Hua Jing Ming, he's only going there to die. After Hoang Tin left, Lam Kin Oan turned back to comfort Hua Jing Ming, her tone gentle. Jing Ming, don't listen to him. Everyone has their own worth. Changing your major to liberal arts and living a peaceful life in the city. That's a good thing too, isn't it? Hua Jing Ming remained silent, his gaze falling upon the registration form. Here in the Great Xia country, higher education was divided into 2 tracks: liberal arts and martial arts. The form clearly listed his details. Name: Hua Jing Ming. Gender: male. Age: 18. Ability level: E. Type: elemental. With a low ability level and no confidence in combat, most people would choose the safety of the liberal arts track to become an ordinary citizen. But those who choose martial arts must enter a designated zone during the exam and fight beasts to the death. It is a path paved with blood and tears. Only those with qualifying scores can enter the universities for the awakened. After years of training by academies and masters, only then can they truly break their limits and become possessors of immense power. Hua Jing Ming fell into deep thought. He knew very well that the teacher and Lam Kin Oan were both worried about his safety. But in a world full of danger like this, he told himself that even if he dodged the high mortality rate of the martial arts exam, he couldn't escape a sudden invasion by the beasts. A painful memory suddenly flooded back. The image of his parents falling into a pool of their own blood during a beast tide. That pain was etched deep into the young boy's soul. His parents in this world had died in that beast tide. Hua Jing Ming's gaze turned steadfast and sharp. He clenched his hands tight, a fire of determination burning in his heart. I never want to face something like that again without the power to fight back. He raised his head. His eyes cleared of all hesitation. Grabbing the pen, he decisively filled out the form. His voice firm as stone. I am still choosing martial arts. The school grounds gradually sank into a beautiful sunset. But inside the training room, the sound of the wind hissed powerfully. Whoosh! A solitary figure was diligently training with a long spear. He gripped the weapon tightly, feeling the power surging through every muscle fiber. Hua Jing Ming shouted loud, launching a powerful strike. Weak sparks of electricity from his E-rank ability flickered, wrapping around the shaft of the spear. After a session of grueling training, he panted heavily, soaked in sweat, so tired. Finally, exhausted, he collapsed onto the floor, unable to train another second. Lying sprawled out, Hua Jing Ming gasped for air, reflecting on the path he had taken. Ever since my ability awakened, I chose the spear as my weapon. I've trained non-stop for 2.5 years, yet my mastery is still stuck at the beginner level, he thought bitterly. It's a good thing I spent 300,000 to buy the combat skill. Lightning Wind Break. It makes up for some of it, helping me be a little stronger than the average E-rank awakened. But then, the cruel reality rushed back in. He reached his hand up toward the empty air, a grim truth echoing in his mind. The death rate for students under D rank in the martial arts exam is getting higher every day. Even so, the fire of determination inside him did not flicker out. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with an iron will. I want to get into the awakened university. I have to bet my life on this. The moment he made up his mind, a strange blue light suddenly burst from the back of his hand. A virtual screen popped up out of nowhere, leaving Hua Kan Min completely flabbergasted. It read, "System activating." His eyes went wide, rendered totally speechless. Asterisk whoosh asterisk system activation successful. Hua Kan Min shot up from his seat as a new notification flashed. System activation successful. Do you want to claim the newbie gift pack? He froze. A crazy idea sparking in his brain. Could this be the legendary Golden Finger system for Transmigrators? His shock was instantly replaced by pure, unadulterated joy. Grinning with anticipation, he shouted, "What's inside the pack?" The system screen instantly displayed the answer, Newbie Gift Pack S-Rank Ability. Plus 200 ability points. An S-Rank ability, Hua Kan Min, was struck dumb. He knew exactly how precious that was. An S-Rank ability. Even in a massive nation like Great Sia, only one person awakens an ability like this every 3 or 4 years. The moment one appears, top universities fight tooth and nail to recruit them. They get showered with endless resources and are groomed to become the absolute strongest of the strong. A glint of hope sparked in his eyes. He clenched his fists, realizing that a chance to change his life forever was right within his reach. Trash tier, Class E. I finally have the chance to defy the heavens and rewrite my destiny. He reached out toward the virtual screen without hesitation. With a confident smirk, he commanded, "Claim it." Asterisk. Ding ding ding. Times. Notifications popped up one after another. Newbie gift pack claimed successfully. 200 ability points added to your account. The S-rank ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, began its transmission. A massive surge of violet energy slammed straight into his heart. Arga, an agonizing pain ripped through him. Hua Jing Ming gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure it. His body was engulfed in violent violet lightning. His shirt shredded apart, revealing his toned abs. Progress 10%. Asterisk, boom times. The energy exploded outwards, shattering the windows and shaking the whole room. 20%. 30%. The training room was reduced to a pile of rubble. Outside, a little girl in her mother's arms jumped in fright. She pointed at Hua Jing Ming's shattered window and asked innocently, "Mommy, what's happening to that big brother's house?" The surrounding neighbors were just as terrified. A man hurriedly pulled out his phone, his face pale as a sheet. "It's the Hua kid's place. Something's wrong. Call the fire department. Quick." Meanwhile, amidst the excruciating pain, Hua Jing Ming continued to grit his teeth. "It hurts like hell." Transformation process continuing. 50%. 60%. 70%. Suddenly, the sky outside darkened strangely, shocking everyone on the street. Why did it get so dark all of a sudden? Storm clouds swirled ominously, and a colossal lightning dragon manifested in the sky, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. Asterisk. Rumble, rumble, rumble asterisk. In a luxurious office, a powerful man stared out the window, his expression grave. "What a terrifying lightning aura. I can feel the heavy pressure from here. Is a powerful lightning element beast about to invade?" The commander turned around and barked orders to his subordinates. Jiang City 3rd Corps. "Enter state of emergency." The soldier instantly snapped a crisp salute. "Yes." Zer. High in the air, the lightning converged to form a ferocious dragon's head. With earth-shattering power, it slammed directly into Hua Jing Ming. Hua Jing Ming let out a roar as the metamorphosis finally reached its peak. 80%. 90%. 99%. 100%. Ability mutation complete. The energy slowly retracted, condensing into a ball of lightning right in the center of the devastated room. Hua Jing Ming slowly stood up, feeling the new power surging through his veins. He opened his hand, and a sparkling violet lightning ball materialized in his palm. He smirked with satisfaction. So this is an S-rank ability. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. It was incomparable to the weak sparks he had before. One strike from this was enough to reduce a person to ash. He put a hand to his forehead, looked around the wrecked room, and sighed. That caused a bit too much of a scene. Good thing I managed to control it a little at the end, or else the whole building would have gone down. Not just this training room. Then he remembered. Oh right. The newbie gift pack gave me 200 ability points too. What are those for? The system screen popped up to explain, ability points can be obtained by eliminating beasts. Spending ability points allows you to upgrade your level and skills. You can view your points and upgrade options in the system panel. Hua Jing Ming grinned from ear to ear, planting his hands on his hips with confidence. Haha, I love this kind of simple. Overpowered golden finger open system panel times whoosh times. A detailed status board appeared before him. Name Hua Jing Ming. Rank awakened. Unranked. Ability Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Class S. Physique 121. Spirit 140. Skills Basic Spear Technique. Basic Lightning Gale Breaker. Ability points 200. Feeling the new power surging, Hua Jing Ming clenched his fist. Purple lightning danced across his hand as his eyes flashed with determination. The joint entrance exam is tomorrow. I need to use these 200 points where they count and maximize my combat power. He barked out a command. System. Allocate points. He tapped the system panel, beginning to distribute the points with calculation. An ability's power comes from a person's physique and spirit. So, let's strengthen these two basic attributes first. Immediately, the numbers on the panel started dancing wildly, climbing higher to the sound of times. Ding ding ding, asterisk. A stream of pure, potent energy surged out, enveloping Hua Jing Ming's body. He could feel every single cell in his body cheering, every nerve becoming sharper. So this is what it feels like to have elevated vitality and mind. He clenched his fists, feeling the physical power bursting from his muscles. He took a fighting stance. Arcs of violet-blue electricity automatically crackled around him, not because he was controlling them, but because his energy was overflowing. Hua Jing Ming smiled confidently. With my basic stats raised, both my combat skills and my ability control should be boosted. He glanced at the updated system panel. Both attributes increased by 20 points. So 1 ability point equals 0.2 vitality or spirit. My stats are now physique 141. Spirit 160. With this new power, Hua Jing Ming's confidence skyrocketed. He smirked, his eyes flashing with raw ambition. With my current strength, getting into an Esper university will be a breeze. He paused, deep in thought. But I wonder where I'd rank among the 700,000 candidates in Jiangnan province. How do I stack up against those geniuses trained by grandmasters since childhood? He slung his long spear over his shoulder, his smile widening. Time to head to the dojo and test this out. I'll know my exact stats soon enough. Asterisk, bam times. Suddenly, a foot kicked his front door wide open. 3 fully geared up firefighters were standing right in front of him. The lead firefighter looked stunned, sweat pouring down his face. He spoke seriously. We received a distress call reporting a fire here. Hua Jing Ming looked back at the mess in his room, scratched his head, and explained. It was probably just a shockwave from my ability training. Everything's fine now. Hearing that, the firefighter breathed a sigh of relief and turned to order his team. So that's what it was. Emergency resolved. Pack it up. As he left, he glanced back at Hua Jing Ming with a look of shock and admiration, thinking to himself, to cause such a huge commotion while just a student training his ability. The younger generation is truly terrifying. The fire truck blared its siren as it drove away, leaving the crowd of neighbors buzzing with gossip. When Hua Jing Ming walked out of the building with a spear on his shoulder, a familiar neighbor rushed over to ask, "Little Ming, are you okay after that fire?" He replied, "I'm fine, Uncle Yang. It's all under control." Another person looked at his outfit and said, "Good to hear. Dressed like that. Are you heading to the martial arts hall?" Hua Jing Ming nodded. "Yes. I'm going to the hall to train a bit." His words made everyone around him sigh in admiration. "So hardworking. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. Yet you're still training. Unlike that brat at my house. In this world, if an awakener wants to rank up to become a metahuman, they must temper their physique and spirit to increase the power of their abilities. But not every family has a private training room. That is why martial arts halls providing training grounds and teaching services were born. Hua Jing Ming went straight to one of the 2 most famous martial arts chains in Great Xia Thunder and Raging Bear. He stepped inside, and the lively atmosphere of training washed over him. Among them, the Raging Bear Hall charges an annual fee of 100,000, suitable for students with wealthy backgrounds. Only the Thunder Hall opens its doors for free to high school students. Walking down the corridor, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from a group of students nearby. Turning to look, he saw a stunningly beautiful girl with long black hair and amber eyes. It was Tangqi, Hua Jing Ming's cousin. She wore a neat uniform that highlighted her tall figure and endless legs. Hua Jing Ming walked over in surprise. "Cousin, why did you come to the Thunder Hall?" Tangqi glanced at him and replied calmly, Just accompanying a friend." He nodded. "I see. Well, you guys enjoy your walk. I'm heading to the training room." Saying that, he immediately walked toward the training area, watching his figure disappear. Tangqi frowned slightly, thinking it was strange. He doesn't feel like his usual self today. The friend next to her nudged her shoulder and asked curiously, "Chi-Chi, who was that? He's pretty handsome." "Isn't he?" Tangqi replied. "Hua Jing Ming. My cousin. He's like us. A 12th grader taking the martial arts exam tomorrow." A boy in the group teased. "Why are you asking for so many details, Xiaoya? Do you have a crush?" Xiaoya didn't hesitate to reply cheekily. "That's right, with looks like that. As long as his strength isn't too bad. Wouldn't it be great for my image to take him out as my boyfriend?" Tangqi sighed and poured cold water on her friend's excitement. "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. He only awakened an E-rank ability." Hearing this, Xiaoya's face immediately fell, looking full of regret. "Only an E-rank ability. That's a pity. The boy crossed his arms and smirked. An E-rank daring to take the martial arts exam, I must admire his courage. But Tang Chi looked worried. What use is courage? The risk is actually too high. I'd rather he didn't take the exam at all. Seeing the mood dampen, she changed the subject. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. Didn't we come to tour the Thunder Hall? Xiao Ya quickly regained her spirit and said, True, I've spent all 3 years of high school at the Raging Bear Hall. This is my first time at Thunder. The boy also chimed in. Relaxing before the exam is good for physical and mental health. Let's go. Let's go, the group happily continued on. Meanwhile, in a private training room, Hua Jing Ming stood before a giant target shield. He lifted his spear, and a strange sensation washed over him. He was slightly startled. The spear feels lighter. Then he quickly realized, or rather, my physique has gotten stronger. He stroked the shaft of the spear with a hint of regret. But the joint exam is tomorrow. There's no time to find a weapon that suits me better. He took a stance, his gaze sharpening. Let's test it first, without using my ability to boost my peak strength. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Whoosh, he thrust forward, the spear tip tearing through the wind with incredible speed. A piercing metallic clash rang out as the spear tip embedded itself straight into the center of the target shield. A number appeared on the force gauge, 321. The target shield was dented significantly. The entire training room was made of primary memory metal. Within its tolerance range, it would automatically return to its original shape. Hua Jing Ming retracted his spear, clenched his fist to feel his new power, and couldn't hide his astonishment. My raw physical strength has actually doubled. The maximum physical strength of a typical awakener is only 100 points. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes. Next, let's try it with the violet divine lightning. He focused his mind, and purple currents immediately wrapped around his body. His black hair stood on end as a domineering aura exploded outward. Boom, he unleashed a lightning strike, bursting with terrifying power. This time, the number on the force gauge jumped wildly. 3,010 points. Hua Jing Ming panted heavily. But the smile on his lips was full of excitement. Truly worthy of an S-rank ability. The attack intensity of a first-stage ability user is only 1,000. But I haven't even reached the first stage yet. And I can already unleash power comparable to a mid-level first-stage user. He tilted his head, lightning still crackling around him. His gaze sharp. This still isn't my limit. He gripped the spear tightly. Purple electricity is gathering more and more. Muscle strength. Ability boost. Plu combat technique. That is my true killer move. He stepped back to gain momentum. His entire body submerged in a sea of interwoven white and purple lightning, preparing to unleash the ultimate technique. Lightning Gale Breaker. With unprecedented power, all the energy converged at the tip of the spear, forming a blinding ball of lightning that smashed ferociously into the target shield. The light of the explosion swallowed everything. Break! Hua Jing Ming roared with authority. Boom. 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 A terrifying shockwave spread throughout the entire martial arts hall. In the main hall, everyone stumbled. A man in training gear panicked, shouting, "Earthquake!" On the same floor, Tang Chi's group was also thrown off balance by the tremor. The boy with them turned pale and gasped in horror. What a powerful wave of energy. This has definitely reached the level of a metahuman. The group gathered together, their faces full of shock. Xiao Ya wondered aloud. I remember this floor is exclusively for high school students to train. Could it be that one of those monsters who already advanced to metahuman level at the Raging Bear Hall ran over here? The boy quickly said. Let's go check and we'll know. Tang Chi also cast a curious look toward the source of the tremor. The group followed the energy trail, quickly heading toward a deserted corridor. The energy waves must be coming from somewhere nearby. Just then, Hua Jing Ming walked out of the training room, carrying a long spear on his shoulder. Tang Chi called out in surprise. Little Ming, you're heading home already? He calmly replied. Yeah. I want to go back a bit early to prepare some more. All right then. Good luck with the martial arts exam tomorrow, but make sure to stay safe, the guy next to her said with a serious face. Forget about him. The energy waves are coming from right here. The group approached the door of the training room Hua Jing Ming had just left. Is it in here? When the door opened, everyone froze. Inside was a scene of total devastation. The memory metal target shield had been smashed into pieces. The floor was cracked, and the surrounding equipment was heavily damaged. Tang Qi and Xiao Ya were so horrified they couldn't speak. Xiao Ya covered her mouth with her hand, stammering, "Oh my God." Even memory metal got smashed. How powerful was that attack? Does Jiang City really have a high school student this strong? The guy who seemed the most knowledgeable in the group walked in to check, then shook his head firmly. This definitely wasn't a high school student. I can still feel the incredibly violent energy lingering here. The person might even be a Tier 2 Esper, who wandered onto this floor by mistake and used the training room to test their strength. Another guy nodded in agreement. I told you so. An attack intensity like this couldn't possibly come from a high schooler. Exactly. Even a genius from the capital couldn't do this, let alone someone from our Jiang City. A character like that just doesn't exist here. Xiao Ya suddenly had a thought. She playfully put a hand on her chin. Hey, only Hua Jing Ming walked out of here just now. What do you guys think? Could this attack have been made by him? Maybe he's actually a super genius who's been hiding his true strength, just waiting for the martial arts exam tomorrow to shock everyone. The other two guys burst out laughing. One said, "Have you been reading too many novels about underdogs hiding their power? Even if you make up a ridiculous story like that, it needs to be realistic. He's just an E-rank awakener. If his attack intensity hits 100, that's already not bad for him." The leader of the group pointed down both sides of the hallway, analyzing. Both ends of this corridor lead outside. That powerful Esper must have left from the other side, which is why we didn't run into them. He turned to look at Tang Qi, who was still silent with an unreadable expression. Tang Qi. Don't you agree, Tang Qi? She didn't answer immediately. Her eyes were still glued to the cracks on the wall. Traces of deep destruction. She replied ambiguously. Maybe. She gently ran her finger along a deep, clean, round indentation where the metal had been pierced through. A guess formed in her mind. These marks looked a lot like they were left by a spear. The image of her cousin leaving with his spear on his shoulder flashed through her mind again. Tang Qi's eyes flashed with deep suspicion. She wondered to herself, so, when Hua Jing Ming joined the exam, was he really overestimating himself? She put her speculations aside for now. Finally, the big day had arrived. On the day of the martial arts exam, hundreds of buses lined up to take the candidates to a vast, desolate, and ruined area. This was their exam ground. Every candidate carried their own weapon. They stepped off the buses one by one, creating a noisy and bustling scene. Amidst the crowd, Hua Jing Ming stepped down, gripping his spear firmly. His face was calm and confident, completely different from the anxiety of those around him. He took a deep breath, feeling the tense atmosphere of the exam site. Is this really our exam location? Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out from the crowd looking through the fence. Damn it, I think I saw a one-horned rhinoceros. This statement immediately caused a commotion. Every year, isn't it just common beasts like shadow cats or iron bristle boars? Why is this year's exam so hard? While everyone was panicking, an arrogant voice rang out. So what if it's a one-horned rhinoceros? He looked down at the frightened crowd with disdain. If you can't even handle a beast of this size, then even if you get lucky and pass the Esper University entrance exam, you'll still just be trash in the end. One candidate recognized the speaker and asked his friend in surprise. Who is that guy? He talks big. The friend whispered in his ear. Who else could it be? That's the Light Wind Sword. Zhou Mingyang from High School No. 1. He continued introducing him with admiration. I heard he possesses a B-rank agile wind ability. He already broke through the martial art estate and leveled up to a Tier 1 Esper. Hua Jing Ming also glanced over at Zhou Mingyang, the guy known as a genius, the brightest candidate for the title of top scorer in the martial arts department this year. A spark of fighting spirit rose in Hua Jing Ming's heart. Between him and me, who was stronger just then? A commanding voice boomed from the loudspeakers, drowning out all the noise. Candidates. Attention. A middle-aged man with a scarred face, dressed in a solemn military uniform, stepped onto the high platform. He spoke clearly. I am the chief commander of this Jiang City martial arts exam, Wang Haiyang. Before the exam, I want to re-emphasize a few issues. He pointed toward the ruined area behind him. The martial arts exam will start at exactly 9 a.m. and end at 9 p.m. The total time is 12 hours. The exam location is this abandoned town behind me. A large map was projected onto the screen, just like previous exams. The location is divided into the outer ring, the central area, the inner ring, and the core area. Killing beasts of different ranks will earn you corresponding points. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. Wang Haiyang's expression became extremely serious. The core area is equivalent to the super hard questions on a written test. It is reserved for the most excellent candidates to conquer. Please act within your capabilities. Do not lose your life for the sake of a score. Hua Jing Ming stared at the map. His mind already made up. If it were yesterday, I would have only dared to hang around the outer area at most. But now, I'm definitely charging into the inner ring. Maybe even the core area. Wang Haiyang continued. Now, we will begin distributing exam supplies. Please line up to receive them from your homeroom teachers. Hua Jing Ming walked over to Mr. Chen Fan. The teacher handed him a bag containing 3 items. Inside, there is a smartwatch used to track the number and type of beasts killed, and it accumulates your score in real time. A tactical backpack containing 3 energy bars, a can of energy drink, and a disposable medical kit, ensuring candidates can operate for 12 hours. And finally, a safety sphere. When activated, it creates a high-voltage electric grid around you that ordinary beasts cannot break through. Mr. Tranfam patted Hua Can Min on the shoulder, instructing him with a face full of worry. Even though using the safety orb means the exam ends early for you. Remember this well. Your life matters more than anything else. Hua Can Min nodded gratefully. Thank you. Sir, I understand. Just as he turned away, a familiar voice rang out. It was Lam Kin Oan running towards him. She smiled radiantly. You probably don't have a team yet. Right. Want to team up with us? She proudly boasted. I just awakened a C-rank ability recently. Liu Vai, standing next to her, shouted encouragingly. Can Min, once we're in the exam zone, I'll watch your back. But a member of her team immediately objected. Class rep, it's fine if you want to play the saint usually. But this is the martial arts exam. A team can only have 5 people max. If we add him, how are we supposed to get a high score? Lu Wei growled. We agreed on this beforehand. And now you two are changing your minds at the last minute. The other guy pointed straight at Hua Can Min's face. Who knew he'd actually dare to join the martial arts exam? Anyway, I don't want to drag around a dead weight. Seeing the tension rise, Hua Can Min calmly spoke up, cutting off the argument. Old Liu, class rep, I appreciate the thought. He smiled gently, looking them in the eye, and said, I plan to enter the exam grounds alone. You guys go ahead and form your team. Lam Kinoan and Lu Wei were stunned. She asked worriedly, Are you serious? Seeing Hua Can Min nod firmly, she could only sigh. All right then. You must be careful. The guy next to her sneered. Just ignore him. Let's go. We should go find Hoang Tian to team up instead. The group quickly left, leaving Hua Can Min alone to face the upcoming challenge. Watching the backs of his old friends fade away, Hua Can Min just smirked slightly. Yeah. He turned around, his eyes gleaming with absolute confidence. Even without you guys, I can still get a high score. Just then, the overhead speakers blared the official announcement. A swarm of drones activated, hovering in the sky. The 2037 Gyeongthon City High School Martial Arts exam has officially begun. Activating cameras at all points. Drones are tracking closely, preparing to start the live broadcast of the exam. The heavy iron gates opened, and thousands of candidates rushed into the ruined zone like a swarm of bees leaving the hive. Charging forward, one student shouted, My goal is Jiangnan Awakener University. This time, I'm going to shock everyone. The crowd surged in, signaling the start of a life-or-death battle. Candidates entered the grounds, but the cruelty of the exam struck faster than imagined. It had barely begun when a student collapsed. Hua Can Min walked past, hearing the faint call from the victim's watch summoning logistics staff. He calmly continued walking, thinking to himself, It's just like they say. Opportunity always comes with risk. Not everyone gets the chance to defy the heavens and change their fate. Suddenly, Hua Can Min's gaze sharpened. A footprint with razor-sharp claws was imprinted on the ground. From the shadows, A beast resembling a jungle cat with pitch-black fur and glowing eyes lunged out. Hua Jing Ming immediately understood, intentionally leaving a survivor to lure others close. Huh, this is a trap. The shadow cat roared, charging straight at Hua Jing Ming. He didn't flinch, holding his stance steady, facing the incoming beast head-on. The beast pounced with terrifying speed. But Hua Jing Ming was faster. He lightly sidestepped, dodging the attack in the blink of an eye. The shadow cat landed. It was a species with an agile body and sharp claws, possessing a bite force of thousands of kilograms. It was the rookie killer of the exam. It turned around, growling ferociously. Hua Jing Ming gripped his spear tightly, analyzing calmly. The reason beasts are called ferocious is because they possess a unique, murderous aura that can suppress their prey. I heard that most newly awakened people panic when they first meet a beast. They can't even exert 30% of their strength, or they just freeze up and wait to die. That's why wealthy families hire professional awakener bodyguards to take their kids to the wilderness so they can get used to fighting beasts early on. I obviously don't have that luxury. This is still my first time actually facing a beast. The shadow cat didn't give him any more time to think. It gathered momentum and shot forward. It opened its maw full of fangs, aiming straight for Hua Jing Ming's throat. Slash blood sprayed out. Hua Jing Ming didn't dodge. He unleashed a lightning-fast thrust. The spear tip, wrapped in purple electricity, pierced straight through the beast's head. He pulled the spear out, his gaze unwavering. Looks like this aura has absolutely no effect on me. Ding. Asterisk. A notification popped up on his watch. Eliminated unranked beast shadow cat. 1 count. Ability points +3. Below was a small note. Beasts are ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Beasts below Tier 1 are called unranked beasts, corresponding to human awakeners. Hua Jing Ming looked at the virtual screen on his wrist. Killing beasts grants ability points, which I can use to strengthen myself. But unranked beasts give pretty low points. Huh. He looked toward the center of the ruined town. If I'm not affected much by the murderous aura, then staying in the outer zone doesn't make much sense. Better to head to the central zone quickly. No sooner thought than done. Hua Jing Ming began sweeping through the outer perimeter. The spear in his hand danced with deadly precision, easily taking down one beast after another. Ability points kept rolling in +3, +5, +6. He calculated as he ran. I'm getting a decent amount of points. But what I lack right now is actual combat experience. Using the purple cloud Divine Thunder can one-shot unranked beasts, but that won't improve my skills effectively. Plus, the higher the ability level, the more energy it consumes. If I go all out with the purple cloud Divine Thunder, I won't even last an hour. Before, my E-rank weak electricity could last over 3 hours. But the martial arts exam lasts for 12 hours. I can't waste energy before reaching the core zone. I'll stick to this strategy for the rest of the way, rely solely on my spear technique to kill beasts and gain more combat experience. Up ahead, a giant one-horned rhino appeared, blocking his path. It roared, stomped its 4 legs, and charged straight at Hua Jing Ming like a tank. Hua Jing Ming showed no fear. He charged right back at it. He lightly leaped into the air, dodging the rhino's head-on collision. He landed on the beast's back, driving his spear tip hard into its thick hide. Asterisk thwack times a clean finishing blow. Hua Jing Ming stood on the rhino's corpse and exhaled. My killing speed is much faster than before. That one-horned rhino wasn't much after all. Did my spear technique break through without me noticing? He opened the system panel to check. And it was just as he predicted. Skill spear technique. Intermediate plus. He cheered internally. Just as I thought. My spear technique has broken through to the intermediate level. Looks like relying on actual combat is the best way to boost my power. The intermediate spear technique makes me feel like I can wield it exactly how I want. What would happen if I kept upgrading it? Thinking that, he didn't hesitate to use the ability points he just earned to level up the skill. Countless images and experiences of spear techniques flooded his mind like a waterfall. Hua Jing Ming flinched, trying to absorb the massive amount of information. A feeling of enlightenment he had never felt before spread through his entire body. Hua Jing Ming let out a sigh of relief, feeling the distinct change within his body. Incredible. Countless high-level spear techniques are popping up in my mind. He stood up straight, gripping his long spear tightly. His eyes burned with battle spirit. He couldn't wait to find a Tier 1 beast to test this out. Meanwhile, on another road in the outer zone, Lam Kin Oan's team was moving cautiously. Suddenly, Lam Kin Oan froze. She rubbed her eyes, looking into the distance uncertainly. I think I just saw Hua Jing Ming. The person next to her snapped. Class monitor. Are you seeing things? It can't be him. With his strength, coming here would be a death wish. Wouldn't it? Lam Kin Oan was still skeptical. Her heart filled with worry. Did I really see it wrong? But that back? It looked exactly like Hua Jing Ming. I wonder how Kan Min is doing right now. Suddenly, a team member shouted, pointing ahead. Look, this one-horned rhino seems to have died recently. The whole group rushed over. The blood on the wound isn't dry yet. Looks like it died just a few minutes ago. The fatal wound is on the head. Judging by the shape, it must have been caused by a long-handled weapon. One person analyzed it and concluded in horror. It's a spear. Lam Kin Oan was stunned. A bold guess forming in her mind. Could the person nearby really have been Hua Jing Ming? Someone in the group immediately rejected the idea. You're not trying to say this. One-horned rhino was killed by Hua Jing Ming. Are you? This is a beast that only a C-rank awakener can handle alone. How could Hua Jing Ming possibly do it? Lu Vai had an idea. Was it Hua Jing Ming or not? Just check his score on the leaderboard and we'll know. Lam Kin Oan immediately opened her smartwatch. Scrolled to the leaderboard. And then she froze. Rank 46. Hua Jing Ming. 256 points. Jiang Than High School number 2. She couldn't help but gasp. It really is him. The group erupted in noise, unable to believe their eyes. No. That's impossible. Hua Jing Ming made it into the top 50. Could it be someone with the same name? Are E-rank awakeners this year really that strong? I don't believe it. In the spectator area outside the exam venue, large screens were broadcasting the battles of the top candidates live. An audience member commented, First High School is as strong as ever. They've basically secured the entire top 10. Another person added, especially Chu Dan Duong, who's ranked first with 412 points. Looks like the city's top scholar spot is already in the bag. Our Jiangthan city hasn't had anyone break into the provincial top 100 for years. I wonder if he can pull it off. A chubby, middle-aged man fanning himself spoke confidently. The way I see it, he'll definitely make it into the Jiangnam provincial top 100. Chu Dang Duong is the ace of our Jiangthan city. Even in the provincial martial arts exam, his strength wouldn't be considered weak at all. He was Truong Van's son, director of the Jiangthan City Education Bureau. He turned to the principals. Old Lu, I've always been very satisfied with the education at your first high school. Also, third high school isn't bad either. You finally have someone in the top 10. The two principals hurriedly flattered him. It's all thanks to the director's methodical guidance. We'll still need your help in the future. Truong Van's son turned to the principal of second high school, his tone somewhat reproachful. However, second high school needs to try harder. Your best student is only ranked 18th. The principal bowed his head and mumbled, Yes. Yes. The principal of second high school, Mr. Triodieu, was furious inside. Out of the top 50, only 8 were from second high school. Le Min, Duong Qian, Duong Qiu, Hua Jing Ming. You brats better fight for it. Suddenly, he froze. Wait. Who is this Hua Jing Ming? Why haven't I heard this name before? Is he in the rocket class, the honors class? Does this person even exist? He hurriedly asked around. Then, the homeroom teacher, Tran Pham, with a look of utter shock, pointed a trembling hand at the leaderboard. Hua Jing Ming. He actually made it into the top 50. Teacher Tran Pham wiped the sweat from his forehead, still in disbelief. But isn't this kid an E-rank awakener? Did he hide his true strength? But no matter how much he hid, an E-rank ability can't just suddenly turn into an S-rank ability. Can it? Only the top 10 get special camera coverage. Right now, we can't find any footage of Hua Jing Ming at all. How on earth did he get such a high score? Teacher Tran Pham looked anxiously toward the exam grounds. Meanwhile, Hua Jing Ming had ventured alone into the central zone, the high danger level area. He walked along the deserted street. The atmosphere here was completely different from the chaos in the outer ring. Entering the central zone, the beasts were clearly much scarcer. He ate an energy bar as he walked. Ranked beasts possess intelligence. Plus, they're territorial. Dealing with them is way harder than the unranked ones. Boom, he stomped his foot hard on the ground and dashed forward. A giant tiger with fiery fur and emerald eyes lunged out from a ruined building. Hua Jing Ming didn't flinch. He swung his spear, generating a wave of hot air. He twirled the weapon, assuming a stance ready for battle. The blazing blade tiger unleashed a heaven-shaking pounce. Its sharp claws created whistling winds aimed straight at Hua Jing Ming. The beast landed, its claws tearing up the concrete road. Hua Jing Ming stood firm, a confident smirk on his lips. Is the strength of a Tier 1 blazing blade tiger really just this much? Maybe a Tiger King would actually make me break a sweat. He swung his spear and shouted, "Time to send you packing," then charged straight at the ferocious tiger. Slash with just one clean spear stroke. Hua Jing Ming glided past the beast, leaving a deep, bloody gash on its body. The blazing blade tiger howled in pain as fresh blood sprayed out. Hua Jing Ming turned around, his stance steady. The spear in his hand didn't shake a bit. His eyes turned cold and sharp, focused to the extreme. The blazing blade tiger was heavily wounded, but its wild instincts flared up. Its eyes glowed with a ferocious light. It let out an earth-shattering roar, its whole body engulfed in raging flames, charging at Hua Jing Ming with the intent of mutual destruction. Yet, Hua Jing Ming remained strangely calm, easily dodging the beast's frenzied swipes. He glided like the wind, evading a thunderous snap of its jaws that crushed the adjacent lamppost into smithereens. He muttered, as expected of a Tier 1 beast, "Such tenacious vitality. It still wants to struggle." In the final moments, he took a stance facing the frantically attacking beast, knowing that no matter how much it struggled, it was futile. This time, Hua Jing Ming didn't dodge. He took the initiative to attack. Blue aura wrapped around his long spear as he swung it, creating sharp blades of energy that shattered the pavement around him. The spear tip, enveloped in a surge of purple-blue energy, aimed straight for the beast's head. Thwack, a perfect finishing blow. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the saber-toothed tiger collapsed, staining the ground crimson. Ding, eliminated. One Tier 1 beast. The saber-toothed tiger. Ability points plus 14. Hua Jing Ming looked at the notification, thinking with satisfaction that the points from a Tier 1 beast were nearly double that of an unranked one. He hoisted the spear onto his shoulder, looked at the beast's corpse, and smiled. The stronger the beast, the higher the ability points multiply. This exam ground, filled with danger in the eyes of others, is a rare treasure trove for me to level up. Opportunities like this are hard to come by. I have to make the most of the time and harvest even more ability points. He dashed off like a gust of wind, continuing his hunt. Meanwhile, in the spectator area, the leaderboard changed once again. A teacher exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Tran Pham, turns out Hua Jing Ming is a student from your class 5. Other teachers also gathered to gossip excitedly. So many regular classes, yet only a student from your class made it into the top 50. Mr. Tran Pham, you really know how to teach. That's right, in half a year, we should invite Mr. Tran to hold a seminar and share his teaching experiences." Mr. Tran Pham was both happy and anxious, hurriedly waving his hands. No, it's all due to the student's own hard work. It doesn't have much to do with me." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Teachers, look quickly, Hua Jing Ming's ranking has gone up again." All eyes turned to the big screen, rank 25. Hua Jing Ming. He actually went up by 44 points in one go. Director Trong Van Son stroked his chin and analyzed. According to the martial arts exam scoring, killing a peak unranked beast gives 6 to 8 points. Killing a low-level Tier 1 beast yields 14 to 16 points. Another expert chimed in, looking astonished. And the statistical update interval of the smartwatch is 4 seconds. In other words, the director concluded with a look of disbelief. Hua Jing Ming, in the span of 4 short seconds, killed either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-level Tier 1 beasts. We haven't seen a performance like this in years. He turned to ask Principal Trio Dio. Principal Trio, Your school has such a good seedling. Why haven't I heard you mention him before? Principal Triu Dieu was equally confused. I wouldn't dare hide anything from you. Dees, sir. I just found out myself. For the specifics, we have to ask his homeroom teacher. Everyone immediately turned to look at Mr. Tran Pham, who was standing there frozen. Principal Triu Dieu hurriedly pulled Mr. Stent Tran Pham over. Mr. Tran, come here quickly and explain Hua Can Min's situation to the leaders. For instance, what is his talent like? Cornered. Mr. Tran Pham stammered. Sweating buckets. Director. Principal. Well, this. The ability Hua Can Min awakened is E-rank weak electricity. Principal Triu Dieu's eyes widened. Only an E-rank ability, Mr. Tran. Are you sure you don't remember incorrectly, Mr. Tran Pham replied miserably. No mistake. Seer, before the exam, I even specifically reminded him not to participate in the martial arts test. I never expected. Director Trong Van Sun mused, stroking his thermos bottle. To reach this step relying solely on an E-rank ability, it seems this student, Hua Jing Ming, must be superior in other aspects. This makes things even more intriguing. He took a sip of tea and said to Principal Triu, just wait and see. With this momentum, he'll likely break into the top 10 very quickly. The director's gaze became sharp. By then, we'll understand exactly how he did it. If he's relying on cheating. A piercing scream rang out, cutting off the director's words. Both Mr. Tran and Principal Triu were terrified. The leaderboard updated again. Rank 9. Hua Jing Ming. On the exam grounds, Duong Kai had just taken down a beast. Looking up at the leaderboard, she muttered. Rank 12. Duong Kai. So, that strike at the dojo yesterday really was caused by you. Her cousin in another location, the number 1 ranker Chu Dan Duong, was also looking at the leaderboard. There were 6 hours left in the exam, yet a completely unfamiliar name. Hua Jing Ming had slipped in. Never heard of him. At this moment, a drone located Hua Can Min and began broadcasting the live feed directly to the screen. Hua Can Min was facing a Tier 1 beast. He easily took it down with a single strike. Ding eliminated Tier 1 beast. Shadowcat. Ability points plus 14. He smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, killing beasts in the central area is much more efficient. He looked up and saw the drone tracking him. A tracking drone. Looks like I've made it into the top 10. He stood on the beast's corpse, dusting off his clothes. The martial arts exam is meant to test a candidate's strength and potential. The better the results, the more favors one receives. I never intended to hide my strength anyway. The top 10 is just the beginning. However, before entering the core zone, I still need to improve my strength one more time. He opened the system panel. Ability points 312. I have over 300 points now. The level column still showed no prompt for an upgrade. It seems advancing from an awakener to an ability user requires learning an ability cultivation method. In that case, I'll continue raising my basic attributes. He decisively allocated the points. A stream of warm energy enveloped his body. This feeling isn't bad at all. Time to enter the core zone. He had added 40 points to physique and 22 points to spirit. The core zone, the highest danger level. A pack of saber-toothed tigers was tearing apart a massive beast. One tiger in the pack placed its paw on the dead prey's head and let out a powerful roar. Hua Can Min watched from behind a wall. 9 saber-toothed tigers. Among them, one had a superior aura and a significantly larger physique, plus that terrifying claw length. It must be the saber-toothed Tiger King. He smirked in excitement. Looks like a bumper harvest. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Come on out. I've found you. From behind a building, a figure stepped out. So sharp. To think you actually detected me. The person smiled. I didn't expect you to be Hua Can Min, the one who just broke into the top 10. Hua Can Min was surprised. Chu Dang Duong. You know who I am. Chu Dengzung explained. I know everyone's strong enough to enter the core zone. Except you. So when I saw a fresh face, I figured you must be that dark horse everyone's talking about. Hua Can Ming nodded. Ah, I see. Chu Danduong pointed at the pack of tigers, his eyes gleaming. I've had my eye on that pack of saber tigers for a while now. Hua Kangmin instantly went on guard. You trying to steal my kills? Chu Danduong quickly waved his hands. Don't get me wrong, the Saber Tiger King is a mid-rank Tier 1 beast. Plus, it's got 9 others backing it up. No matter how strong you are, you can't handle them alone. We should team up. Hua Kenmin flatly refused. No thanks. He turned around, wearing a confident, arrogant smirk. I can handle this myself. He charged straight at the tiger pack, leaving Chu Danduong standing there in shock. The tigers immediately spotted the intruder. They all raised their heads and let out a furious roar. Hua Jing observed calmly. As expected of a pack with a leader, they're smart enough to use a simple formation. The Tiger King roared a command from above, and the rest immediately spread out to surround Hua Kanmin. Hua Kanmin didn't flinch. He charged straight into the encirclement, hiding in a blind spot. Chu Dengzung thought, oh, let's see if he's got a death wish or if he's actually the real deal. Hua Ming stood in the middle of the pack, his entire body radiating a powerful aura. He spun his spear, creating an impenetrable defense. Slash, slash, he swung continuously, unleashing sharp arcs of energy that easily took down the tigers lunging at him. Ding ding ding, notifications popped up non-stop. Defeated low-rank Tier 1 Saber Tiger. Plus 10 ability points. Defeated mid-rank Tier 1 Saber Tiger. Plus 15 ability points. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was littered with tiger corpses, blood flowing like a river. The Saber Tiger King roared in fury, watching its pack get slaughtered. Hua Ming stood among the bodies, leaning on his spear and panting. Too bad my physical stats are still a bit low. Couldn't wipe them all out in one go. The Tiger King didn't give him a moment to breathe. It charged. Its roar carried a massive spiritual pressure that shook the very ground. Windows in the surrounding buildings shattered, raining down glass. Even hiding far away, Chu Danduong had to cover his ears, grimacing at the ear-splitting noise. Roar. But Hua Min wasn't affected at all. Trying to intimidate me right off the bat. That might scare others. But it won't work on me. He charged forward, meeting the rushing Tiger King head-on. The tip of his spear glinted with a cold light. Ready for a decisive strike, he leaped into the air, moving as gracefully as a dragon. His spear traced a perfect arc, slashing straight into the Tiger King's gaping maw. Ding defeated high-rank Tier 1 Saber Tiger King. Plus 20 ability points. Chu Danduong stood frozen in the distance. No way. He took them all out in one go. What kind of monster is he, standing atop the Tiger King's corpse? Hua Min thought with satisfaction. This haul of ability points is huge. At this rate, who knows how many points I'll have stacked up by the time the exam ends. He hopped down to the ground. The more, the better. I need to find another pack. Fast. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Danduong came running over. Wait, how on earth did you overwhelm an entire pack of saber tigers with just a spear? Are you an enhancement type? Hua Min replied casually as he walked away. Nope. Lightning type. He leaped onto a building and vanished from sight. Chu Danduong was dumbfounded. Lightning type. Is he kidding me? If he didn't want to tell me his ability, he didn't have to lie like that. What a jerk. He opened the leaderboard, feeling anxious. He just killed that many beasts. Surely his score hasn't caught up to mine yet. Right. He let out a strangled scream. Rank 1, Hua Min. 1,122 points. Rank 2, Chu Danduong. 985 points. Chu Danduong yelled in frustration. He passed me already. In the spectator area, Director Trung Vun Sun shot up from his seat, laughing loudly. That advanced spear mastery is truly domineering. Hua Min is only 18. Yet he's already mastered his spear technique to an advanced level. It's confirmed he's a bona fide genius. He patted Principal Trio Dio on the shoulder, grinning. With Hua Min here, Jiangtan City is guaranteed a spot in the provincial top 100. Once the exam is over, I'll recommend that the city awards a grant to your number 2 high school. Principal Trio beamed. Thank you so much. Director Truong. Principal Trio Dio turned away to wipe tears of joy. Hua Ming. What a wonderful surprise. Our number 2 high school can finally hold its head high. 3 hours later, in the core zone, Chu Dan-duong was wandering around, looking completely confused. What is going on? Where did all the monsters in the core zone go? Suddenly, he ran into a group of students. You'd have to ask our number 1 player about that. Chu Deng-zung was surprised. It's you guys, why are you all grouped up like this? Lam Kin Oan pointed at the leaderboard on someone's device. Rank 3, Ngo Hao. Rank 4, Ment Zhao. Rank 9, Durang Qi. She explained. Hua Jing Ming wiped out the entire core zone. None of us could find any monsters. So we had to group up just to have something to do. Chu Dengzung didn't believe it. Impossible. There are tons of monsters in the core zone. Durang Qi replied. Looks like you haven't checked the leaderboard in a while. Here. Just look at Hua Jing Ming's score. Chu Dengzung looked at the screen. So shocked he started stammering. 3,400. Over 3,400 points. Durang Qi looked at the stunned Chu Dengzung and said coldly. Now do you get it? Subtract the 700-something points he got in the central area. And he still has over 2,500 points left. In other words, he single-handedly killed nearly 200 monsters in the core zone. Chu Dan-duong clutched his head. His expression bitter. No wonder Hua Jing Ming was so worried about kill-stealing earlier. Turns out he was planning to do this all along. Ngo Hao, the third-ranked student, spoke up. There are only a few hours left in the martial exam. We're planning to form a squad and try our luck in the deep core. He pointed into the distance. The monsters there are at least high-rank Tier 1. And there's even a Tier 2 Beast King. Going in alone is suicide. Meng Zhao looked at Chu Dengzung, narrowing his eyes with a challenging grin. That's why we need to team up. You coming? Chu Dan-duong didn't hesitate. Count me in. Night fell. Hua Jing Ming sat atop a pile of monster corpses, looking up wearily at the crescent moon. Supplies are all gone, and the exam is almost over. He took out his last energy bar and took a bite. He stood up, gazing toward the deepest part of the exam zone. If I want more ability points, I have to go deeper, but the deep core has Tier 2 monsters. I need to boost my stats a bit more. He opened his system panel. Ability points, 2,413. Now, where should I invest them? Hua Jing Ming pondered for a moment. Then a sly grin curled on his lips. How about I dump points into this one? He let out a breath, channeling all his energy into the long spear as purple lightning crackled around it. With this, I can definitely handle the toughest problem this martial arts exam throws at me. At the same time, Chu Mingyang's group was entering the final zone. The final sprint had begun. Suddenly, a massive beast with snow-white fur and red crystals growing on its back appeared, blocking their path. Hua Jing Ming arrived as well, resting his spear on his shoulder, his eyes full of anticipation. I wonder what Tier 2 beast the exam set up for us this time. Chu Mingyang's group screamed in terror. It's a bloodthirsty berserk bear. The giant bear let out a roar, its power shaking the ground and sending nearby cars flying into the air. Tang Qi and Meng Zhao turned pale. We're in trouble. This is a rare beast. Its skin is tougher than E-grade alloy. Even bullets can't pierce it. One slap from that thing could crush us all. Tang Qi said disheartenedly. I think we should just give up on this operation. Wu Hao pointed at the high-rank Tier 1 beasts surrounding them. Forget the bear making a move. I'm afraid the moment we step in, we'll be wiped out by these high-rank Tier 1 beasts alone. One person in the group panicked. I'm withdrawing. No amount of points is worth losing my life. Wu Hao shouted angrily. Which bastard came up with such a perverted exam question? Suddenly, Meng Zhao pointed ahead. Look, someone's coming. Tang Qi was astonished. It's Hua Jing Ming. Hua Jing Ming jumped from above, landing lightly on the ground. Meng Zhao exclaimed, Is that really Hua Jing Ming? He's so handsome. But Wu Hao was worried. What's the use of being handsome, charging into a pack of beasts like that? Isn't he just looking for death? Hua Jing Ming charged straight into the middle of the pack. Not good. He's alerted the beasts. He swung his spear, easily taking down the monsters rushing at him. The bloodthirsty berserk bear roared, ordering the pack to attack. Hua Jing Ming faced the frenzied horde alone. He was like a tornado, sweeping away everything in his path. The entire pack was drowned in a sea of his spear shadows. Chu Mingyang's group stood frozen in the distance, Hua Jing Ming won't just die like that. Will he? Wu Hao said coldly. He's too reckless. If he dies. He asked for it. Tong Chi was anxious. No. I have to go help him. Wu Hao hurriedly held Tong Chi back, shouting, Are you crazy too? Going in there is suicide? Meng Jiao also tried to stop her. That's right. Did you forget what we just said? Tang Chi broke free, her face showing panic and determination. She screamed, You guys don't know Jing Ming is my cousin. I can't just stand here and watch him die. Right at that moment, a terrifying blast of purple lightning exploded from the center of the beast pack. Blinding light, engulfing a massive area. A massive wave of energy swept through, creating a shockwave that Chu Mingyang's group struggled to withstand. The ground beneath their feet shook violently. Chu Mingyang shielded his eyes from the glare, his face full of shock and disbelief. He stammered. This lightning. Could it be the thunder element ability Hua Jing Ming talked about? In the epicenter, Hua Jing Ming stood firm, his whole body wrapped in dancing purple lightning that emitted powerful sizzling sounds. Around him, the bodies of the beasts had been blasted in all directions. He looked at the dense crowd of monsters in front of him, his gaze sharpening. He thought to himself, relying only on physical strength to deal with so many high-rank Tier 1 beasts is indeed too much. I have to use my ability, he exhaled, a confident yet slightly arrogant smile appearing on his lips. Small arcs of lightning danced on his fingertips. As expected of an S-rank ability. Truly domineering and powerful. In the blink of an eye, the ground around him was cleared, leaving only the corpses of the beasts that had just charged in and lingering traces of purple energy. Hua Jing Ming looked up, his cold gaze locking directly onto the massive bloodthirsty berserk bear towering in front of him. Provoked, the giant bear let out a furious roar, its power making the very air around them tremble. Hua Jing Ming calmly analyzed his opponent. The bloodthirsty berserk bear is bulky and lacks agility. With the 9 heavens divine thunder supporting me, I should be able to handle it. He glanced at the Tier 1 beasts still growling around him. However, these minions might be a bit annoying during the fight. His eyes grew determined as he made a quick decision. If that's the case, let's clean up the battlefield first. His entire body erupted with violent electricity again. His blue eyes flashed with a deadly light. With that, Hua Jing Ming dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The spear in his hand traced attacks as fast as electricity, thrusting straight toward the remaining beasts. A tiger-shaped beast lunged at him, only to have its head instantly pierced by his spear. Blood sprang into the air. A system notification popped up as Hua Jing Ming swept past. Killed 1 high-rank Tier 1 Shadow Cat. Ability points plus 13. Hua Jing Ming felt the power surging through his body. He licked a streak of blood from his lip, thinking, is this the power of an S-rank body enhancement ability? But having lightning course through my body is dangerous too. I can't maintain this state for too long. However, he swung his spear, creating an arc of lightning energy that swept across the pack. It's more than enough to finish you lot off. A 1-horned rhino beast was hit by the sweep and collapsed on the spot. The notification chimed again. Killed 1 high-rank Tier 1, 1-horned rhino. Ability points, plus 15. Witnessing its minions being slaughtered, the bloodthirsty berserk bear became truly enraged. It let out an earth-shattering roar. Boom, a terrifying collision occurred, creating a deep crater in the concrete road. But beneath it was just empty ground. Hua Jing Ming, with incredible speed, had dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Hua Jing Ming shot away like a lightning bolt, purple electricity wrapping around him. Crackling with power, the bloodthirsty berserk bear charged in a rage. He quickly leaped away, landing lightly on a large slab of concrete to keep a safe distance from the crazed beast. He circled behind it to kill the remaining ones. System notifications popped up continuously, recording his achievements. Killed 1 high-rank Tier 1 1-horned lizard. Ability points plus 15. Killed 1 high-rank Tier 1 beast. Seeing this, the bloodthirsty berserk bear went completely mad. It threw its head back and roared in fury. Hua Jing Ming smirked provocatively, lightning still flickering around his body. What's wrong? Getting angry because your minions are being killed one by one. He ran toward the last 1-horned rhino trembling in the distance, shouting, Don't rush, once I finish this last one, it'll be your turn. But surprise, surprise. That bloodthirsty berserk bear lunged right in front of him. This sudden move stunned Hua Jing Ming for a split second. He thought, not bad. Actually predicted my move. The bear slammed its paw down, shaking the whole area. The unlucky rhino got crushed in the blink of an eye. But by then, he'd already jumped high into the air. He stared straight at the bear, eyes sharp, a battle-hungry smirk curling his lips. Finally, no more small fry to get in the way. Let's see if that copper-hard fur of yours can handle this time's thunderous strike. He shot forward, turning into a streak of purple light. His spear, charged with the full power of an S-rank ability, thrust straight at the bloodthirsty berserk bear's head. A massive ball of lightning exploded. Blinding purple light swallowed everything. The force of the blast rippled out, creating a terrifying shockwave. The energy wave was so strong it violently shook the drone filming from above. Far away, Chu Mingyang's group had to hurriedly cover their faces against the terrifying pressure rolling over them. Meanwhile, in the central monitoring room, all the judges shot up from their seats. They stared in shock at the big screen, which was completely engulfed in blinding purple lightning. The chubby judge, sweat pouring down his forehead, couldn't hide his horror. He turned and screamed at Principal Zhao. Principal Zhao, you call this times an E-rank ability? You're kidding me. Right. Another judge in a gray suit chimed in, looking totally incredulous. Just that burst of energy wiped out a whole pack of high-tier rank 1 beasts. It could even go toe-to-toe with a boss. Even an A-rank ability might struggle to do that. An older judge with glasses scratched his head. Could it be a mutated ability? Principal Zhao smiled proudly, spreading his arms wide like he was introducing a superstar. Well, whatever it is, after today, all of Great Xia is going to be shaken by the name Hua Jing Ming. Back on the battlefield, the purple smoke slowly cleared. The bloodthirsty berserk bear staggered out. There was a scorched wound on its head from the lightning strike, but it hadn't collapsed yet. Seeing this, the bear let out a furious roar. Hua Jing Ming was knocked back by the pressure of the roar. As he flew backward, he thought in amazement. Seriously, that was just a flesh wound. Hua Jing Ming flipped in the air and landed lightly on his feet. He steadied himself, his eyes turning serious as he analyzed the opponent. Worthy of being a rare species of rank 2 beast. Impervious to weapons. And most importantly, it doesn't conduct electricity. With my current strength, trying to jump ranks and one-shot a bloodthirsty berserk bear. Yeah, that was a bit of a stretch. Seeming to sense the challenge, the bear began emitting a surging black aura. Its red eyes grew even more vicious. The black mist wrapped around its massive body, skyrocketing its power and rage. Hua Jing Ming's jaw dropped in surprise as he watched the transformation. What the? Wrapped in black aura, the giant bear charged like a runaway truck, flattening everything in its path. Its speed was unbelievable, shattering the ground beneath its feet into pieces. Hua Jing Ming had to keep retreating to avoid a head-on collision. He stabbed his spear into the ground to steady himself. He looked at the frenzied beast, a smirk of interest curling his lips. Triggering the berserk skill already. Looks like this bear really hates my guts. Note: berserk is a beast's combat skill, similar to human battle techniques. The bear stomped all 4 paws on the ground, causing a small tremor. It threw its head back and let out a crazed roar. Then it charged, its massive body like a moving mountain, aiming to crush Hua Jing Ming into bits. Hua Jing Ming stayed calm, quickly analyzing the situation. Amazing. After activating berserk mode, its physical strength really did shoot up. But in exchange, its already low intelligence is totally scrambled. It's just a killing machine acting on instinct now. First, avoid head-on clashes. Best bet is to use my agility to run circles around it. No sooner said than done. Hua Jing Ming immediately ducked, using his flexible movement technique to dodge the beast's swipes. He gripped his spear tight, purple lightning dancing along his arms again, looking for a chance to immobilize it. He slid under the bear's belly, the lightning from his spear grazing its thick fur. Finding an opening, he focused his lightning power into a single point, forming a small electric orb, and slammed it hard into the beast's hind leg. The giant bear lost its balance and crashed forward with a loud boom. Hua Jing Ming's eyes flashed with a deadly light. he growled. 9 heavens divine thunder. Strike, he raised his hand to the sky, summoning a massive bolt of purple lightning from the heavens. Blast it to hell, rumble. A gigantic pillar of purple lightning descended from the sky, engulfing the falling bear's entire body. Its destructive power shook the whole battlefield. The area was drowned in a sea of lightning. Purple electric arcs went wild, destroying everything in range. When the light faded, the giant bloodthirsty berserk bear lay motionless, its body scorched and smoking. Hua Jing Ming stood there, calmly looking at his handiwork. He watched the electricity still flickering on his fingers, a confident smirk on his face, bombarded by the purple divine thunder for over half a minute. No matter how thick your defense is, you couldn't possibly withstand that. Right, but suddenly, the giant beast's red pupils flashed with a final, vicious light. It let out a desperate roar, using every ounce of its remaining strength to open its bloody maw and lunge at Hua Jing Ming. Roar, but the final attack had lost all its power. The beast froze and went completely still. A notification popped up, paralyzed. Hua Jing Ming smiled dangerously, looking at the prey now in the palm of his hand. Time to end this. He raised his spear, and lightning flared up violently once more. He began charging his finishing move, Lightning Flash. His whole body was wrapped in powerful purple electric energy, his eyes glowing bright. With a burst of speed, he leaped into the air, channeling all his energy into the spear tip, and let out a final shout. Ha! A ball of lightning energy shot straight into the bear's head, causing a terrifying explosion. Boom zap. An energy tornado swept away everything nearby, leaving a scene of devastation. Crash. After the explosion, the bloodthirsty berserk bear lay motionless. A deep crater blasted into its body. A system notification popped up, officially confirming his victory. Killed low-tier rank, 2 beast bloodthirsty berserk bear. Ability points plus 24. Hua Jing Ming let out a long sigh of relief, leaning on his spear to stand up. Finally, dealing with this monster is over. I specifically upgraded the lightning wind skill from beginner to advanced. Its power definitely didn't let me down. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. It was only 2 short minutes, but this was the most exhilarating battle I've ever had. He stood tall amidst the ruined battlefield, eyes full of thought. I wonder how many points I'll get after wiping out all the beasts in the core zone. The night sky gradually brightened, signaling the martial arts exam was coming to an end. In the monitoring room, the final leaderboard appeared, leaving everyone dead silent. First place, Hua Jing Ming, 10,835 points. Jiangcheng High School number 2. Second place, Chu Mingyang, 1,103 points. Jiangcheng High School number 1. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points. Jiangcheng High School number 1. The whole room exploded. Over 10,000 points. That's unbelievable. The examiners and principals couldn't hide their excitement. Someone shouted, 10,000 points doesn't just break our Jiang City record. It smashes the record for the entire Jiangnan province. He's a genius among geniuses. Even last year's provincial top scorer only had over 8,000 points. Then, an examiner clearly declared, Hua Jing Ming has basically already secured the position of this year's provincial top scorer. Back on the desolate battlefield, Hua Jing Ming looked at his watch, his face full of calculation. Not much time left. He smiled confidently. I've already wiped out the beasts in the inner circle and the core zone. Next, I'll head back to the central area and scrape up whatever I can. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Saying that, he turned and dashed off like the wind, leaving the battlefield behind. Whoosh! Chu Mingyang's group was still in shock. Tong Qi stammered. Jing Ming. He actually managed to kill a Tier 2 Beast King. That's too unexpected. Chu Mingyang was confused. Why is he going back? His score is already miles ahead of first place. Why not end the exam early? What else does he want to do? Meng Jiao narrowed her eyes, watching Hua Jing Ming's retreating figure. She realized something. Look at his direction. It seems he's heading back to the central area. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through her mind, making her shudder. Wait. Don't tell me he's killed until his eyes turned red and wants to go back to clean up the rest of the battlefield. Chu Mingyang's whole group went pale upon hearing that. Chu Mingyang mumbled in fear. exterminating them all. He looked at his teammates, his voice full of panic and urgency. With Hua Jing Ming's speed, I'm afraid he can actually do it. If we don't move right now, in this last hour, we probably won't even get a single point. Our team up ends here. Hearing the declaration to disband, the group didn't need to be told twice. They immediately turned and scattered in all directions. Guys, I'm going one step ahead. Quick. Quick. Quick, Ming Jiao shouted as she ran. Looking back, you guys leave some points for me. 1 hour later, the sound of loudspeakers from surveillance drones echoed through the ruined city. The 2037 Jiang City Martial Arts exam has concluded. Killing beasts will no longer count for points. Candidates, please return immediately. Hearing the announcement, Tang Qi, panting heavily and exhausted, wiped the sweat from her forehead. She let out a sigh of relief. It's over elsewhere. Other candidates were also exhausted. Someone shouted in regret. Why is it over already? I was just one beast short, just one more would have been enough. Meanwhile, others rejoiced at surviving. That was too dangerous. I made it. I actually made it. In stark contrast to everyone else, Hua Jing Ming stood amidst a sea of beast corpses, looking a bit regretful. It ended that quickly. What a pity. I haven't had enough fun yet. At the exit gate of the exam site, candidates gathered one by one under the supervision of security forces and drones. Amidst the tired crowd, Meng Jiao scanned around until her gaze landed somewhere. She hurriedly pulled Tang Qi's arm, asking urgently, Qi, is that Hua Jing Ming really your cousin? Tang Qi looked helpless. Oh my god. Girl, you've asked 3 times already. It's him. It's really him. Meng Jiao immediately switched to a cutesy, whining tone, shaking Tang Qi. Then, my good sister, hurry up and give me your cousin's contact info. Okay, I'm begging you. Tang Qi crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. Didn't you say you weren't interested yesterday? Well, now I have to reconsider. Meng Jiao hurriedly pleaded. The past is the past. Today he's the top scorer. I'm begging you. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the exit, causing a commotion. A girl was shoved down. Look, is that Hua Jing Ming coming out? All the candidates immediately pushed and shoved to get a look at the top scorer. Where, bros? Don't push. Let me see first. Ouch. Amidst the chaos, Hua Jing Ming appeared with a calm expression, the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a confident smile. As he stepped out, the crowd immediately surrounded him, cheering endlessly. Hua Jing Ming. Congratulations. Look over here, Hua Jing Ming. Can you spare me 100 points? Suddenly, Chu Mingyang and Wu Hao stepped forward, blocking the crowd and facing Hua Jing Ming. Chu Mingyang looked at Wu Hao and said with regret, this spot was originally yours. Wu Hao smiled calmly. Who could have known school number 2 would hide such a monster? With my strength, getting this score is already enough for me. The principal hurriedly led a portly middle-aged man over. Student Hua Jing Ming, congratulations. Let me introduce you. This is Director Zhao from the Department of Education. You won't need to take the bus home. The director said he wants to personally drive you back. Hua Jing Ming glanced at the frenzied crowd, thinking to himself, that works. If I take the bus now, the ride definitely won't be peaceful. Inside the luxury car, Director Zhao smiled and asked, Student Jing Ming, have you thought about which ability university you'll attend? Hua Jing Ming answered honestly. Lately, I've been wholeheartedly focused on improving my strength. I really haven't thought about which ability university to enter. Director Zhao nodded. With your results, getting into any university in the country won't be a problem. But while there are hundreds of colleges in the country, half of the high-level ability users graduated from the big 3 universities. I'd like to recommend these 3. First is the Capital Ability University, located in the center of Great Sha, directly under the government. After graduation, you can directly join the state apparatus. The current 9th rank National Guardian also graduated from there. Second is the Demon Capital Ability University, located in the bustling port city. They can provide excellent resources, and they have many elite clubs, making it more suitable for individuals pursuing the peak. Finally, there's the Jincheng Ability University. It has a history of over 200 years, possesses many ancient legacies, and has a powerful faculty. All three of these schools possess top-tier secret ability cultivation methods that are never shared with outsiders. They are the holy lands that countless people dream of entering. Hua Jing Ming asked curiously. I know that the awakened need to practice training methods to evolve into espers. But what exactly are these top-tier ability cultivation methods? Director Zhao explained in detail. Let me put it this way. Ability training methods are also divided into tiers. With a basic training method, most awakened take 3 to 4 years to advance and become espers. But with a top-tier cultivation method, an awakened can evolve into an esper in just half a year. He patted Hua Jing Ming's shoulder, reassuring him, Don't worry. With your results, you'll definitely qualify for a special direct admission. When that time comes, even the top 3 universities will offer you generous conditions. You just need to choose based on what you really want. Hua Jing Ming nodded, his path already clear in his mind. I understand. Thank you so much. Daft. The next day, Hua Jing Ming stood under the shower, the cold water washing away the fatigue from the intense exam. As soon as he finished, he opened his system panel to check his ability points, had reached 2,534. He told himself that 2,534 ability points should be enough to last him until he entered the ability university. He threw a towel over his shoulder, thinking, I wonder if there are any beast hunting competitions after I get into uni. If not, I'll have to put visiting the wilderness back on my schedule. At that same moment, Tang Chi and a beautiful middle-aged woman arrived at his front door. Tang Chi wondered aloud, why is the lock broken? Then, a mischievous idea popped into her head. How about we sneak in and give Jing Ming a big surprise? They gently pushed the door open and walked in. The woman called out happily. Jing Ming, Hua Jing Ming, had just walked out of his room wrapped in a towel. Hearing the voice, he jumped in terror. Auntie cousin, why are you guys here? Xu Qingwan and Tang Chi were stunned, blushing as they turned away. Tang Chi stammered, pointing at his state. Hua Jing Ming, what the hell are you doing? He hurriedly covered himself, shouting, Hey, can you blame me for this? Xu Qingwan looked at the messy house. I haven't been here in a few days. How did the house turn into such a pigsty? Hua Jing Ming looked at his aunt, a warm feeling rising in his chest. Years ago, when my parents first passed away, it was Auntie who stayed by my side day and night, taking care of me. She gave me the warmth of a family and fulfilled the duties of a guardian, sometimes even making me her special bamboo shoot stir-fry. Xu Qingwan looked at him affectionately. Little Ming. Xu Qingwan sat down, asking gently, I don't understand much about martial arts exams. But when I heard you signed up, I was worried for a long time. Now seeing that you're safe, I can finally rest easy. The results don't matter, even if you didn't pass. It's okay. Hua Jing Ming asked in surprise. Cousin didn't tell you, Tang Chi winked playfully, leaning close to his ear. I thought it would be better if you told my mom yourself, Hua Jing Ming said to her somewhat shyly. Auntie, I actually didn't do too bad this time. I scored over 10,000 points. Hearing that number, Xu Qingwan, who was drinking water, spat it all out in sheer shock. Still reeling, she asked with a trembling voice. How much? You're not lying to me, are you? Tang Chi quickly helped steady her mother, explaining. Mom, it's true. Cousin Jing Ming scored 11,124 points. Xu Qingwan was completely dumbfounded, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she had just heard. A moment later, she burst into happy tears, hugging Hua Jing Ming tightly. Our Xu family finally has a successor. Your parents in heaven must be so proud of you. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the top ability universities, a woman was presenting a profile on a special candidate, Hua Jing Ming, 18 years old, natural awakened, weak lightning type, rank awakened. An examiner immediately declared, if these results are real, we must have this student. But the person next to him was skeptical. But based solely on his talent and rank on paper, it's fundamentally impossible to achieve this score. In another meeting room, the argument was even more heated. Look at his combat performance. There is absolutely no way that's an E rank ability. That power is at least A rank. Maybe even S rank, another person retorted. Jiangcheng is some god-forsaken backwater. How could a top scorer come from there? Who's to say he didn't cheat? Impersonation. Performance-enhancing drugs, it's not impossible. Just as the argument reached its peak, a commanding voice rang out. All right. Stop arguing. The woman in charge slammed her hand on the table, making the final decision. Temporarily list Hua Jing Ming for an S-rank special directed mission. As for whether the results are real, I will personally go to Jiangcheng to investigate. A few days later, Hua Jing Ming received a text message from the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education candidate Hua Jing Ming from Jiangcheng. The Jiangnan Province Martial Arts exam rankings have been released. Your rank is number 1 in Jiangnan Province. Total score 11,124 points. Looking at the phone screen, Hua Jing Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He sat in the training room, clenched his fist, and shouted in pure joy. Rank 1, top scorer of Jiangnan, I did it. Immediately after, news about him exploded on social media with sensational headlines: the absolute dark horse, provincial top scorer from Jiangcheng, first ever awakened top scorer. E-rank ability, talent, or blood, sweat, and tears. Accompanying these were countless skeptical comments. Aren't top scorers usually high-ranking espers? An awakened can be the top scorer. An E-rank is number 1, if that's real. I'll eat my keyboard right here. Wait upstairs. I'm going to find his exam video right now. Facing the pressure of public opinion, reporters pointed their microphones at the principal, Principal Zhao. Facing the online questioning of student Xu's results. Do you have anything to say? Many people are doubting the authenticity of the score. Please give us an explanation. Principal Zhao. Principal Zhao declared clearly before the cameras. Our school's official website has uploaded Hua Jing Ming's exam video. Everyone can verify the truth immediately. The fairness of the high school martial arts exam cannot be doubted. The reporters immediately pulled out their phones to watch. And they were all stunned. My God. One spear shot pierced right through a one-horned rhino. This strength is beyond even a first-stage esper. It looks like a reinforcement type ability. No. Wait. He's a lightning type. You're telling me this power is an E-rank ability, and he's really just an awakened. Principal Zhao stood on the podium, proclaiming proudly. The exam video is the proof. Student Xu's results are 100% real. He is the very first student from Jiangcheng to secure the title of provincial top scorer. The dedication he has shown makes him all the more worthy of this reward. He holds up a giant novelty check worth 1 million yuan. Congratulations to student Hua Jing Ming for claiming the top spot in the martial arts exam. We are specially awarding him 1 million yuan. This includes the cash prize and a grand gift package containing ability training methods. Awarded to student Xu by the City Department of Education. The city government will also be awarding a cash prize equivalent to the value of a luxury villa within the city. Meanwhile, reporters are shouting, scrambling to snap photos for the front page. In a hidden corner, a female investigator and her associates are observing the ceremony. She remarks coldly, even though Jiangcheng released the footage of Hua Jing Ming's martial arts exam, that doesn't necessarily mean he didn't use performance-enhancing drugs. The most critical thing is to determine Hua Jing Ming's true times ability rank. On stage, the principal whispers to the person next to him. Why hasn't the star of the show arrived yet? The other person replies. I just called him. He said he's training at the dojo. He'll be here any minute. The principal starts, then forces an awkward laugh. The exam is over. Yet he's still training. This new top scorer is truly different from the rest of us. Haha. The scene shifts to the principal's reception room, where he is trembling as he serves tea to 3 distinguished and uninvited guests, 3 respected teachers. Please, have some tea. One of the guests, a man dressed in ancient traditional clothing, gently waves his hand to decline. The principal breaks out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, as expected of high-tier ability users who have seen blood, this aura they radiate is enough to make my heart pound and my legs shake. He looks fearfully at the 3 authoritative guests. Each has a unique style, yet all emit an oppressive pressure. He has only one thought in his head. These people aren't going to start a fight in here, are they? The female investigator speaks first, breaking the silence. She is introduced as Zhang Chaoyu, the director of admissions for Magic City Ability University. You two. It feels like it's been a long time since we gathered like this. Hasn't it? Which genius are you setting your sights on this time? The beautiful woman in the cheongsam, Su Yun, Director of Admissions for Qingjing Ability University, smiles and replies, Ms. Zhang, there's no need to beat around the bush. As long as Hua Jing Ming's results are genuine, our Qingjing University is definitely taking him. Hearing this, the man in traditional garb, Wulan, head of admissions for Jincheng Ability University, gives a scornful laugh. Haha, Su Yun. On what grounds do you claim him so easily? I could just as easily say that our Jincheng University has already secured him. Zhang Chaoyue sighs, thinking to herself, as expected, to recruit a provincial top scorer directly. A fierce battle with teachers from other schools is unavoidable. Just then, the door bursts open. Hua Jing Ming, tall and imposing, with a long spear resting on his shoulder, strides in confidently and greets them. Hello, teachers. His appearance immediately captures the attention of all three admissions officers. The tense atmosphere suddenly settles. Zhang Chaoyue narrows her eyes, assessing him with silent praise. Not bad. His spirit is full. Man and spear as one. It seems he hasn't slacked off even after the exam. Moreover, under the pressure of three high-tier ability users, he doesn't show the slightest waver. The principal hurriedly steps forward. Allow me to make the introductions. This is the Director of Admissions for Magic City Ability University, Ms. Zhang. This is the Director of Admissions for Qingjing Ability University, Ms. Su. And this is the Head of Admissions for Jincheng Ability University, Mr. Wu. Zhang Chaoyue smiles amicably. Let's get straight to the point. Student Shu, we have all watched the footage of your martial arts exam. Your practical combat ability is very strong, and your fighting techniques are truly astonishing. She looks him straight in the eye, her expression serious as she probes. However, I have a question. Your ability doesn't seem to be the E-rank weak electricity you originally registered. Would you mind explaining the specific situation? Hearing the question, Hua Jing Ming thinks, I knew they'd ask about this. He replies calmly. Before the high school entrance exam, while I was training at home, I was struck by natural lightning. After that, I realized my ability had become much stronger. Hearing this, both Mr. Wu and Ms. Su come to the same conclusion. That sounds like a mutated ability. Zhang Chaoyue nods and pulls out a glowing, disc-shaped device. Student Shu, perhaps you don't yet know exactly what your ability has mutated into. Do you? It just so happens I brought an ability testing device. Come over here and give it a try. She holds the tester out to Hua Jing Ming. Just channel your ability into it. Hua Jing Ming places his hand on the tester. Instantly, a violent surge of purple lightning erupts from his hand, channeling straight into the device. Ms. Su Yun, standing nearby, is startled. What ferocious lightning! Even I feel my heart racing a little. Currents of electricity race around the tester, and the results quickly appear. Ability check complete. This ability is Purple Divine Lightning. Rank. But before the rank can be displayed, the tester suddenly starts making strange creaking noises. Creak. Rank. Creak. Boom times. The small testing device, unable to withstand the massive surge of energy, explodes into pieces right in Zhang Chaoyue's hand. The sudden blast sends purple sparks flying everywhere. Hua Jing Ming and Zhang Chaoyue hurriedly jump back. The principal, standing nearby, screams in panic. What is going on, Mr. Wu and Miss Su stand up, their faces filled with shock but also excitement. Mr. Wu speaks up. Well, that confirms it. To overload a portable tester like that, his rank must be at least S-class. Zhang Chaoyue looks at Hua Jing Ming with shining eyes, smiling with deep satisfaction. I wasn't wrong. This time, I've bet on a real treasure. Immediately, Mr. Wu loses his composure and shouts to gain the advantage. Student Shu, our Jincheng University, will offer an entrance scholarship of 4 million yuan and a full set of C-45 university-grade gear. All ability training methods and combat skills will be completely free. Hearing that offer, Ms. Su Yun glances over with contempt. You dare offer so little? She turns to Hua Jing Ming with a much more attractive proposal. Student Shu, If you come to Qingjing, your entrance scholarship will be 6 million yuan. For all 4 years of university, equipment, training methods, and combat skills are yours to choose all free. How does that sound? This lavish offer leaves Hua Jing Ming stunned. That is incredibly generous. Seeing the other 2 schools place their bids, Zhang Chaoyue smiles confidently. Magic City Ability University won't just match their scholarships and equipment. Whatever they can give, we can give too, without missing a single thing. On top of that, every year, we will provide you with a portion of S-class cultivation resources. This offer delivers a massive shock. Both Mr. Vu and Miss Su cry out in disbelief. S-rank cultivation resources. Hua Jing Ming asked blankly. What exactly is that? Trung Trier Nuit began to explain. You know about the dragon tribe beasts, don't you? Beasts that are born powerful and look similar to dragons are all collectively known as the dragon species, she continued. These beasts are born at tier 4 or 5, far surpassing other species. Finally, she played her ace card. Included in the S-rank resources is heartblood taken from a dragon species beast that was 80% mature. After consuming the dragon blood, your physique will be massively enhanced, giving you physical strength comparable to a dragon species beast. Every single part of the S-rank resources is on the level of that dragon blood. Hearing this, even Miss Tovan had to exclaim in jealousy. You're making it sound so good that even I'm tempted. Your motto university really is filthy rich. Mr. Ngo looked completely defeated. S-rank resources are usually reserved for elite seniors. Yet she's willing to give them to a freshman. There's absolutely no way we can compete with that. Afterward, all 3 admissions officers looked at Hua Jing Ming in unison. Ms. Tovan asked, All right, it's time for you to make a decision. We represent the 3 top universities. Which one do you choose? Without a moment of hesitation, Hua Jing Ming smiled confidently and declared clearly, I choose Motto, University of Superpowers. He thought to himself, Motto University not only offered the best conditions, but from what I've researched, their combat training level is also the highest. In the University League tournaments over the past few years, half of the champions came from Motto. After speaking, he politely bowed to thank the other 2 examiners. I also want to thank you both for your favor. As Mr. Ngo and Miss To left in disappointment, Trung Trio Nuet smiled with satisfaction. A vermilion invitation letter with dragon and tiger patterns flew out from her hand. She solemnly handed the invitation to Hua Jing Ming. Student, Hua Jing Ming. We look forward to having you. The admission date for freshmen is usually the 1st of the month. But since you're a special direct recruit, you can register early. We'll provide a dormitory for you. Hua Jing Ming took the invitation, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. He asked, Can I read the superpower training methods and combat skills in the school library beforehand? Trung Trio Wet replied without hesitation. No problem. She took out a business card and handed it to him. The school library can provide you with a private study room where no one will disturb you. Here is my contact information. Just give me a call when you get to Motto. Hua Jing Ming held the invitation, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. Motto, University of Superpowers. I can't wait to go and register. A few days later. At the train station, the loudspeaker announced, Train G91 to Motto is about to begin ticket inspection. Train G91 to Motto is about to begin ticket inspection. Standing on the platform, Hua Jing Ming's uncle, Mr. Dung Dao Lum, wrapped his arm around his wife and said emotionally, Oh my. The boy has finally grown up. His aunt was teary-eyed. Little Min is going to skyrocket to success this time. Uncle Duong turned to his daughter. That's right. Kiki. You've started registering your university preferences recently too, haven't you? Since your cousin Kan Min is going to Motto University of Superpowers, you should try to choose a university near Motto as well. That way, you two can look after each other. Duong Ki listened to her parents, feeling a bit conflicted inside. She lowered her head and replied, Mom. Dad. I know. On the high-speed train, Hua Jing Ming looked out the window and told himself, Still 6 hours until the station. I might as well review the superpower training method. Among the rewards from the high school exam, the most important one is this heaven forging technique. A superpower training method. He recalled what he already knew. Asterisk. Just like superpowers, training methods also have different ranks. They are divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Asterisk. The higher the rank, the faster the cultivation speed. Asterisk. He held the manual in his hand and began to focus. Asterisk. This is an intermediate superpower forging technique. With my current 180 points of spiritual power, it only took half a day to memorize the entire content. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy in the air. Asterisk. According to the manual, there exists a special kind of energy between heaven and earth. Asterisk. I followed its method, and on the very first day, I could already sense this special energy flow. He continued to ponder as the train sped along. At the same time, a prompt to level up appeared on the system panel. Asterisk. But I don't plan to level up right now. Asterisk. Because according to the records, when transforming from an awakener to a superpower user, using a higher ranked training method to break through yields greater benefits. Asterisk. I'll wait until I get to university. I'll be able to read top-tier training methods there. So naturally, I won't waste this opportunity on an intermediate technique. 6 hours later, upon arriving in Mado, Hua Jing Ming couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the sheer size of the school. Good heavens. Just the school gate is 100 meters wide. I can't imagine how magnificent it is inside. A red sports car pulled up beside him, and Chung Chung Wiat poked her head out. Student Hua Jing Ming. Welcome to registration. Hello. Ms. Trung. Hop in. I'll take you to complete the admission procedures first. Sitting in the car, she introduced the school while driving. So, what do you think? Our motto, University of Superpowers, is magnificent, isn't it? It covers an area of 40,000 mu, totaling 26 square kilometers. That's an average of over 2,600 square meters per person. Those visiting students can walk all day and still not see it all. Hua Jing Ming looked at the magnificent scenery outside and couldn't help but exclaim to himself. Asterisk. Hearing about it 100 times isn't as good as seeing it once. After completing the procedures, she handed him a card. Take this. It's your student ID and all-purpose card. Just swipe it to enter the dormitory. Hua Jing Ming looked at the card and thought, Asterisk. University dorms. In my past life, I studied all the way to a PhD, so I've seen plenty of them. Asterisk. There were 4-person rooms, single rooms, and even suites with a living room for doctoral students. But when he stood in front of a luxurious villa, he couldn't help but be stunned. Asterisk. But using an entire luxury villa as a dormitory. That, I have never seen before. Chung Chung-wiet smiled and explained. At our school, every student lives in a villa. The number of rooms and the level of luxury vary. As the top scorer of the province, you get the most luxurious type, with a total area of over 800 square meters. But you don't need to worry about being lonely. The villa is for 2 people, with an upper and lower floor. You and your roommate will each have 1 floor. Hua Jing Ming dragged his suitcase up the steps. Asterisk. A 2-person dorm isn't bad. It's better than being alone. Anyway. Asterisk. Both before and after transmigrating, I was an orphan. I still prefer the cozy, social atmosphere of a 4-person room. Asterisk. Walking inside, he sat down on the sofa. Zhang Zhaoye said, all admission procedures are complete. Next, I'll walk you through a few places you need to pay special attention to. Please go ahead. She raised 2 fingers. There are mainly 2 key points, the credit system and the private mentor system. She began explaining the first point. First, let's talk about the credit system. At Mado University, credits are everything. Whether it's dining, buying gear, or purchasing rare resources, you need credits to do it. The purchasing power of 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 Great Sia dollars, she continued. There are many ways to earn credits. One way is a fixed distribution based on your rankings each semester. Take you for example. Your ranking upon admission is S rank, so you can receive 100 credits this year. Saying that, she called out, Eve, come out and receive this. A metal sphere flew out, and a mechanical voice resounded. Student Hua Jing Ming. Current credits, 100. She introduced. This is the artificial intelligence equipped for every dorm room. Eve. Eve's main body is the school's high-level super AI. The one in the dorm is just a copy. Although it's a copy, it meets the standards of a level 4 AI. It's more than enough to assist with daily life. Hua Jing Ming couldn't help but be amazed. Just a copy is already a level 4 AI. The development of AI technology on this blue planet is way more advanced than in my previous life. Zhang Zhao Yue moved on to the second point. The second thing to note is our school's private mentor system. Every student can choose a teacher they admire to request mentorship, asking them to become their private tutor. Of course, the teacher has to agree to it. Hua Jing Ming wondered. Private mentor system. Can a freshman like me really get one-on-one guidance from a teacher? She nodded. That's right. Our school's teachers are all high-level ability users. Almost every one of them has exclusive combat techniques and training methods that aren't taught publicly. You can only learn them after becoming their student. She looked at Hua Jing Ming and offered a recommendation. Mado has a total of 4 lightning element instructors. Among them, the dean of the weaponry school, Mr. Yang Zentian, is my top recommendation for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Jing Ming ordered the AI, Eve, to search for Yang Zentian's information. Immediately, a blue light screen projected from the metal sphere, displaying the details. Yang Zentian, age 52. Dean of the Weaponry School at Mado University. Level 7 ability user. Possesses the A-rank lightning element ability, Wind Fire Thunder. Proficient in spears, broadswords, longswords, and other weapons. Most skilled with the long spear. Nickname Thunder Spear. He once fought a level 8 beast in the wilderness zone for 3 days and 3 nights, finally killing it single-handedly. At the same time, Miss Zhang displayed the information of the other 3 teachers on another screen. Then she told him, the info for the other 3 is also listed here. 2 are from the elemental school. The other one is in the weaponry school but mainly uses a long sword. The final choice is up to you. Hua Jing Ming smiled confidently, his gaze never leaving Yang Zentian's profile. He thought to himself, lightning element. Specialty is also the spear. This Dean Yang is definitely my best choice for a mentor. The next morning, following the directions, Hua Jing Ming went to the faculty housing area. Just as he was about to knock, a voice spoke from behind. You here to find a mentor? Wait. You're still just an awakener. A special admission student, Hua Jing Ming nodded calmly. Yeah. The surprise on the young man's face grew more obvious. Usually, special admission students are at least Tier 1 upper or middle rank. I didn't expect a basic awakener to get special admission this year. The young man walked down and introduced himself in a friendly manner. I'm from the weaponry school. Ah, wait. I'm a 3rd year now. Student number 53. Tan Ming-young. Hua Jing Ming also replied politely. Hua Jing Ming. 1st year freshman. Just registered today. Hearing this, Tan Ming-young was surprised once again. Just registered and you already know the ropes about finding a mentor. You're pretty sharp. Kid. Usually, freshmen have to wait until after the freshman assembly to figure this stuff out. Seeing Hua Jing Ming look puzzled, he asked, Freshman assembly. Tan Ming-yang raised a finger and explained patiently. The freshman assembly is a tradition at our school. It's usually held 3 or 4 days after official registration. When that happens, all the teachers in the school will come to observe. Freshmen who perform well will be fought over by the different schools, or even directly accepted by teachers as private students. He looked at Hua Jing Ming with a bit of pity. Of course, as a special recruit, it's not impossible for you to try finding a mentor early, but wanting to apprentice under the dean right after enrolling, even for a special recruit, the odds are like winning the lottery. I'm afraid you're just wasting your time. Hua Jing Ming smiled politely. Thanks for explaining. Senior, are you also here to ask Mr. Yang for mentorship? Hearing this question, Tan Ming-young's face fell, and he spread his hands helplessly. He sighed. Yeah. For the past half year, I've run over here I don't know how many times. But I get blocked at the door every single time. I'm about to give up. But I just can't accept it yet. Just then, a heavy creaking sound rang out as the massive ironwood gates slowly opened. Tan Mingyang was startled, his mouth gaping as he looked inside. A middle-aged man dressed in a butler's uniform stepped out and welcomed them with a bright smile. "Welcome. You two, Master Yang is already waiting inside. Please, follow me." Tan Mingyang was completely dumbfounded. He pointed at himself, stammering in his thoughts. Weird. The last few times I came, the butler was never this enthusiastic. And Mr. Yang is actually waiting inside personally. Do I actually have a shot today? Following the butler inside, Hua Jing Ming and Tan Mingyang saw a man with graying hair and a beard sitting with his back to them. A calm yet majestic aura radiated from him, making the air feel like it had frozen solid. When the man slowly turned around, his gaze swept over them like a sharp hawk's eye. Hua Jing Ming immediately felt immense pressure. He was secretly terrified. What a powerful aura. This is the dean of the weaponry school, the one known as the Thunder Spear. Level 7 ability user Yang Zhentian. Dean Yang ignored Tan Mingyang. His eyes stopped on Hua Jing Ming. You must be Hua Jing Ming. Right. Director Zhang Zhaoyue already told me about you. Follow me. I'm taking you to the training room. I've watched the video of your martial arts exam. Your combat ability is indeed very strong, and your spear technique has reached a high level. But before anything else, I want to see your S-rank ability with my own eyes. The Violet Divine Lightning. Hua Jing Ming nodded firmly. Understood. He took a deep breath, slowly raising both hands to his chest. Arcs of purple electricity began to flash, dancing around his body and emitting a powerful crackling sound. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Hua Jing Ming released all his energy, sending countless streaks of purple lightning shooting out in all directions, turning the entire training room into a violent sea of thunder. Standing amidst the storm of electric light, Dean Yang didn't flinch in the slightest. On the contrary, a smile of pure interest bloomed on his face. His eyes lit up brilliantly. This is the S-rank ability, Violet Divine Lightning. He assessed silently in his heart, sensing the fundamental difference in quality. Even though I also possess the Wind and Fire True Lightning ability, the gap in origin between A rank and S rank is simply impossible to bridge. If this kid is polished with all my heart, his future achievements might not necessarily lose to mine. As the lightning gradually faded, Dean Yang looked straight at Hua Jing Ming, his voice full of authority. Hua Jing Ming, with your potential, becoming my disciple is naturally not a problem. But then his gaze turned stern, and he raised his index finger in warning. However, I have roamed this world for half my life. I have many friends, but my enemies are not few either. If you become my disciple, you will inevitably be affected. Enemies might even make a move on you. I wonder if you are still willing, Thud, without a shred of hesitation. Hua Jing Ming immediately knelt on one knee. His action decisive and powerful. He raised his head, eyes burning with determination, hands clasped in the formal salute of apprenticeship, and declared clearly, "This disciple is willing. What I crave most is to become a high-tier awakener who matures through storms of blood and wind. The more enemies Master has, the more it proves just how powerful your combat strength is." Hearing this answer, Dean Yang threw his head back and laughed aloud, his hearty laughter echoing throughout the room. Good, good, good. From today on, you are my 32nd disciple, and also my very first S-rank disciple. Yang Zhentian waved his hand to signal him. Stand up. He took out some manuals, handed them to Hua Jing Ming, and said, "This is the top-tier cultivation method, the extreme ability forging method, and a body-tempering combat art created by your master, Thunder Realm Indestructible Body." Hua Jing Ming took the blue manual, his heart shaken. It's actually a body-tempering combat art that strengthens the physique. Compared to common combat arts like the Lightning Gale Breaker, this is far too precious, Yang Zhentian explained. There is no need to say much about the ability cultivation method. It is one of the only 3 top-tier cultivation methods in the school. The key point is this body-tempering art, the Thunder Realm Indestructible Body. It is my life's work, certified by both the Thunder Realm Martial Hall and the Violent Thunder Martial Hall. He looked at Hua Jing Ming and finished the sentence. Rank S. Hua Jing Ming immediately gasped in shock. An S-rank combat art, a diagram of combat art classifications flashed in his mind. From the lowest F rank to the highest triple S rank. and the Thunder Realm indestructible body was sitting at S rank, just like ability levels. Combat arts are also divided into ranks. The higher the rank, the harder the cultivation. But the ultimate power of the combat art is also stronger. He looked at his master with disbelief. Most level 7 awakeners who can create an A-rank combat art are already considered very impressive. But Teacher Yang didn't just create an S-rank art. It's even the type related to the mysteries of the body, which is the most complex. His martial talent is truly terrifyingly high. Yang Zentian continued speaking about the cultivation conditions. This Thunder Realm indestructible body is only suitable for lightning element awakeners. It has a total of 13 layers. With every advancement, the body will undergo a corresponding transformation. However, if you want to cultivate it, you must first become an awakener. He crossed his arms and gave his first instruction to his disciple. Go now. Wait until you have used the extreme ability forging method to advance. Then come find me again. At that time, Master will personally help you build the foundation for the Thunder Realm indestructible body. Hua Jing Ming bowed his head in thanks. Thank you, Master, he thought to himself. As expected, having a master to guide me is much better. Otherwise, relying only on myself, who knows how many detours I would have taken. As Hua Jing Ming turned around, Yang Zentian looked at his retreating back and spoke with a voice full of expectation. I have only cultivated the Thunder Realm indestructible body to the 10th layer. I still haven't been able to advance through the remaining 3 layers. If I cannot climb to the peak of a level 9 martial saint in this life, then you are the greatest hope to verify this technique. Yang Zentian's eyes grew deep. Because according to my speculation, when cultivated to the final layer, the body can achieve eternal indestructibility. Hua Jing Ming left the room with determination. Reaching the door, he saw Tan Mingyang sitting on the steps, holding his head in defeat. He walked over and asked, Senior, what's wrong with you? Tan Mingyang lifted his bruised and swollen face, speaking dejectedly. Sigh. Don't mention it. Did you see that student in the guest room earlier? That was Dean Yang's disciple. Senior Liu. Senior Liu's standards for apprenticeship. Even if I tried my best, I couldn't even reach 1% of his combat power. I'm afraid I have no hope in this lifetime. He turned to Hua Jing Ming, assuming the boy was in the same boat. Right. You failed too. Didn't you, Dean? Yang's door isn't that easy to enter. Do you need me to pass on some experience? Hua Jing Ming replied calmly. No need. Senior, I already passed. Tan Mingyang's eyes widened, his mouth stammering in shock. What? You actually succeeded. I've never heard of a dean-level teacher accepting a freshman before the freshman assembly. He jumped up, staring after Hua Jing Ming as he walked away, his mind full of questions. Could he be the principal's son, but he doesn't look like it? Just who on earth is he? The scene shifted to Hua Jing Ming's dormitory. In the training room on the 2nd floor, he was sitting cross-legged, circulating his energy to cultivate. Hua Jing Ming opened his eyes, feeling the difference. No wonder it's a top-tier ability forging method. The elemental sensitivity is so much higher than the intermediate method. His eyes flashed with decisiveness. Since I've mastered this forging method, there's no need to cultivate step by step anymore. I'll just add points to level up directly. A system panel appeared before him. He looked at the line Awakener with a plus sign and commanded it to add points for the upgrade. Boom. The energy around him suddenly became chaotic, surging violently. Hua Jing Ming gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as his body was reconstructed. Urgh. He gripped his shirt tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Boom, a pillar of purple-white light exploded from his body, spreading throughout the training room. As the light faded, Hua Jing Ming knelt on one knee. Panting heavily, a notification panel appeared. Awakener. Level 1. Lower tier. He muttered. Phew. I broke through. He slowly stood up, raising his hand to observe the arcs of purple-blue electricity, much stronger than before, dancing on his arm. Hua Jing Ming clenched his fist, feeling the new power. No wonder this is a top-tier ability training method. I can actually feel the energy in my body, and my powers have jumped 4 or 5 times over. If I ran into that tier 2 bloodthirsty bear again, I wouldn't even need my spear. My Thunder Realm alone would probably be enough to kill it. He summoned his status panel, unable to hide his delight. It makes sense why every awakened wants high-level cultivation techniques. If I'd used the heavenly forging method to break through, my vitality and spirit would have only gone up by 30 or 40 points. But now they shot up by nearly 100 in one go. The difference is just massive. Hua Jing Ming stood in the training room, doing the math. Leveling up only cost him 3 million ability points. He still had plenty left over to save for learning combat skills later. He looked at the blue manual on the table, eyes full of anticipation. Take this times Thunder Realm Indestructible Body times manual. For instance, it's even more important than the training method itself. Truly worthy of being an S-rank combat skill. As the power increases, the point consumption goes up too. No telling how long it'll take to fully master it. The scene shifted to the front of Dean Yang's mansion, and a caption appeared, Day 2. Inside, Yang Zhentian looked at Hua Jing Ming with utter shock on his face. So fast. He stroked his beard, still reeling from the shock. I've taught in the demonic capital for 20 years and seen countless geniuses. Even the best among the best took quite a while to complete their first transformation into an awakened, but it hasn't even been 24 hours since you received the manual. Hua Jing Ming scratched his head and said modestly, I suppose my leveling speed is something I can be a little proud of. But, cultivating your times, Thunder Realm Indestructible Body *. Master. The introductory foundation training really stumped me. Hearing this, Yang Zhentian crossed his arms and explained, Oh. That. Foundation training involves using a thunder-type beast as a catalyst. You use your own lightning ability to temper your muscles and bones, and the final strength of the indestructible body is directly tied to the rank of the thunder beast's blood essence used during that initial training. He stood up, speaking with a sense of duty. Since you've successfully leveled up, today I will help you forge the foundation for your times Thunder Realm Indestructible Body *. He revealed his preparations. High-tier thunder beasts are extremely rare. Originally, I prepared the blood essence of a Tier 7 storm bear that I killed myself years ago. However, I heard from Zhang Chao Yue that you're entitled to one S-rank resource each year. So, I took the liberty of combining that with what I had. I exchanged them with the principal for an SS rank resource. An image of a ferocious lightning dragon appeared alongside a vial of blood essence. The blood essence of a Tier 8 times Thunder Tyrant Dragon *. Hua Jing Ming took the vial, deeply moved. Master, I can't believe you and the principal would go to such lengths for me. This kindness is overwhelming. I swear I'll repay it tenfold in the future. Yang Zhentian placed a hand on his shoulder, his gaze serious. It's good that you have such a heart, but we shouldn't delay. Let's begin immediately. In the training room on the second floor, Hua Jing Ming was shirtless. Yang Zhentian poured the glowing red blood essence directly onto him. He gritted his teeth. Yang Zhentian warned him. Endure it. The blood of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon is essentially a deadly poison to low-level awakened. Extreme pain is normal. His hands gathered a blazing red current. Next, I'll use my Windfire True Lightning to forge your indestructible body foundation. How much you can absorb depends entirely on you. Boom, he slammed a lightning-charged palm onto the top of Hua Jing Ming's head. Glowing red veins popped out all over his body like a spiderweb. Hua Jing Ming threw his head back and screamed in agonizing pain. Outside, Senior Brother Lu was drinking tea with the butler. Uncle Fu, this is the 5th day. Isn't it? This new junior brother Hua has way more endurance than I expected. He took a sip of tea, sighing with emotion. Man, comparing yourself to others really is enough to drive you crazy. Back then, I only lasted 2 days before I couldn't take it anymore. And I was only using the blood essence of a low-tier level 7 beast. Junior brother Hua's performance is truly worthy of that Tier 8 dragon blood. He smiled expectantly. Combined with his S-rank lightning ability, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing his Thunder Realm Indestructible Body. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy crashed down from the floor above. Senior brother Lu jumped up and sprinted upstairs. He succeeded. He carefully cracked the door open to peek inside. Hua Jing Ming stood in the center of the room, eyes glowing red. His body was wrapped in purple and black lightning, projecting a violent aura straight at him. Senior brother Lu broke out in a cold sweat. Terrified. That pressure felt like a top-tier beast. It made him shudder without being cold. Suddenly, Hua Jing Ming lunged forward. throwing a punch filled with killing intent. Yang Zhentian shouted, Gang Ming, wake up. Hua Jing Ming's fist stopped inches from senior brother Liu's face. He clutched his head, sweating profusely. Looking confused. Master. What just happened to me? Why did I feel like destroying everything? Yang Zhentian stepped forward to explain. That was likely the Thunder Tyrant Dragon's blood affecting your mind. The Thunder Tyrant Dragon is famous for its brutality. Since you absorbed it so perfectly, the side effects were stronger, he reassured him. But you don't need to worry. As long as your emotions don't swing too wildly, you'll be fine. As your strength grows, the side effects will gradually disappear. Hua Jing Ming breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I don't want to be controlled by my emotions and do something I'll regret later. Yang Zhentian laughed loudly and patted his shoulder. Cheer up, this training session was absolutely perfect. Your absorption rate was 98%. Out of the 20-something disciples I've taught this technique to, the highest was only 92%. The record that stood for years has just been broken by you. You brat. He introduced senior brother Liu, who was standing nearby to offer congratulations on the successful foundation. This is your senior brother, Liu Ming. He's a peak, Tier 3 awakened. If you have any questions about cultivation later, you can ask him. Hua Jing Ming clasped his hands together. Greetings, senior brother Liu. Liu Ming took out his phone. I didn't prepare a physical gift, so I just transferred you some academic credits as a welcome present. Hua Jing Ming looked at his phone and gasped. 100 credits, senior brother. This is way too much. He thought to himself. Asterisk, just a welcome gift, and he drops 2 million great Xia currency on me asterisk. Yang Zhentian explained. 200 credits isn't much to your senior brother Liu. As a senior, it's his job to look after his juniors. And that includes having a welcome gift ready. Hua Jing Ming nodded. I understand. Yang Zhentian instructed. Now that your foundation is set, and you haven't eaten or drunk anything for 5 days, go back and get some rest. Come back tomorrow morning. You'll study fist and spear techniques with your senior brother Liu. Hua Jing Ming bowed. Yes, Master. Thank you. When Hua Jing Ming got back to the dorm, he saw a guy with white hair sitting on the sofa playing games. He let out a soft sound. Huh. The guy immediately turned around, flashed a bright smile, and waved. You must be my roommate. Right, hey there. I'm Liu Wenhan. Nice to meet you. Hua Jing Ming raised his hand to greet him back. Hi. I'm Hua Jing Ming. Hearing the name, Liu Wenhan immediately pointed his finger, his face full of shock. Hua Jing Ming. You're the top scorer from Jiangnan province. Hua Jing Ming was a bit surprised. You know me. Liu Wenhan draped his arm around his shoulder like they were best buddies. Of course, my nickname is Mr. Know-It-All. I know the details of most of the freshmen in this batch, though I didn't go out of my way to dig up your info. It's just that the commotion you caused was way too loud. So I heard a thing or two. The dark horse top scorer of Jiangnan province. I can't believe I'm meeting you in the flesh. And you're even my roommate. He leaned in close to Hua Jing Ming, firing off questions. Oh, right. Are you really from that poor Jiang city in Jiangnan province? And another thing. During the entrance exam, were you really an awakened one? Your ability didn't look like it was just E rank. Looking at his enthusiastic roommate, Hua Jing Ming thought to himself, my new roommate is such a chatterbox. And so easygoing too. Honestly, it's actually quite nice. I've always hated being alone. Anyway, whether in this life or his previous one, his memories drifted back to the past. In my past life, I grew up in an orphanage. No one adopted me, so I never felt like I belonged anywhere. School days were okay. At least I had plenty of friends to keep me company. He recalled his best days. The happiest and most memorable times were his college years, spending every day bantering with his roommates and teaming up to play games. Later, I went for my master's and PhD. Who would have thought I'd drink too much at the graduation party and wake up in this world, returning to reality? Hua Jing Ming looked at Liu Wenhan, who was eagerly introducing himself. I can't believe that even after transmigrating, I'm still an orphan. But with a roommate like this, I won't be lonely anymore. Liu Wenhan declared loudly. I'm the top 11 from Sichuan province, A rank mental type ability. Tier 1, Intermediate Stage. I chose the Tactics Academy. In the future, I want to command an army of millions and wipe out all the beasts on the blue planet. Liu Wenhan stood up and said, "All right. Enough talk. I need to head over to the martial arts hall in a bit." Hua Jing Ming asked curiously. "The martial arts hall," he continued. "I'll go too. I haven't been to Mado's martial arts hall yet." The scene shifted to a modern building with a lightning symbol, Thunderscape Martial Arts Hall, a branch of Mado Ability University. As soon as he stepped inside, Liu Wenhan was awestruck. Whoa! It's so lively in here. Inside, students were training passionately, showing off their achievements. Haha, I've finally mastered my G-rank combat skill. Yang Extreme Flame. Humph. So what if you mastered it? Can you even break through my metal attribute armor? You guys are all trash. My steel bristle transformation is the best. I'll pin all of you to the wall. An AI sphere flew over to introduce itself. This is the public training area in our main hall. It can accommodate 300 people training simultaneously. The entire main hall is constructed from C-rank memory alloy, so there is no need to worry about your abilities or combat skills causing any damage. The AI sphere continued. Of course, if needed, you can also select a private training room. Hua Jing Ming replied, "No need for now. We'll just stay here." Liu Wenhan clenched his fists, his spirit burning high. Awesome. Are these guys comparing their strength? Everyone's making such a huge commotion. Your commotion isn't small either. Fire element, over there. That looks like the strength type A-rank powerhouse who ranked in the top 10 of Sichuan province. Hua Jing Ming pointed at the large pillars in the hall. "Miss AI. What are these pillars used for?" The AI explained. "This is our Punching Force Challenge leaderboard. There are 5 boards in total, corresponding to awakened ones from Tier 1 to Tier 5. Would you two like to give it a try? Entering the top 3,000 on the board will earn you 50 academic credits as a reward." Hua Jing Ming was surprised. Just getting into the top 3,000 gets a reward. Is it that simple? Liu Wenhan said confidently. All of Mado only has a little over 4,000 students anyway. All right, I'll give it a shot. The AI reminded them. You just need to swipe your student ID card on the pillar to begin the challenge. However, the Punching Force Challenge does not permit the use of abilities or combat skills. Liu Wenhan stepped forward and swiped his student ID on the machine. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Welcome, student number 203701256. Liu Wenhan is beginning the Punching Force Challenge. Please give him a round of applause. The people around immediately took notice. Whoa, someone's starting the Punching Force Challenge. Haha. Judging by his aura, looks like a Tier 1 intermediate freshman. Hehe. We've got a good show to watch this time. Liu Wenhan gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. Damn it. Why make such a huge fuss just for starting a challenge? With this many people watching, I absolutely cannot lose face. He let out a roar. Ha bam! He threw a full-force punch into the pad on the pillar. He exhaled, looked at the result, and smiled with confidence. Punching force 476 kilograms. I did great. Didn't lose face. Getting into the top 3,000 shouldn't be a problem. But the AI's voice rang out coldly. However, it is very regrettable. Your punching force is ranked below 100,000. Liu Wenhan froze. Petrified. What, below 100,000? Doesn't all of Mado only have a little over 4,000 students? The AI explained. The statistics here include the achievements of all students in the 100-year history of Mado Ability University. Not just the current batch. Liu Wenhan screamed. That's a scam. No wonder everyone was looking at me. Turns out they were just waiting to see a comedy show. Roaring laughter immediately erupted around him. Below 100,000, I'm dying of laughter. Even when I was a freshman back in the day, I wasn't that low, ha ha ha. Look at that kid, his face is as red as a monkey's butt. Definitely a freshman. Hua Jing Ming patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't take it to heart. You're a mental type. Physical strength isn't supposed to be your strong suit anyway. Liu Wenhan turned back, speaking with a defiant tone. Thanks for the comfort. Do you want to take the challenge? If you go up, you'll definitely be stronger than me. Facing his roommate's slightly goading challenge, Hua Jing Ming just calmly replied, Sure, I wanted to give it a try anyway. Seeing that, Liu Wenhan immediately raised his fist, placing all his hopes on his friend. His voice solemn. Good luck, the glory of our dorm is resting entirely on your shoulders. Once again, the mechanical voice of the AI echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Welcome. Student number 203701204. Hua Jing Ming is beginning the punching force challenge. Please give him a round of applause. The crowd turned their eyes toward the challenge area again, and someone blurted out, "Hey, someone else is starting a challenge." Whispers began to rise, carrying a tone of disdain. Looking at him, his strength seems even weaker. Probably a Tier 1, lower stage. Another person chimed in. Tier 1, lower stage. Whether he can even hit 400 kilograms is a big question. But amidst the mockery, someone started to frown and mutter, "Wait a minute. That name sounds kind of familiar." Hua Jing Ming paid no mind to his surroundings. He was focused solely on evaluating his own strength. An info panel popped up in his mind. Leveled up to Tier 1 ability user. Plus 5 days and nights of body tempering with the basic gene. Level Tier 1. Lower rank. Ability Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Physique 391. Vitality. Spirit 289 Hz. Skill Advanced Spear Arts. Plus Flash. Lightning Gale Break. Advanced. Body Forging Indestructible Thunder Body. First layer. Ability points 2234. He clenched his fist, his gaze sharpening with burning determination. Asterisk. Just what level has my punching force reached? Let this punch reveal the answer. No roaring. No wasted movement. Hua Jing Ming threw a clean, straight punch. The air around his fist seemed to compress, creating swirling white currents. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. His punch generated a powerful shockwave, blowing away everyone standing nearby. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble. But Hua Jing Ming's gaze remained cold and focused. He slowly pulled his fist back. Everyone around held their breath, eyes glued to the display screen on the pillar. An unimaginable number appeared, punching force. 4,589 kilograms. The ranking on the pillar instantly changed. The female AI voice spoke up, this time with distinct excitement. Peak punching force. Congratulations. You have broken the record. On the screen, the name Hua Jing Ming sat proudly at the number 1 spot, with a force of 4,589 kilograms, far surpassing Luo Yang's old record of 4,321 kilograms. A deathly silence covered the martial arts hall, before shattering into terrified screams. Damn it, the punching force record has been broken again. A muscular man pointed his finger, stammering. 4,500 something kilograms. Is this the kind of power a lower Tier 1 can put out? Another person screamed in terror. One punch could beat me into meat paste, and you dare tell me this guy is a freshman. 2 female students stood together. One held a phone, whispering to her friend with a look of disbelief. I heard the top 1,000 on this leaderboard are all leading figures of their era. Her friend replied, voice full of astonishment. Then, just how terrifying will the future achievements of this number 1 guy be? This number 1 pillar has held the record for over 10 years. I have to record this historic moment. Liu Wenhan rushed over like a tornado, eyes shining as he looked at Hua Jing Ming like an idol. His voice was trembling with excitement. Bro, you really are my blood brother. From now on, I'm following you to the ends of the earth. Wherever you say go. I'll go. Hua Jing Ming just smiled slightly and replied, don't exaggerate like that. He looked at his fist, thinking the result was better than expected. Asterisk, the Thunder Tyrant Dragon and I really are a perfect match. The enhancement effect is instantly visible. The AI sphere flew over to announce, congratulations, student Hua Jing Ming, for breaking the record. A reward of 400 credits has been sent to your student account. Hua Jing Ming turned to ask the AI with interest. Not bad. So, if I break the record again next time, do I still get credits? The AI replied. Within the same tier. Only the first record break receives credits. You can challenge other groups to receive more credit rewards. Hua Jing Ming looked up at the remaining pillars, a glint in his eyes. Asterisk, the other 4 pillars correspond to ability users, from Tier 2 to Tier 5. Guess I'll wait until I'm stronger to smash those too. Just then, a group of beautiful female students surrounded him. A girl with purple hair smiled and said, "Hey, over here." A pink-haired senior stepped closer, her voice sweet. "Junior Shu, is this your first time here? Come. Let big sister teach you how to use the equipment." Others squeezed in too. "Haha, Junior. Our club is short on members. Why don't you join us?" Surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, Liu Wenhan panicked and dragged Hua Jing Ming away. "Let's go, we're better off in a private training room." The two hurriedly escaped the encirclement. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, Senior Liu was reporting to Dean Yang. "Sir, Junior Shu has already become a hot topic on the school forums. His test punch broke the record at over 4,500 kilograms. This junior's physical strength is truly exaggerated." Dean Yang took a sip of tea and said, "He didn't rest properly. Why did he run off to the martial arts hall to break records? Back when I was at Upper Tier 1, the first layer of the indestructible thunder body only tested at 3,500 kilograms. This junior Hua Jing Ming is stronger than I was, by more than just a little bit." The scene shifted to another room, where a young man was looking at his phone. Suddenly, he roared in anger, flames erupting as he spun around and smashed the glass on the table. Damn it, so Hua Jing Ming came to Magic Capital University too. He clenched his fists, fury burning in his eyes as he snarled, "You made me lose the title of top scorer in Jiangnan province, and turned me into a laughingstock in Ning'an City. This time, I will definitely take back the glory that belongs to me." Back in the training room, Hua Jing Ming sat alone, feeling the changes in his body. After possessing the indestructible thunder body, even if I don't eat or rest for 5 days and nights, I'm still overflowing with energy. He took a small knife and lightly slashed his arm. Clang times. The knife couldn't penetrate his skin. This skin has defense comparable to E-grade alloy. To normal people, this counts as being invulnerable to swords and spears. Right, truly worthy of an S-rank forging skill. Just then, Liu Wenhan burst in from the door, shouting, Brother Ming, the news about you breaking the record has blown up on the school forums. Loads of people are posting saying they want to challenge you." Hua Jing Ming just calmly replied, "Oh." He stood up, looking at the scenery outside the window, and smirked slightly. "Wow. The Magic Capital Martial Arts Hall really is thriving." Liu Wenhan ran over, holding up his phone in frustration. "Brother Ming, let me curse out these guys who don't know their place." Hua Jing Ming stopped him. "Forget it. Don't waste time. I still have to go to the combat arts library. You just head back to your room first." The scene shifted to a massive AT's modern building with a large sign, Combat Arts Library. As soon as he stepped in, Hua Jing Ming sensed an invisible defensive layer. He reached out his hand, and golden magic circles appeared. He thought to himself, "The legendary Combat Arts Library is controlled jointly by the vice principal and the teachers. Looks like the rumors were true. With defense like this, even a 9th-rank martial saint wouldn't be able to steal the treasures inside. Impressive." Arriving at the gate of the Combat Arts Library, Hua Jing Ming pulled out his student ID card and placed it on the scanner. A soft beep times rang out. Immediately, the magical defensive barrier in front of him rippled with golden rings of light and opened a path. He walked through leisurely. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by 3 female librarians in neat uniforms. The woman in the middle, wearing intellectual glasses, smiled professionally and said, "S-rank student, Hua Jing Ming. Welcome to the Combat Arts Library. How may we assist you?" Hua Jing Ming was a bit surprised. "You know me," the librarian explained politely, gesturing towards him. "Students with S-rank clearance have full access to every combat skill in the library. It's a special privilege. We got a notification the moment you swiped your ID." She smiled softly, calculating in her head. S-rank clearance means infinite potential. He's guaranteed to become at least a Grandmaster level awakener in the future. I definitely need to get on his good side. Once he understood the situation, Hua Jing Ming got straight to the point. "I'm looking for lightning-type combat skills. Which floor do I need to go to?" The librarian quickly explained. "Skills below B rank are in the general reading areas on the 1st and 2nd floors. But for the more valuable ones, you'll need to head to the reading room on the 4th floor. You can enter just by swiping your card." She gracefully gestured with her hand. "Right this way." Please. Hua Jing Ming nodded in response. Got it. Thanks. Ma'am. In the fourth floor reading room, a floating AI sphere drifted over and announced, once you've selected your combat skills digitally, we will bring the original manuals to you, since original manuscripts for skills B rank and above are extremely valuable. Please handle them with the utmost care. Hua Jing Ming commanded the sphere. Display all lightning-type combat skills. B rank and higher. The sphere responded instantly. Certainly. In a flash. Rows of blue holographic screens popped up before his eyes. Displaying data on various combat skills, 2 of them stood out immediately. First, the triple S rank times 10,000 Heavenly Thunder Prison asterisk. It uses lightning energy as a core to create a thunderstorm domain with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, this skill is restricted to lightning awakeners with B rank potential or higher, and level 5 mastery is required to learn it. Then there was the double S rank times Wrath of the Thunder God asterisk, which summons a divine lightning strike of immense power. Note, this skill is restricted to lightning awakeners with B rank potential or higher, and level 4 mastery is required to learn it. Staring at these legendary, top-tier skills, Hua Jing Ming couldn't hide his shock. His eyes lit up. Double S rank skills. And even triple S rank ones. The library of a top-tier university really is stacked. And I get to look at all this for free. He quickly composed himself and started thinking realistically. Too bad, the training requirements depend on my ability, rank, and level. Right now, I can only learn A-rank skills. He looked at the endless options in front of him and felt a headache coming on. Attack types. Defense types. Movement techniques. Support skills. Body tempering methods. There are as many A-rank skills as there are stars in the sky. Thank God I have a good teacher. Or choosing would be a nightmare. He smiled and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Luckily, she wrote down a list of recommendations for me beforehand. That's going to save me a ton of time. Holding the list, he cross-referenced it with the holographic screens and quickly identified the matches. After a careful review, Hua Jing Ming pointed to 4 specific screens and made his final decision. I'll take these 4. The 4 selected skills were times Lightning Spear asterisk. Rank. It gathers lightning energy and condenses it into a long spear to be thrown. Asterisk, Chain Lightning Lance, asterisk. A rank. A spear charged with lightning that delivers continuous strikes to the enemy's vitals. With every stab, it accumulates electric charge inside the target's body, detonating when the combo ends. Asterisk, Lightning Flash asterisk. A rank. An explosive burst of lightning that teleports the user a short distance in a chosen direction. And times Lightning Prison asterisk. A rank. Which forms a cage of electricity to lock the enemy in place. He confidently analyzed his selection. Asterisk, Lightning Spear times is for long-range attacks. Asterisk, Chain Lightning Lance times is for heavy offense. Asterisk, Lightning Flash times covers movement. And times Lightning Prison times provides crowd control. When I combine these 4 skills with my times Indestructible Lightning Body asterisk, I'll have practically 0 weaknesses. The AI sphere offered some advice. I see you have selected 4 A-rank combat skills. The average time required to reach beginner proficiency for just one of these is 6 months. I suggest balancing your loadout with some lower-ranked skills. Hua Jing Ming shook his head, refusing firmly. No need. This is fine. Moments later, the librarian returned with a thick stack of books. She placed them on the table and said, "Here are your skills." Junior Hua. Hua Jing Ming looked at the 4 manuals in front of him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. C-rank and B-rank skills cost millions on the open market. And A-rank skills, you can't even buy those with money, they're priceless. And now I've got 4 of them right here. This is awesome. He gently flipped one open, and a mystical aura immediately radiated from the pages. He sighed in admiration. Such a profound and mysterious energy. No wonder A-rank skills can only be learned from the original manuscripts. A copy could never capture this essence. Time ticked by slowly. The clock hit 7:20, and Hua Jing Ming was still focused, turning page after page. By 9:10, sweat was beading on his forehead as he struggled to comprehend the complex information. Finally, as the clock neared 11, he turned the last page. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Finished them all. He closed his eyes and mentally called out. Asterisk, deep blue. Add points. Asterisk. A series of system notifications popped up. Asterisk. Consumed 200 energy points. Lightning spear upgraded to beginner. Asterisk. Consumed 200 energy points. Chain lightning lance upgraded to beginner. Consumed 200 energy points. Lightning flash upgraded to beginner. Asterisk. Consumed 200 energy points. Lightning prison upgraded to beginner. A new status window appeared. Updating with his newly learned skills. Asterisk. Name Hua Jing Ming. Level 1st rank. Lower tier. Ability purple, cloud divine thunder. S rank. Physique 391. Spirit 289 Hz. Skills advanced spear arts. Beginner lightning spear. Beginner chain lightning lance. Beginner lightning flash. Beginner lightning prison. Advanced lightning windbreaker. And indestructible lightning body. First layer. Remaining energy points, 1,434. Asterisk. Hua Jing Ming clenched his fist. Feeling the new power surging through his veins. With an arsenal like this, I wonder who the lucky person will be to get the first taste of my new power. Night fell, and silver moonlight bathed the quiet dormitory grounds. As soon as he got back to the room, Lu Van Han jumped up. Brother Min, the AI just announced that the freshman assembly is tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in Stadium 1. Also, they made a huge group chat for all the new students. You should join it. Hua Jing Ming nodded. Sure. Seeing Hua Jing Ming tapping on his phone, Lu Van Han asked curiously. Oh yeah. Brother Min, what rank of combat skills did you end up picking? Hua Jing Ming replied casually. 4 A-rank skills. Lu Van Han's eyes bugged out. His jaw dropping in shock. A-rank skills. And 4 of them. It usually takes until sophomore or junior year to master those. He looked at Hua Jing Ming with pure admiration. That's Brother Min for you. You never do things the normal way. He continued his deduction. Wait. If you can view A-rank skills, does that mean you have A-rank clearance? Brother Min. Hua Jing Ming turned around and calmly corrected him. Not A-rank. It's S-rank. Lu Van Han shot up from the sofa, screaming. S-rank. Our school has a clearance level higher than A. How the hell did you get S-rank clearance? He suddenly froze. A realization flashing through his mind. Wait. Could it be? Is that E-rank ability everyone rumors about, actually? Hua Jing Ming smiled slightly at his stunned roommate. Actually an S-rank ability, he added playfully. Looks like I just gave Mr. Know-it-all a new scoop. Lu Van Han let out a long, excited scream. Whoa, 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 whoa. I guessed you had some kind of special privilege. But I never expected S-rank. The top scorers from other provinces are only A-rank. He gives a thumbs up, grinning with a satisfied look on his face. Joining up now was definitely the right move. I'm gonna be an OG superfan in the future. The scene shifts to the training room on the 2nd floor. Hua Jing Ming is sitting on a chair, holding a simple, long spear. He thinks to himself, asterisk, I've got the combat skills, so my gear needs to keep up too. My F-rank black obsidian spear is already broken, and I didn't bring it anyway. Even if it wasn't broken, it wouldn't be able to keep up with my current strength. He calls out to the AI sphere next to him, asking the female assistant to open the school store and search for spear-type weapons. The female assistant responds immediately. Yes. A series of images of long spears appears before his eyes. F-rank. E-rank. D-rank. There are so many spears, and you can even customize the length and weight. He scrolls through the options and makes a decision. Asterisk. The higher the rank, the heavier and more expensive they get. I'll just go with the 210 kilogram E-rank one. I'll add E-rank armor and combat boots too. Hua Jing Ming looks at his phone screen, where the transaction notification is displayed. A notification pops up. Purchased E-rank long spear, combat suit, and combat boots. Total cost 237 credits. Remaining credits 382.6. Purchase successful. Weapons and combat suit will be delivered tomorrow morning. Please be ready to receive the goods. He sighs inwardly. Asterisk. Credits really don't last long at all. I've already burned through nearly half of them just like that. He stands up, grabs the simple practice spear, and gives it a light swing, creating a sharp whistling sound as it cuts through the air. He looks at the spear with excitement, smiles, and says, "Until the new spear arrives, I'll still have to rely on you to hold the fort. Tonight, let's practice the 4 new A-rank combat skills I just learned." Time passes quickly. The next day, at the freshman assembly, the scene is a large auditorium where the new students are gradually gathering. As soon as Hua Jing Ming walks in, he immediately becomes the center of attention. Whispers ripple through the crowd. "Hey look, that's Hua Jing Ming. He's the one who broke the school record yesterday. He's also the top scorer from Jiangnan province. He's seriously strong." A female student cups her cheeks, eyes sparkling. "I thought for sure he'd be some musclehead. But he's actually unexpectedly handsome." Suddenly, a tall figure blocks Hua Jing Ming's path, his voice full of provocation. "Hua Jing Ming, I, Liju, want to challenge you to a duel." The people around them immediately recognize the challenger. "Quick! Look, it's the martial arts runner-up of Jiangnan province. Liju scored over 9,300 points. Another person adds, "I heard he's from the Jintong family." Both his parents are level 4 ability users. Liju stands there, glaring spitefully, thinking to himself, "It's a shame no one remembers second place. I won't accept this." Hua Jing Ming glances at him indifferently, then replies coldly, "Sorry, I'm not interested." Liju smirks and steps closer, lowering his voice to a menacing tone. "Don't be so quick to refuse. I recall your aunt runs a business dealing in exotic flora, doesn't she?" Hua Jing Ming's expression shifts slightly. Liju leans close to his ear, his voice turning sinister as he lightly strokes Hua Jing Ming's chin. "What a coincidence. My family is your aunt's biggest supplier. What's more, she currently owes a large sum for goods. If she doesn't pay up in time, I'm afraid your aunt is going to run into some trouble." Hua Jing Ming's eyes instantly turn ice cold, and an invisible aura radiates from his body. He grinds out every word. "Are you threatening me?" The powerful aura makes Liju instinctively take a step back. He feels like he's facing a wild beast. Cold sweat breaks out on him, and he's terrified inside. How can he release such a beast-like aura? He hurriedly waves his hand, trying to maintain his composure. "No, it doesn't count as a threat. Just giving you a little reminder." Hua Jing Ming retracts his aura, looks straight into the other guy's eyes, and says coldly, "Time and place." Seeing that he agreed, Liju regains his confidence. 12 noon, 7 days from now, arena number 3. Hua Jing Ming turns to leave, dropping one last sentence. "Fine. I'll be there. I hope you don't regret it when the time comes." The surrounding crowd instantly explodes with excitement. Number 1 versus number 2, we've got a good show to watch in 7 days. I've got to get there early to grab a good seat for that. At that moment on the podium, an elderly professor speaks into the microphone. "Fellow students, welcome to the Capital Ability University. This freshman assembly is not the official opening ceremony. We've gathered everyone here to answer some questions regarding the credit system and specialized faculty advisors. However, first, I want to introduce the key points regarding the school's combat power rankings. You will use a virtual simulation pod to engage in full dive combat. Your ranking will be determined by the number of levels you clear. Everyone, please give it your all. The rewards are extremely generous." After the speech, a female teacher steps up to the podium. The students below begin to discuss excitedly. Hua Jing Ming yawns, feeling a bit tired. Finally, it's over. That dragged on for more than an hour. The virtual simulation pod sounds interesting, though I'll give it a try when I get the chance. He continues thinking. But for the next few days, I should go find senior brother Liu and my instructor to get my daily training done. The scene shifts to a training ground, where senior brother Liu is instructing Hua Jing Ming. Hua Jing Ming is practicing with a wooden staff. Purple currents of electricity surrounding his body. He sits cross-legged, focusing on channeling his energy as the purple lightning gathers with increasing intensity. 7 days later, senior brother Liu wipes his sweat, looking at Hua Jing Ming in astonishment. Junior brother. You've advanced to the middle stage of Tier 1. It hasn't even been that long. Hua Jing Ming replies calmly. Just lucky. I guess, he thinks to himself. Asterisk, I actually waited a few days on purpose. I just spent 386 ability points to upgrade from lower stage to middle stage of Tier 1. Asterisk, if I hadn't waited, I probably would have scared Senior Brother Liu to death. Asterisk, Senior Brother Liu pats his shoulder, suddenly remembering something. Right. I recall you have a duel scheduled with another freshman today. Don't you? He smiles meaningfully and leans in close to Hua Jing Ming. All right. I'll observe 3 minutes of silence for your opponent. I'll head over with you in a bit. I want to see just how strong my junior brother really is in his peak state. At arena number 3. The audience seats are packed, and the atmosphere is incredibly lively. A group of students is chatting. The freshman assembly is still over a month away. Let's take this chance to see the top scorer's real strength. I looked up the records. The top scorer, Hua Jing Ming, only got that spot because he took advantage of the exam format. I'm betting Lai Ju wins. I wouldn't be so sure. Hua Jing Ming just broke our school's punching force record recently. What does punching force prove? When we ability users fight, it ultimately comes down to our abilities. Suddenly, the entire stadium erupts in cheers. Whoa. Hua Jing Ming is here. Hua Jing Ming, draped in a long cloak, slowly walked into the arena alongside Senior Brother Liu, exuding an overwhelming presence. Watching Hua Jing Ming's straight back and dominating aura as he stepped into the ring, Senior Brother Liu crossed his arms. He clicked his tongue with pride. Tisk. My junior brother. With that swagger. Once he makes a name for himself, who knows how many senior and junior girls he's gonna charm. Standing across from him, Lei Zhu felt a surge of energy radiating from Hua Jing Ming that was stronger than before. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that Hua Jing Ming had leveled up. But fortunately, I came prepared too. Standing in the arena, Lei Zhu pointed a finger straight at Hua Jing Ming and loudly made a provocative proposal. Hua Jing Ming, just fighting for a win or loss is boring. How about we add a wager, all our academic credits? Do you dare? Hua Jing Ming didn't hesitate for a second, answering firmly. Sure. I have 370. Lei Zhu sneered and continued. You've got quite a few credits. I don't have enough credits. So I'll make up the difference with cash, just to make sure no one runs away from the debt. Let's both transfer the credits to the teacher's account. He jerked his chin toward a female instructor supervising from the sidelines. That was Ms. Chu Yun, the guardian of the arena. She was a powerful mid-tier rank 6 healing esper. Hua Jing Ming took out his phone, thinking that since battles between espers were extremely dangerous, the school obviously didn't want students dying right here. He tapped on his screen and replied, No problem. Lei Zhu also finished his transfer. He waved his hand excitedly, shouting to the audience. Tisk tisk. A bet worth 3.7 million. Now that is generous. The audience below roared with excitement. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. Ms. Chu Yun walked up a few steps and announced seriously, I have received the credits and the money transfer. Both sides. Get ready to begin. She glanced at both of them and clearly declared the rules. If one side surrenders or loses consciousness, you must not continue attacking. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. Is that clear? Hua Jing Ming smirked slightly, his gaze razor sharp. The two stood facing each other in the arena. Hua Jing Ming had a dark purple long spear on his back, while Lei Zhu held a heavy sword. Lei Zhu responded with a look of pure confidence. He pointed his sword straight at Hua Jing Ming's face and roared with fury as flames began to erupt around his body. Hua Jing Ming, you stole my glory. Today, I'm taking it all back. A scorching heat spread throughout the arena. The audience in the front row could clearly feel the temperature rising and gasped in horror. As expected of an A-rank fire elemental esper, that's terrifying. Even at this distance, it feels like we're burning. Lei Zhu channeled energy into his sword and charged forward, slashing a blazing arc of fire toward Hua Jing Ming. Hua Jing Ming simply raised his long spear to block. The flames were halted, and only faint purple lightning crackled along the shaft of the spear. The audience in the stands, including Ms. Chu Yun, gaped in astonishment. What he blocked that attack without even using a combat skill. Someone shouted, "Oh my god, a basic attack just nullified an ultimate move." Lei Zhu couldn't believe his eyes. He ground his teeth together. How is that possible? Hua Jing Ming looked at him with cold eyes, his voice dripping with disdain. Nothing is impossible. It's just that you're too weak. As soon as the words left his mouth, he struck. The spear flashed with purple lightning as he thrust it forward with incredible speed. Lei Zhu only saw a streak of purple light before he felt an irresistible force. Boom! The spear tip slammed into Lei Zhu's chest. Purple lightning surged through his body, shattering his fiery defense and sending him flying backward. Lei Zhu crashed onto the arena floor, unconscious and covered in blood. The entire stadium fell deadly silent before exploding into endless chatter. Is it over already? Hua Jing Ming only used 2 moves. I thought they said Lei Zhu was stronger than Hua Jing Ming. How did he get defeated in the blink of an eye? That blazing slash. Most freshmen here probably couldn't even block it. It just goes to show. Hua Jing Ming is in a league of his own compared to the rest of us. Senior brother Lu stood below, shaking his head in disappointment. That was too boring. He didn't even force out a fraction of my junior brother's true strength. Ms. Chu Yun stepped onto the arena, looking at the motionless Lei Zhu, and prepared to announce the result. The winner of this match is... Suddenly, Lei Zhu struggled to crawl back up, his voice trembling but stubborn. Teacher. I haven't surrendered yet. The match isn't over. Shaking, he pulled a blood-red pill from his pocket. Ms. Chu Yun recognized it immediately and screamed in horror. A bloodburst pill. Do you have a death wish? This is just a sparring match, not a place for you to throw your life away. The audience also recognized the forbidden pill, and a commotion broke out. Oh my god, Lei Zhu actually brought out a bloodburst pill. That bloodburst pill can boost your strength for a short time, but the side effects are severe. You'll be bedridden for a month or 2 after this. Is it really worth it? Yeah. The freshman tournament is in just over a month. It's totally not worth it. Facing the teacher's warning, Lei Zhu gritted his teeth, his voice shaking but determined. It doesn't matter. Whatever the consequences are, I'll bear them myself. He stared at the pill in his hand, his eyes flashing with madness. He was going to gamble everything. If I lose, then so be it. His actions immediately sparked outrage in the crowd. A spectator stood up and booed. This is bullshit. Using performance-enhancing pills in a match, how is this any different from cheating on an exam? Another person agreed. Exactly, that's a foul, Ms. Chu Yun turned to explain coldly, while Lei Zhu swallowed the pill without a second thought, his eyes instantly turning blood red. This is an unofficial duel. There are no strict restrictions. It's like an open book exam. Weapons, combat suites, and potions. You are allowed to use any resource at your disposal. If Hua Jing Ming has pills on him, he can take them too. As soon as she finished speaking, Lei Zhu let out an earth-shattering roar. Kra! The flames on his body erupted violently, his aura skyrocketing at a dizzying rate. That bloodburst pill was high quality. It boosted Lei Zhu straight to low-tier rank 2. Hua Jing Ming is in trouble now. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Hua Jing Ming didn't flinch. Instead, the purple lightning around him crackled with excitement, and the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. That female student gasped in surprise again. Hua Jing Ming's battle spirit. It's getting even more intense. That mindset. He has the composure of a true general. Hua Jing Ming gripped his long spear tightly, purple lightning dancing along his arms. He smirked slightly, thinking, asterisk, finally. It's not just like an adult beating up a kid anymore. Asterisk, boom. He stomped his foot on the arena floor, cracking the ground as purple lightning spread out like a spider web. Immediately, he unleashed lightning flash. His entire body transformed into a streak of purple lightning, rushing toward Lei Zhu at a speed the naked eye couldn't follow. Lei Zhu had just surged with power, but he was immediately terrified that speed was insane. Clang! The lightning-wrapped spear and the flaming greatsword slammed into each other, creating an ear-splitting explosion and a massive shockwave. Even though he was buffed by the bloodburst pill, Lei Zhu was pushed back again and again, his hands trembling before Hua Jing Ming's terrifying power. He dropped to one knee, gasping for air. Damn it. He couldn't believe it. My strength has already reached Tier 2. Yet I still can't match Hua Jing Ming in raw power. What kind of monster is he? Anyway, realizing he couldn't win a contest of strength, Lei Zhu immediately changed tactics. He leaped backward, shouting, "If I can't fight head-on, I'll just attack from a distance." Flame bullet. A fireball flew straight at Hua Jing Ming, but Hua Jing Ming just calmly spun his spear, easily dispersing the fireball. He looked at his opponent with a mocking gaze. "Is that all you've got?" Lei Zhu broke out in a cold sweat, trying to calculate his next move. Damn it. What kind of lightning ability does Hua Jing Ming have? Is it impossible to hit him? However, right now he has no way to get close to me either. Once he exhausts his lightning energy, I'll still have a chance even if my pill's effects wear off. But Hua Jing Ming didn't give him that chance. He gathered his strength and hurled his spear. Lightning lance. A javelin made entirely of lightning shot forward. Right after that, Hua Jing Ming used lightning flash. His body vanished and reappeared in a different spot, dodging Lei Zhu's counterattack and preparing for the next move. Gah! Arg! Lei Zhu screamed in pain as the lightning lance grazed his shoulder. He panicked, realizing the truth. Crap. He has long-range attacks too. Before he could even recover, he looked up. What combat skill is this now? Hua Jing Ming stood in the distance, forming hand seals, and coldly declared, "Lightning prison." Lei Zhu was instantly bound tight. Struggling in vain, he gritted his teeth. Damn it. It's a crowd control skill. In this life-or-death moment, he exploded with all his energy, creating a flame barrier to wrap around his body. He roared defiantly, "If I can't get out, you can't get in either. Let's see who can stall for longer." Hua Jing Ming looked at the flame shield, his gaze completely calm. That fire shield has decent defense. I wonder how many of my spears it can withstand. He leaped high into the air, his spear gathering a massive amount of lightning. He unleashed his strongest move, chain lightning spears. From a single spear tip, countless lightning shadows materialized, raining down on the flame shield like a purple meteor shower. Watching the destruction unfold before him, Lei Zhu felt the approach of death for the very first time. He was in absolute panic. I'm going to die. If that hits me, I will absolutely die. Before the rain of spears could touch him, he screamed with all his might. Surrender. Clang. The main spear tip stopped abruptly, just a few millimeters from Lei Zhu's forehead. The terrifying power made his hair stand on end. Hua Jing Ming recalled all the lightning into the palm of his hand. Whoosh! Lei Zhu collapsed to the floor, his whole body trembling, his face drained of every drop of blood. Hua Jing Ming coldly withdrew his spear and stood up straight. Ms. Chu Yun raised her hand and declared clearly, "The winner of this match is Hua Jing Ming." The audience was silent for a few seconds before erupting. A total crush. It was a total stomp. In just 4 or 5 seconds, he unleashed 4 combat skills in a row. That is just way too insane. The flow between the skills was incredibly smooth. 2. That's basically not a level a freshman should have, another student analyzed. By the way, the power of Hua Jing Ming's skills didn't look bad at all. Doesn't it feel like every single one was B rank? The person next to him nodded. 4 B rank combat skills. That's impressive. The best skill I have is only C rank. Hearing this, senior brother Lu, standing below, shook his head slightly and muttered, "B rank. You guys are seriously underestimating my junior brother. 4 A rank combat skills. He actually dared to choose them. What's even more absurd is that he's mastered them to a combat-ready level." He recalled his own past, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Back then, I only dared to choose 1 A rank skill, lightning flash. And even then, it took me over 4 months to learn it. He sighed softly. Having a junior brother like this, the pressure is huge. After the match ended, Lei Zhu, though still trembling, stood up and approached Hua Jing Ming. He bowed his head, his voice filled with respect and sincere gratitude. "Hua Jing Ming, thank you for sparing my life just now. I admit total defeat this time. The academic credits and the great Xia currency are all yours. Also, on my aunt's side, I'll make sure the money is paid as promised." Immediately after, Ms. Chu Yun stepped forward and announced professionally, 50 academic credits and 3.2 million Great Xia currency have been transferred to your student account. Hua Jing Ming nodded slightly in response. Got it. Inside, he couldn't help but think. Asterisk. Betting really does bring in money fast. As Hua Jing Ming prepared to leave the arena, Liu Wenhan, a classmate with stylish platinum hair, called out excitedly from the stands. That was so cool. Brother Min, you're totally rich now. Want to head to the center of Magic City tonight to hang out and relax? Hua Jing Ming hesitated a bit, turning back to decline. Nah. I still have to train with senior brother later. Suddenly, senior brother Liu was already there. He spoke up to persuade him. Go ahead. You need a balance between stress and relaxation to last long. He patted him on the shoulder and added, You've been training for such a long time. You really should relax a little. Since senior brother gave permission, Hua Jing Ming agreed happily. Then I'll listen to you. Behind them, Liu Wenhan seemed to realize something. Stuttering in shock. A-rank lightning ability. The Jade Unicorn. Vice President of the Advanced Society. Liu Wenhan jumped down from the stands, chasing after Hua Jing Ming with a face full of admiration. He talked as he walked. You look way more charismatic in person than in the photos. Liu Wenhan happily threw his arm around Hua Jing Ming's shoulder, sealing the deal. So, the plan for tonight is set. Brother Min, you just need to tag along. Leave the rest of the program to me. Hua Jing Ming was a bit curious, turning to ask. Program? Liu Wenhan turned around, pointing both hands at Hua Jing Ming with a sly grin and shining eyes. The one program you absolutely cannot miss after entering university, the mixer between the male and female dorms. That evening, at a luxury restaurant, a table full of lavish and appetizing dishes was already set from golden brown roast chicken, pizza, and bread to various salads and drinks. Liu Wenhan held a plate of food, speaking proudly to Hua Jing Ming. Brother Min, your reputation has really blown up this time. I posted an invitation for the mixer on the school forum. Guess how many people signed up? Hua Jing Ming just stared at him silently with a skeptical look. Liu Wenhan continued to brag, gesturing wildly. Over 100 people. I had to pick a matching group from them. And I swear, my eyes were going blurry from looking at all the profiles. Hua Jing Ming took a sip of his drink and smiled. You're really enthusiastic about this stuff. Aren't you 1 out of 100? Now I'm actually curious to see who you finally picked. Liu Wenhan answered mischievously. Heh. I'll keep it a secret. You'll see soon. Just then, he looked at the door, waved frantically, and shouted, Speak of the devil, and here they are. Over here. Over here. A girl with glasses and neat brown hair, wearing a pale yellow dress entered, waving happily. Good evening, you two. I was invited here. I'm Bi Dongha. Right next to her was another girl with long black hair wearing a white crop top and denim shorts. She also introduced herself in a friendly way. I'm her roommate, Song Choyun. Liu Wenhan stood up, enthusiastically introducing her to Hua Jing Ming. Bi Dongha is an A-rank beast enhancement type. Song Choyun is a tier 1 high rank. A-rank, natural light element. Plus, she's the top scorer of our Sichuan province. Hua Jing Ming also politely stood up, smiling to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Hua Jing Ming. Hearing this name, Song Choyun was a bit surprised. Hua Jing Ming. So you are Hua Jing Ming. Her eyes immediately became full of interest and challenge. She looked straight at Hua Jing Ming and asked, Interested in a spar? Time and place are up to you. Bi Dongha hurriedly pulled her friend back. Hey, Koyun, you really are a battle maniac. Asking for a fight right when we meet. We're here to socialize. Hua Jing Ming also laughed it off. Is this a misunderstanding? I thought we could exchange pointers with fellow students today. Hua Jing Ming quickly invited them to sit down to soothe the situation. It's just a misunderstanding. Please sit. That's right. Everyone is here to have fun today. First, let's eat something. Then we can go for a walk on the commercial street together. After the meal, the group walked together on the commercial street in the center of Magic City. Song Choyun looked up at the skyscrapers bright with lights and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, it's so glamorous. When passing a fashion store, Bi Dongha shouted, This outfit is so stylish and beautiful. Inside the store, a high-end weapon was displayed. An A-rank moonlight blade. Hua Jing Ming looked at the luxury stores displaying all kinds of battlesuits, weapons, and elixirs, and couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being one of the top commercial centers in the country. Battlesuits, weapons, elixirs. Much more complete than in Jiangcheng. The four of them enjoyed street food together. The atmosphere was extremely happy and relaxed. Then the girls continued shopping for clothes. When Bi Dongha was carrying a shopping bag, Hua Jing Ming tactfully stepped forward to help. He gently took the bag handle from her hand. Hua Jing Ming quietly walked behind, watching the two girls happily choose jewelry. A while later, Hua Jing Ming and Liu Wenhan were loaded down with all kinds of bags. He exclaimed in surprise. Just one evening and they've already spent several million. Liu Wenhan whispered beside him. This Song Chuyun looks simply dressed. I didn't expect her to be a little rich lady. Hua Jing Ming turned with a puzzled look. Liu Wenhan immediately explained further. Brother Ming, you don't know. She not only has money but her background is also very formidable. The shopping didn't seem to be over yet, as Bi Dongha called out from another store. 2 gentlemen, please help carry this last bag. Meanwhile, Song Chuyun stood nearby looking tired, muttering that it was almost time to go back. Finally, Hua Jing Ming and Liu Wenhan escorted the 2 girls back to the dormitory. They stopped on the path leading to the building. We'll just walk you here. Song Chuyun smiled and said, We had a lot of fun today. Thank you both. Hua Jing Ming smiled and waved. You're welcome. Goodbye. Liu Wenhan also waved excitedly. Bye-bye. As the 2 girls turned away, Song Chuyun suddenly stopped and looked back. Her face was hidden in the shadows, but her voice was extremely serious. Hua Jing Ming, what I said before was true. Someday in the future, I will definitely find you for a duel. Hearing that determined challenge, Hua Jing Ming was slightly surprised, but then he quickly regained his composure. A confident and expectant smile appeared on his lips. No problem. I look forward to it. Seeing Hua Jing Ming's smile, Song Chuyun also smirked slightly, then turned and walked away. When they had walked a distance and were out of sight of the 2 boys, Bi Dongha turned to tease her friend, Chuyun. Since enrollment, until now, I've never seen you show a good face to any boy. But you're not bad at all towards Hua Jing Ming. Dragging you out to socialize this time was really the right decision. Song Chuyun crossed her arms and explained seriously. My A-rank ability, Dawn Eyes, can sense keenly. It can see through the impurity in the hearts of boys when they look at me. Around her appeared images of dark shadows with dark thoughts like, huge boobs, nice body, be my girlfriend. Hey hey, this girl is hot. Probably easy to trick, she continued, her eyes looking into the distance and becoming gentler. But Hua Jing Ming is different. He only has appreciation, without any evil thoughts. In short, he is very special. Bi Dongha heard that and put her hand on her chin, smiling meaningfully. Looks like our Miss Song has caught feelings. Meanwhile, on the way back, Liu Wenhan stretched comfortably. Whew, going out for a walk once in a while isn't bad at all. Hua Jing Ming walked beside him and replied softly. That's right. He unconsciously smiled as the image of Song Chuyun appeared in his mind again. Song Chuyun is Tier 1 high rank. Looks like I still have to keep working hard. 15 days later, in the training room, Hua Jing Ming sat cross-legged amidst a surging stream of lightning energy. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Almost enough. I can level up again. Deep blue. Add points for me. Immediately, a huge energy exploded from his body. The system panel appeared announcing ability points minus 456. Tier 1 middle rank to Tier 1 high rank. At the same time, another power was also enhanced. Ability points minus 354. Indestructible Thunder Body, first stage to Indestructible Thunder Body, second stage. He exhaled a long breath, feeling the change in his body. Phew. Leveling up has improved my overall strength. The second stage Thunder Body also targets bones and muscles for enhancement. He opened a book titled Extreme Thunder State, thinking to himself, according to the book, if I can break through to the 3rd layer, I can unlock the special Extreme Thunder State, which can boost strength and speed to the limit for a short time. Hua Jing Ming looked at his status panel. Name Hua Jing Ming. Rank Tier 1 High Rank. Ability Purple Divine Thunder S. Physique 520. Blood Vitality plus Spirit 421. Skills Advanced Spear Technique. Body Refining Fist Technique. Indestructible Thunder Body Second Stage. Ability Points 62. He muttered. Extreme Thunder State. Really looking forward to it. It's just a pity that my ability points are almost depleted. Time to ask Master for permission to hit the wilderness. Gotta hunt some beasts and farm those ability points. Just then, his teacher suddenly appeared, looking absolutely thunderstruck. Jing Ming. Did you break through times again? Times. Hua Jing Ming stood up and replied calmly. I was actually just about to report that to you. Sir, I broke through last night. Also, my Thunder Ash indestructible body has reached the second stage. The teacher stared at his student in disbelief. His heart racing. Leveling up and body cultivation breakthroughs were both incredibly difficult feats. Yet, Jing Ming said it as easily as drinking water. An S-rank ability combined with such grueling training. His future is truly immeasurable. Senior brother Liu, standing nearby, chimed in. I told you. Sir, little junior is a certified monster. Back in the day, it took me over half a year just to go from Tier 1 middle to upper rank. The teacher looked at Hua Jing Ming with satisfaction and suggested, leveling up is obviously important, but you can't neglect actual combat. Spar around with your senior brother Liu. Let me see just how strong you've become after your breakthrough. Hua Jing Ming agreed immediately. Yes. Sir. At the martial arts arena, senior brother Liu said, Junior, I'll suppress my power down to Tier 2 lower rank. You just go all out. As their teacher started the countdown, both immediately got into stance. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As soon as the shout ended, two streams of energy, one green, one purple, slammed into each other, causing a massive explosion. Hua Jing Ming channeled his power. Purple lightning erupted from the spear in his hand as he thrust straight at senior brother Liu, who was defending with green energy. Senior brother Liu felt the raw power behind Hua Jing Ming's attack. He couldn't help but be shocked. Asterisk. What formidable strength. He's actually going toe-to-toe with me. Asterisk. Hua Jing Ming also felt incredibly excited, his eyes burning with the will to fight. Since gaining the system, this was the first time he'd met an opponent who was an even match. He took a step back, lightning energy gathering in his palm, ready to unleash a powerful combat skill. Thunder Prison. A massive sphere of lightning shot out, hurtling straight towards senior brother Liu. Hua Jing Ming didn't flinch. He immediately unleashed one of his strongest moves, Chain Thunder Spear. Senior brother Liu smirked, his eyes flashing with confidence. Not bad. That's the combo that took down Lei Zhu. Too bad I'm not that freshman, he roared, channeling all his power to execute his signature skill, Jade Earth-Shaking Thunder. A blast of jade green lightning exploded, easily dispersing Hua Jing Ming's rain of spears. 20 minutes later, the match ended. Hua Jing Ming was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, leaning on his spear just to stay upright. He spoke in a broken voice. Senior brother, my thunder energy is drained. I lose. Senior brother Liu walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, technique-wise, you didn't lose. You only lost because you ran out of energy. Their teacher approached, looking incredibly pleased. Not bad. Not bad at all. That was truly a spectacular battle. Jing Ming's performance really exceeded my expectations. I thought Liu Ming would win easily, but I never expected you two to be so evenly matched. He actually had to rely on a war of attrition to decide the winner. Senior brother Liu looked at Hua Jing Ming with admiration and asked, do you know what level your strength just reached? Hua Jing Ming asked back blankly. What level? Senior brother Liu declared clearly. Tier 2, unrivaled. Those words left Hua Jing Ming stunned, unable to believe his ears. The teacher spoke up. All right. Combat training is over. Everyone take a break. A server brought out a plate of exotic-looking fruit. This was the clear spirit fruit, capable of dispelling fatigue, perfect for post-training recovery. Hua Jing Ming seized the opportunity to speak to his teacher. Teacher, there's something I'd like to ask your permission for. The teacher replied. Go ahead. Hua Jing Ming stated his decision with a determined look. I'm planning to leave the school and make a trip to the wilderness. The teacher was slightly surprised. To the wilderness, how long do you plan to be gone? Hua Jing Ming replied. About a month. I'll be back before the freshman grand competition. The teacher frowned. That long, he warned sternly. The wilderness isn't like the entrance exam grounds. There's no military protection. Beasts run rampant. And their distribution is unpredictable. One slip up, and you could run into a high-level monster, not to mention you'll be there for over a month. The danger speaks for itself. However, after thinking for a moment, he smiled and patted his student's shoulder. All right then. If you really want to go, then go. But remember, if things look bad, run immediately. Every powerhouse rises through life and death dangers. Since you have the will to improve, I won't stop you. Hua Jing Ming bowed, filled with gratitude. Thank you. Teacher Xia, the teacher asked. By the way, which wilderness zone are you heading to? He handed him a clear spirit fruit. Hua Jing Ming took it and answered. The wilderness on the outskirts of Origin City. Hearing this, the teacher breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It's right next to Magic City. The beasts there only peak at Tier 4 or 5. It's relatively less dangerous. Ask Liu Ming to share some of his experience with you later. Hua Jing Ming nodded. Yes. Sir, the teacher continued. Once you're out there, I can't help you much. So, I might as well equip you with a real weapon. Saying that, he raised his hand, and a ring on his finger glowed. He grabbed Hua Jing Ming's hand and placed a brand new spear into it. This is... Hua Jing Ming stared at the weapon in amazement. Back in his dorm room, Hua Jing Ming placed the new spear on his bed next to his packed backpack. He sat at his desk and ordered the AI, Yua, to open the school's mission system. A virtual screen appeared before him, and he thought to himself, asterisk, according to senior brother's advice, before leaving school, it's best to pick up a few missions to earn some credits. He scrolled through the mission list, collecting beast materials, gathering exotic herbs, capturing fugitive criminals, large-scale campaigns. Mission 1. Collect 30 whiskers from Tier 2, TT Foxes. Reward 60 credits. Rank C. Mission 2. Collect 30 stalks of clear spirit grass over 25 years old. Reward 43 credits. Rank D. Mission 3. Go to the southwest to participate in the campaign. Requirement Tier 1 middle rank or higher. Reward 600 credits. Rank S. Mission 4. Assist the Magic City Security Bureau in capturing the fugitive. Quan Bin. Reward 200 credits. Rank A. Hua Jing Ming frowned slightly. Asterisk. The missions with high credit rewards all involve unavoidable combat. Asterisk. This is basically sending students to their deaths. But that's the training model of Mao Superpower University. Asterisk. He swiped the screen and made his decision. No wonder people say the best students at Mao Superpower University aren't found on campus. But out in the real world, all right. I'll take this A-rank mission and these 3 B-rank ones. After accepting the quests, he stood up and shouldered his backpack. Prep work is done. No time to waste, I'm heading out right now. The AI system chimed in. Good luck. Dover dover. The scene shifted to a vast area with rolling mountains. Up ahead stood a modern building. The sign read, Primitive City Supply Base. Inside, the base was a bustling street filled with the sounds of deliveries and recruitment. Beast Hunting Squad, looking for a ranged attacker. C-Rank Squad recruiting right here. Top-tier pills for sale. Come check out the exploration missions, anyone interested. Hua Jing Ming shouldered his pack, spear in hand, and strode confidently into the base. Looking at the lively scene before him, his heart swelled with determination. The primitive supply base. I've finally made it. He walked into a luxurious lobby where adventurers were gathering. A charming female staff member in a red dress walked over and bowed professionally. Welcome. I5nist. How may I assist you today? Hua Jing Ming held out his student ID and said, I'd like to register as an adventurer. He knew that to enter the wilderness, he first had to register as a nationally recognized adventurer. The staff member took the card, looking a bit surprised. A student from Mao Superpower University. It's really rare to see a level 1 rookie like you heading into the wilderness already. The paperwork will take a moment. Please. Have a seat and relax while you wait. Hua Jing Ming found a spot and waited patiently. Suddenly, the lobby buzzed with excitement. Everyone's eyes darted toward the door as whispers broke out. Whoa, it's Goddess Jiang Chuxuan. My goddess is so beautiful. As expected of a Mado student, her aura is so powerful. A woman with platinum hair and stylish sunglasses walked in. Flanked by bodyguards and a cameraman, a character introduction box appeared. Jiang Chuxuan, sophomore, Mado Superpower University. The crowd kept whispering. Looks like Goddess Jiang is back in the wilderness to film content. Even though her team does all the work, the quality is top-notch. I watch every single episode. I heard Goddess Jiang has tens of millions of fans online. Right, way more than that. 15 million. If she were my girlfriend, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Hua Jing Ming also looked over at Jiang Chuxuan, silently assessing her. Someone from Mado U. Her looks are actually on par with Song Chuyun. Just then, the staff member returned and handed him a card and a watch. Here's your adventurer card and your satellite smartwatch. It comes preloaded with a map of the wilderness, marking beast activity and danger levels for each area in detail. Hua Jing Ming took them and said, "Thanks." After receiving his adventurer card and watch, Hua Jing Ming turned to leave the lobby and start his journey. Suddenly, a man with a sly look and a worn-out coat stepped up to block his path. He grinned shadily and struck up a conversation. "Hey there, little brother. First time in the wilderness. You can't survive out there without pills. So wanna buy some?" Hua Jing Ming glanced at the man, his eyes sharp and probing, and asked calmly, "What's the price?" Thinking he'd found a sucker, the man eagerly pitched his goods. Grade 1 healing pills are 20,000 a pop. Grade 1 antidotes are 15,000 each. Grade 2 works better but costs more, 40,000 and 30,000. Hua Jing Ming replied casually. "Oh, that's not too expensive." Hearing that, the man grinned ear to ear and thumped his chest. "You know your stuff. My pills are famous for being cheap and effective." However, Hua Jing Ming was analyzing coldly inside. Even grade 1 pills should cost at least 30 or 40,000. If he's quoting this low, something's definitely fishy. He's probably a scammer targeting clueless rookies, the man urged. "So, how many do you want?" Hua Jing Ming looked him straight in the eye and smirked. "You've scammed quite a few rookies with this trick, haven't you?" The man's face instantly changed. He snarled, pointing a finger at Hua Jing Ming's chest. "You knew all along. You were messing with me on purpose, weren't you?" Hua Jing Ming simply replied. "What do you think?" The man ground his teeth, his face twisting into a savage expression. "Fine. Just fine. You're the first person who's dared to toy with me in the supply base." Just as the tension was about to peak, a familiar voice rang out. It was the short-haired girl who had warned Hua Jing Ming earlier. Wang Qian pointed at the scammer and shouted, "Zhao Chunlin, you're scamming rookies again." Called out by name, Zhao Chunlin looked annoyed. He glared at Wang Qian, then turned back to Hua Jing Ming and huffed. Consider yourself lucky, kid." Before walking away, he turned back with a murderous glare to leave a threat. "But you'd better not leave the supply base for the next few days. Or else, you're gonna regret it." Once Zhao Chunlin was gone, the people around started whispering, "Tsk, tsk," that Zhao Chunlin has his eyes on him now. This rookie is toast. Of all people to mess with, he had to mess with Zhao Chunlin. "Yeah, I heard he advanced to middle stage tier 2. How could a high stage tier 1 kid possibly stand a chance against him?" Wang Qian walked over and spoke anxiously to Hua Jing Ming. "Zhao Chunlin is petty and holds a grudge. You shouldn't leave the supply base for a while." Hua Jing Ming replied, "Thanks for the warning. But he scams people, like that does nobody do anything about it." Wang Qian shook her head. "Zhao Chunlin has gang connections. Who would dare mess with him? If you need supplies, just buy them from the official channels. Remember, do not leave the base." Hua Jing Ming watched Wang Qian and her friends walk away, thinking, "She's a really helpful girl." He didn't take Zhao Chunlin's threat to heart and turned away to prepare for his trip. "All right. First I need to buy supplies for the month. Healing pills, antidotes, and bloodburst pills. Still lots to buy." He headed to the base's official trading counter, manned by a spherical robot. After purchasing all the necessary items, Hua Jing Ming packed everything into his backpack, ignoring the warnings. He walked boldly out of the supply base's main gate. All alone. Sure enough, Zhao Chunlin and his goons were already waiting outside. He crossed his arms and sneered. You just didn't believe me. Did you? I told you not to leave the base. Yet here you are. You really don't take me. Zhao Chunlin. Seriously? Do you? Hua Jing Ming stopped, facing them calmly, even smiling slightly. So, what do you want? Hua Jing Ming's smile only fueled Zhao Chunlin's rage. His face twisted in anger as he snarled. You humiliated me back there. I'm gonna break both your legs and leave you in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. That's the only way to satisfy my grudge. From a distance, Wang Qian and her friend saw the whole thing go down. Wang Qian panicked. I told him not to leave the supply base. Why won't he listen? I have to go help him. But her friend held her back. Hold on. Let him learn his lesson. That's what he gets for being so arrogant and ignoring advice. Zhao Chunlin started powering up, the muscles on his arms bulging. He laughed smugly as his skin turned into shiny metal. If I, Zhao Chunlin, can't even teach a rookie a lesson, how can I show my face around here anymore? With my C-rank metal hardening ability plus my D-rank combat suit, you won't even be able to scratch my defense. He gave his final condition. Unless you give me 1 million as compensation and kneel before me. But before he could finish, Hua Jing Ming lost all patience. A surge of purple electricity flashed around him as he roared. Zhao Chunlin's face froze in shock. Instantly, Hua Jing Ming became a blur, shooting through the air at incredible speed. A powerful kick, wrapped in purple lightning, slammed straight into Zhao Chunlin's face before he could even react. Bam! The terrifying force of the kick sent Zhao Chunlin flying backward like a kite with a cut string. Spraying a mouthful of fresh blood in midair, his body slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater and cracking the earth around him. Dust and gravel flew everywhere. Wang Qian and the onlookers in the distance dropped their jaws in shock, unable to believe the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. Amidst the chaos, Hua Jing Ming coldly dusted off his hands and walked away calmly, leaving Zhao Chunlin lying motionless in a pool of blood and rubble. The surrounding crowd finally snapped out of it and started whispering, "What a one-hit kill. That's terrifying. Oh my god. How did he do that? I didn't even see it clearly. Haha." Zhao Chunlin really hit a brick wall this time. I was actually worried for that other guy. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Wang Qian was still in shock and turned to ask her friend, the team captain. How did he do that? I didn't see it either. The captain replied with a serious expression. It was a kick to the hip. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is completely shattered. Even if he survives, he'll be a cripple in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. The captain continued analyzing with a look of admiration. No wonder he's from the Magic City Ability University. His strength is immense. And he's ruthless enough. Wang Qian asked in surprise. Someone from Magic U, Captain. How do you know? The captain explained. That combat suit he's wearing, I've only seen it on students from Magic U. It must be exclusively developed by their equipment department. Wang Qian suddenly had a thought. Yeah. Only a university like that could train a monster like him. How about we pull him into our team? Doesn't our squad still need a heavy hitter? Another girl in the team objected. Xiao Qian. When we formed this squad, didn't we agree on female members only? Another blonde girl hugged the blushing Wang Qian and teased. Haha. Xiao Qian. Have you fallen for him already? Though I admit, that guy is really handsome. I wouldn't mind him joining our team. Wang Qian could only stay silent out of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Hua Jing Ming had reached the checkpoint at the edge of the base. He held out his adventurer card to the scanner. An electronic voice chimed. Adventurer information confirmed. Permission granted to enter the wilderness. The gates opened, and Hua Jing Ming officially stepped into the primitive wilderness. Surrounding him was a dense, gloomy forest. The air was thick with danger. He observed his surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the forest. Hua Jing Ming looked up to see a flock of birds panic and fly up from an abandoned building in the distance. He muttered to himself. That cry was to declare territory. It's at least a rank 4 beast. But you guys aren't my target today. He looked at the 3D map projected from his smartwatch and made a plan. The primitive wilderness is roughly divided into two areas, the ruined towns and the mountain forests. The beasts in the ruined towns are a bit weaker. I can start gathering ability points from them. The map zoomed into a specific area. Ping An Town up ahead isn't bad. Mostly rank 2 beasts. Very few rank 1s. And no rank 3s or 4s. Plus, it's a huge area. There should be at least 5,000 or 6,000 beasts there. Target confirmed. Hua Jing Ming immediately sped up, his body turning into a blur as he dashed through the forest. Ping An Town. Here I come. As soon as he stepped onto the ruined streets of the town, a black shadow lunged from a dark corner. Attacking at extreme speed, Hua Jing Ming calmly turned around, recognizing the beast. A rank 2 shadow cat, ability points delivering themselves to my doorstep. He clenched his fist, purple lightning beginning to crackle. Lately, I've been influenced by the negative emotions of the thunder tyrant dragon. Inside, I'm always thirsty for slaughter. The more I suppress this impulse, the stronger the desire becomes. A wicked, excited smile appeared on his lips, his eyes glowing with purple electricity. But this time, I don't need to hold back anymore. The shadow cat seemed to sense the terrifying killing intent. It froze, its purple eyes revealing sheer terror. 1 month later, another team of adventurers was patrolling the strangely silent streets of Ping An Town. One member asked, "Captain, what's wrong with this town? We've been walking around all day. Why haven't we seen a single beast?" The bald captain replied grumpily, "You're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? Ping An Town should have at least 5,000 or 6,000 beasts. Even if a pack that big migrated, they couldn't have vanished this cleanly." Suddenly, a massive tiger burst out from a ruined building, roaring ferociously and startling the whole team. The team immediately got into combat stance, looking both tense and overjoyed. It's a massive tiger, not easy to find one. We finally found a beast, let's kill it together. But before they could act, a spear made of purple lightning shot from out of nowhere at terrifying speed. Tearing through the air, the lightning spear pierced straight through the massive tiger, causing a violent energy explosion. The tiger didn't even have time to scream before it was completely annihilated by the purple lightning. 2 team members stared at the scene, dumbfounded. What was that just now? A new type of laser weapon? The captain shook his head, his eyes filled with shock. No, laser weapons are faster. That looked like some kind of lightning element combat skill. The bald captain's face went pale with fear as he hurriedly shouted orders. "Let's go, this Ping An Town must have been taken over by some powerful expert. That attack just now. I'm afraid it was a warning." The whole team didn't dare hesitate for a second. They turned tail and ran immediately. One member ran and gasped. "No wonder we didn't find any beasts. That lightning expert probably wiped them all out." Another shivered. That lightning spear's power was terrifying. "My legs are still shaking like crazy," the captain shouted. "Cut the crap. Let's move." Provoking an expert like that is asking for big trouble. On a high rooftop, Hua Jing Ming coldly retracted his hand. A virtual screen appeared before his eyes. Killed low-tier level 2 pygmy fox. Gained 19 ability points. He thought with satisfaction, "My lightning spear has reached advanced proficiency." And the attack range skyrocketed to over 1,000 meters. Not bad. Not bad at all. He looked at his status panel, summing up the amazing results. In 1 month, he gained over 8,000 ability points, went from high-tier level 1 to high-tier level 2, and his Thunder Ash indestructible body broke through to the 3rd layer. A detailed status panel appeared. Name Hua Jing Ming. Rank high-tier level 2. Ability Purple Divine Lightning S. Physique 1,310. Vitality plus Spirit 972 Hz. Skills Spear, Mastery Master. Fist Technique Intermediate. Lightning Fang. Chain Lightning Spear Intermediate. Lightning Flash Advanced. Lightning Prison Intermediate. Lightning Storm Advanced. Body Cultivation Thunder Ash Indestructible Body, 3rd layer. Ability points 112. He thought confidently. So many A-rank combat skills have reached intermediate proficiency. Who else but me could pull this off? Hua Jing Ming stood up. Looking over the town he had completely swept clean below. It's all cleared out here. Time to pack up. I'll head back to the supply base tomorrow to restock, then continue deeper into the wilderness. The next day, at the primitive supply base, Hua Jing Ming returned with a tactical backpack that was bulging abnormally. People around couldn't help but be surprised and tease him. Huh. What's going on with him? Did that backpack grow legs? Did he drag a whole one-horned rhino back or something? That's just too pathetic. Hua Jing Ming ignored the gossip, thinking to himself, lucky I bought the reinforced tactical backpack. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to hold over 400 kilos of beast materials. He walked into the trading hall and dropped the heavy backpack in front of the female staff member. She smiled professionally. Sir, may I ask what materials you would like to sell? You can place them on the scale to the side first. Hua Jing Ming unzipped the backpack. He dumped all his loot onto the floor. A pile of beast materials stacked up like a mountain appeared before their eyes. The staff member's jaw dropped in shock. Stammering. Whoa. This is way too much, Hua Jing Ming said calmly. Level 2 beast materials. About 400 kilos. See how much they can sell for. The staff member looked at the pile of precious materials, her eyes lighting up. Tiger tendons. Beast teeth. Rhino horns, it was all top-tier stuff. She realized she couldn't handle this workload alone. Ezert. Please wait a moment. Your amount of beast materials is too large. I need to call a few more people to help inventory it. Saying that, she hurriedly contacted the purchasing department. Shortly after, a man in a sharp suit, followed by 2 beautiful female assistants, walked over. He introduced himself professionally. Hello, sir. I am Zhao Yi, the manager in charge of purchasing operations. Hua Jing Ming also politely shook his hand. Hua Jing Ming. Zhao Yi looked at the pile of loot, unable to hide his admiration. Mr. Shu, you really are young and talented. To hunt so many beasts at such a young age. You've really opened my eyes. I'll have someone sort and inventory the materials. Would you mind sitting with me for a moment? The staff quickly used flying robots to scan and appraise the value of each item. After the inventory was finished, Zhao Yi sat down opposite Hua Jing Ming and presented a gold card. This is the platinum membership card for the supply base. You get a 5% discount on any purchase. Please accept it. A young high-tier level 2 esper like this. The base definitely needed to build a good relationship with him. Hua Jing Ming took the card. Then, thank you. Manager Zhao, a female staff member, walked over to report. Sir, the inventory is complete. 89 high-tier level 2 items, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier. Zhao Yi couldn't help but be astonished upon hearing this. Thinking to himself, impressive. Did he wipe out an entire beast nest or something? Zhao Yi offered a price. These beast materials total 24,764,000. Let's round it up to 25 million. How does that sound? Hua Jing Ming nodded. Rounding up, well then. Thank you. Manager Zhao. Immediately, Hua Jing Ming's phone received a notification. Your Zhongsha bank account ending in 7043 has received 25 million. Balance 29 million. 123,400. He looked at the number on the screen, unable to contain his joy. Ha. 29 million. I've basically struck it rich overnight. The transaction complete. Hua Jing Ming stood up to leave. Zhao Yi also stood up and handed over his business card. Manager Zhao. I'll see you next time. Here is my card. If you have time, let me treat you to tea. As Hua Jing Ming walked away, Zhao Yi watched his back, sighing with admiration. This young man has a limitless future. Suddenly, the phone in Zhao Yi's pocket rang. He picked it up, his voice sounding a bit impatient. Zhao Chunlin. What do you want on the other end? Zhao Chunlin's hateful voice rang out. Manager. I saw the guy who hurt me return to the supply base. You have to avenge me, Zhao Yi replied indifferently. Oh, is it that high-tier level 1 kid you mentioned? How do you want to take revenge? Zhao Chunlin, wrapped in white bandages and sitting in a wheelchair, screamed into the phone. Send the Tiger Mark squad, I want him to wish he was dead. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment, then agreed. Fine. I'll lend you the Tiger Mark squad. But after this, we don't owe each other anything, Zhao Chunlin replied. Don't worry. Once this is done, I'll leave Primitive City immediately. Hanging up. Zhao Yi felt a bit uneasy. Why do I feel like something's wrong? Am I overthinking it? The Tiger Mark squad is an elite level 2 team. Dealing with a high-tier level 1 kid shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Hua Jing Ming was walking down the street when he suddenly sneezed. Achoo, he rubbed his nose, feeling a bit strange. What was that? Is someone bad-mouthing me? At the same time, in a luxurious office, Zhao Yi was reporting over the phone. Manager Wang. I just discovered a pretty good esper named Hua Jing Ming. He brought back more loot alone than a dozen squads combined. On the other end, the base's general manager, Wang Yun, was sitting in front of a computer. Hua Jing Ming let me check his file. When he saw the information appear on the screen, a glint of surprise flashed in Wang Yun's eyes. He immediately ordered Zhao Yi over the phone. Manager Zhao. This Hua Jing Ming you mentioned is very important to me. If he comes back, notify me immediately. Zhao Yi hurriedly replied. Yes. Got it. He hung up the phone, breaking out in a cold sweat. This Hua Jing Ming guy actually got old Wang that worked up. He must have some serious backing. Thank God I didn't get on his bad side. Wang Yan stared at the computer screen, muttering to himself. I can't believe another one of Yang Zhentian's disciples showed up at my base. Upper Tier 2. His talent is even crazier than Lu Ming's was. The kid's a total monster. I absolutely cannot afford to offend him. Meanwhile, Hua Jing Ming was strolling through the base's market area. He stopped to look inside an equipment shop, and thought, spatial rings here cost over 10 million, and the storage space is only the size of a suitcase. That is a total ripoff. He watched the crowd pass by, feeling a bit envious. Still, having a spatial ring would be super convenient. I really want one. I wonder what tier I'd need to fit my spear inside. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked up. It was Liu Wenhan. Brother Ming, long time no talk. When are you coming back to school? Hua Jing Ming replied. In about half a month. Why? What's up? While he chatted on the phone, Hua Jing Ming was completely unaware that a group of people was watching him from the end of a small alley. Leading them was Zhao Chun Lin, sitting in a wheelchair, flanked by members of the Tiger Cavalry Squad, hidden in the alley, with his entire body still wrapped in bandages. Zhao Chun Lin barked orders with a voice full of hatred. That's your target. Break his arms and legs. Then drag him over here to me. The blonde captain replied coldly. Got it. Meanwhile, Hua Jing Ming was still engrossed in his phone call with Liu Wenhan. He had no idea a member of the Tiger Cavalry Squad was silently closing in from behind. On the other end of the line, Liu Wenhan said, Since you've been gone this past month, a new freshman enrolled. He is incredibly arrogant. Hua Jing Ming murmured. Sensing something, he suddenly stopped walking, which startled the person tailing him. He asked into the phone. What was that? Then quickly reassured him. No. It's nothing. Go on. His eyes, however, had turned sharp as he scanned his surroundings. At the corner of the alley, the Tiger Cavalry captain signaled. Get ready. The target has entered the alley. He then turned to the platinum-haired girl. He Qian. Analyze his strength. He Qian gave a curt nod. Understood. Another male member of the team scoffed dismissively. Captain, I don't mean to be rude, but sometimes you are way too cautious. He is just an upper tier 1 brat. What kind of trouble could he possibly cause? Meanwhile, He Qian was using her ability when she suddenly gasped in horror. How? How is this possible? The captain immediately noticed the panic in her voice. He turned back. What is it? Is something wrong? He Qian replied with a grave expression. I'm sharing my vision. See for yourselves. Instantly, a spiritual eye appeared on the foreheads of all 3 members. It was a psychic sensory ability. The stronger the power, the more intense the aura. Through the spiritual vision, they saw their own auras as mere tiny blue specks of light. In contrast, Hua Jing Ming's aura was a colossal pillar of purple energy, overwhelming and terrifying. One member stammered in panic. This. How is this possible? This aura, it's several times stronger than my upper tier 2 energy. A powerhouse like this could wipe out our entire squad as easily as flipping a hand. The captain realized he had been played. He ground his teeth in fury and roared. Zhao Chunlin. That son of a bitch. He tricked us into jumping into a fire pit. The intel is wrong. Abort the mission. We are going back to settle the score with Zhao Chunlin. Hua Jing Ming sensed that the presences tracking him had suddenly vanished. He was a bit confused. What the hell? Why did they suddenly run away? He quickly pieced the events together, his gaze turning cold. In this base, the only person with a grudge against me is that Zhao Chunlin. He must still be bitter and tried to pull some revenge stunt. A dog really can't stop eating shit. What a scumbag. Next time I see him, I'm going to have to teach him an even harsher lesson. Moments later, back where Zhao Chunlin was waiting, the Tiger Cavalry captain stormed in like a tornado and landed a thunderous punch right on his face. Zhao Chunlin was knocked out of his wheelchair and sprawled onto the ground. Dazed, he asked, What is going on? Why did you hit me?" The captain grabbed him by the collar, growling in pure rage. "You have the nerve to ask me that. The damn intel you gave us was wrong. You almost got us all killed. The target isn't upper tier 1, he is upper tier 2. Zhao Chunlin was stunned, clutching his swollen cheek. He stammered. "Upper tier 2, how is that possible? It's only been a little over a month." The captain shoved him away and said coldly, "Humph. I don't care what is actually going on. This mission ends right here. We will speak to Manager Zhao ourselves." A while later, the Tiger Cavalry captain walked into Zhao Yi's office. Zhao Yi asked, "Back so soon, did you take care of it?" The captain replied, "No. The mission is terminated." Zhao Yi was surprised. The captain immediately explained. Zhao Chunlin's intelligence was flawed. The target is not upper tier 1. He is upper tier 2. Even worse. According to He Qian's observation, his actual combat power is at least tier 3 or higher. That is why we aborted. Hearing this, Zhao Yi slammed the table in anger. Combat power rivaling tier 3 from an upper tier 2 kid. What is wrong with that Zhao Chunlin? Is this the kind of person he should be messing with? He suddenly froze, as if realizing something. He hurriedly asked, "Upper tier 2. Wait. What is the name of Zhao Chunlin's target?" The captain replied. Zhao Chunlin didn't give a name, but the description was clear. About 1 meter 90. Muscular build. Carries a spear on his back. Hearing this, the blood drained from Zhao Yi's face, and he broke out in a profuse cold sweat. He stammered, "It's over. I'm done for. Could that person be?" At the same time, in the office of Chief Manager Wang Yan, he was reviewing documents when he received a call. After listening to the report, he flew into a rage and smashed the desk phone to pieces. "Sending people to assassinate Hua Jing Ming, how dare you idiots do such a thing?" On the other end of the line, Zhao Yi hurriedly explained, Manager Wang. He's just an upper tier 2 kid. There is no need to be so angry." "Is there?" Wang Yan roared. "You blind fool, here is Hua Jing Ming's file. Look at it yourself." A virtual screen appeared in front of Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi trembled as he read the information. Top scorer of Jiangnan Province. Freshman at Magic Capital University of Abilities. 18 years old and upper tier 2. I've never heard of such a thing. Usually, they are lower tier 2 at best. The Dean of the Weapons Academy, Yang Zhentian, is his personal mentor. Wang Yan said with a menacing tone, "We are in trouble. Big trouble. Do you understand now? If a Grandmaster-level figure like that decided to flatten this entire supply base, the government wouldn't say a damn word." Zhao Yi was so terrified he felt a chill run down his spine. He bowed low, trembling as he spoke. "I understand. I absolutely won't let the base be put in a difficult position," Wang Yan ordered. "Bring him in." 2 bodyguards dragged Zhao Chunlin, who had been beaten black and blue. Inside, Zhao Chunlin collapsed on the ground, his face covered in blood. "Please. I know I was wrong, spare me." Zhao Yi looked at him with eyes cold as ice, grabbing him by the hair. It seemed a beating wasn't enough to settle this. Criminals must be executed. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for messing with the wrong person this time. Crack. A bone-chilling snap echoed through the room. Zhao Yi had struck ruthlessly, sending fresh blood splattering. He turned to look at Grand Supervisor Wang Yan with a questioning expression. "Supervisor, is this Acceptable, Wang Yan replied coldly. You don't actually think that's enough, do you? Zhao Yi looked a bit troubled. Supervisor. This. Wang Yan looked at him with a gaze sharp as a knife and said, all these years, I've overlooked the shady deals you've done at the base. But this time, the mess you've caused is truly too big. Wang Yan turned around, his voice full of authority echoing through the room. Everyone involved in this must be dealt with strictly. Not just you, but the Huji squad as well. Absolutely nothing can leak out. We cannot leave even a sliver of a chance of offending anyone else. Zhao Yi could only call out in terrified despair. Supervisor Wang, a moment later, at the main gate of the base. Wang Yan led a group of high-ranking supervisors standing solemnly, seemingly waiting for an important figure. The crowd of adventurers nearby couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Isn't that the leader? Grand Supervisor Wang Yan, except for Supervisor Zhao from the purchasing department. The supervisors from all other departments are here. Tisk. With this kind of turnout, a big shot must be coming. In the crowd, Wang Qian and her teammates were also present. A team member recognized someone and said, Xiao Qian, isn't that the guy from the Magic City Ability University we saw before? Wang Qian was surprised. Huh, where Hua Jing Ming was returning from the wilderness area. A bit confused to see the crowd and the lineup of senior leaders looking in his direction, Wang Yan quickly stepped forward, bowed solemnly, and spoke with a voice full of respect. Student Shu, you have finally returned. I am the Grand Supervisor of this base. Wang Yan. This scene left Wang Qian and her teammates completely astonished. Whoa. The supervisors came out to welcome him. It looks like his identity isn't just a simple student from Magic City University. Wang Yan continued to explain clearly about Zhao Chunlin offending him. Our base takes full responsibility. We have already brought him to justice. The accomplices have also been arrested. They will spend the rest of their lives in prison. To show our sincerity, we have specially prepared an apology gift for you. Hua Jing Ming observed Wang Yan's decisive attitude and thought to himself, as expected of someone who can sit in the position of Grand Supervisor, he really is a ruthless character, dealing with his own subordinates so neatly. A beautiful female assistant stepped forward, holding a red velvet box. Wang Yan introduced, this is the highest level black gold membership card of our base. From now on, your stay at our base will be completely free. Any products you purchase will also enjoy a minimum discount of 20%. Another female assistant opened an exquisite jewelry box. Inside was a sparkling ring. Wang Yan said, additionally, this is a spatial ring with a volume of 1 cubic meter. It is also part of our apology. Hua Jing Ming couldn't help but be surprised. 1 cubic meter, he took the ring. Feeling delighted, a spatial ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter sells for at least 50 million Great Xia dollars. This Wang Yan really is sincere, since Supervisor Wang is so generous. I will accept it. Wang Yan smiled and added, as expected of Teacher Yang's student, you are indeed straightforward. By the way, your senior brother, student Lu Ming, also came to this primitive base for training back in the day. Hua Jing Ming replied. Oh. The two continued chatting while Hua Jing Ming was led to a luxurious room. Standing by the window looking at the scenery outside, Hua Jing Ming thought with satisfaction. The best room opened with a black gold card is not bad at all. It's much more luxurious than the dormitory villa. After a month of training, I can finally have a good day of rest. Wang Yan saw him to the door and said, next time you encounter any issues, contact me directly. In this primitive city, my words still carry some weight. Hua Jing Ming looked at the ring on his hand and mentally exclaimed, this is the power of having a background. If I were just an ordinary high-tier rank 2 genius, I absolutely wouldn't get this kind of treatment. He sat down on the chair and began the process of binding the ring. Spatial rings require a spiritual imprint. Only after completing the binding process can it be used. My current spiritual power is as high as 972 Hz. Much higher than the 600 or 700 of a typical high-tier rank, 2 Esper. This should be very easy. He focused his spiritual power, and in just a moment, the ring was bound. He excitedly tested it out. Done. It seems I can use my thoughts to take items out, and I just need to touch something with my body to store it. Aside from not being able to store living things, this really is convenient. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was his teacher calling. Hello? Teacher, yes. I just came out of the wilderness area. Yes. Docked. Also, there's something I just happened to want to report to you. After hearing Hua Jing Ming recount the story, his teacher was furious. Humph. They dared to send people to assassinate you. Giving you a spatial ring is letting them off easy. If something had actually happened to you, I would have leveled their entire supply base. He asked further, by the way, you said that rank 2 elite squad followed you all the way to the alley. Why did they give up in the end? Hua Jing Ming replied, maybe they realized I am also a high-tier rank 2, which didn't match their expectations. So they went back to confirm. His teacher was so shocked, he almost dropped the phone. You've already reached high-tier rank 2. You've only been training in the wilderness area for a short month, Hua Jing Ming calmly replied. Yes. I just leveled up a few days ago. His teacher burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, as expected of the student of me. Yang Zhentian, your cultivation speed is even faster than mine was back in the day. When do you plan to return? I will personally celebrate for you, Hua Jing Ming replied. I'll return before school starts. For the remaining time, I plan to go to the high-level area. I have lightning flash with high-level proficiency, so rank 4 beasts shouldn't be able to catch me. If I really encounter a rank 5 beast, I can still use a bloodburst pill to save my life. I want to go try my luck and broaden my horizons. Hearing this, his teacher felt very satisfied. Good lad, I can hear the confidence in your tone. But remember, caution is paramount. Hua Jing Ming respectfully replied. I understand. Sir. Elsewhere, an assistant saw Yang Zhentian laughing heartily and said, Master, I haven't seen you this happy in a long time. He responded with a boisterous laugh. Ha ha, the assistant continued, his voice full of pride regarding Jing Ming. This student isn't just a training prodigy, he's battle-tested too. His leveling speed is simply unheard of. They say life and death crises make you stronger. But for Jing Ming, it's like he's using a cheat code. Meanwhile, far away, Hua Jing Ming had already entered the wilderness. Deep into the mountain forests, the wind rustled through the leaves. He listened closely to his surroundings. The air was filled with the echoing roars of ferocious beasts. He thought to himself, roars everywhere. Looks like the beast resources in this forest are way richer than in the ruined towns. Suddenly, he sensed an enemy. He shot forward like an arrow. Zap zap, the spear in his hand crackled with purple lightning. The power of the lightning flash was unleashed. He moved at breakneck speed, leaving afterimages between the trees as the wind howled around him. Roar! A giant wolf with silver-gray fur and glowing eyes lunged from the bushes. It was a Gale Terror wolf. After a brief clash, Hua Jing Ming jumped back to observe, analyzing the situation. Ordinary Tier 3 beasts usually have special abilities, just like human espers. The Gale Terror wolf is a wind-type beast. Judging by that wind blade, it's definitely a mid-tier 3. I wonder how many ability points I'll get for killing it. Just as he was about to land the killing blow, a voice called out from the distance. Look over there, it's a Gale Terror wolf. A group emerged, led by a beautiful woman with platinum hair. One team member spoke up. The wind pressure around that wolf is strong. It's gotta be a mid-tier 3. A beast of this level is perfect footage for Miss Jiang. The captain barked an order. Same old rules. Cut off its escape route first. Hua Jing Ming frowned. Aside from Zhang Chuxuan, everyone else is tier 3. They're trying to steal my kill. He recalled the unwritten law of the wilderness resources like beasts belong to whoever finds them first. Taking them is considered an act of war. Suddenly, Zhang Chuxuan spoke up in protest. Captain Wang, I told you last time. I don't like stealing other people's prey just for content. Okay, the captain laughed it off, trying to persuade her. Miss Jiang, don't put it so harshly. This isn't stealing. It's called being a good Samaritan, a tier 3 adventurer facing a tier 3 beast. And in his moment of crisis, a goddess swoops in to save him. Think of the views and engagement we'll get. Zhang Chuxuan looked displeased and stood her ground. I don't need that kind of fake, staged content. Besides, look at him, he's totally calm. He doesn't need any help. Hearing this, Hua Jing Ming thought, this woman isn't bad. Realizing he couldn't convince her, The captain turned to another member. Well, Miss Jiang is signing the checks. So what she says goes. He grumbled in annoyance. What a buzzkill. Finally, he waved his hand to the team. If she's not happy with it, let's go find a different beast. Let's move. Watching them leave, Hua Jing Ming made a mental note. That Zhang Chuxuan has a decent personality. I guess a hot TikToker with 10 million fans actually has some backbone. But he recalled the captain's gaze. That captain had a vicious look in his eyes just now. Seems like she doesn't have a very tight leash on her team. Whatever. It's got nothing to do with me. As soon as the group was gone, the Gale Terror Wolf lunged straight at Hua Jing Ming. He sneered. You were all timid when those Tier 3 espers were here. But the second they leave, you attack. He dodged the strike effortlessly. Feeling a bit annoyed, you really are a snob of a dog. Looking down on me like that. I won't give you a second chance. Hua Jing Ming channeled power into his spear and shouted. Lightning gale break. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down onto the beast's head. The wolf collapsed instantly. A notification popped up in his mind. Defeated mid-tier 3 Gale Terror Wolf. Ability points plus 34. Hua Jing Ming thought with satisfaction. Over 30 ability points for killing a tier 3 beast. Not bad at all. After wiping out the minions, Hua Jing Ming turned his sharp gaze toward the injured leader. His voice was cold. I'll give you a quick death. Time passed. 7 days later, in another dense forest, a pack of ferocious, violent apes was roaring in anger. When suddenly, a blinding purple light shot toward them. Whoosh! The beam of purple energy carried destructive power, tearing through the air and flying straight at the pack of apes. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The alpha ape took the hit. Its entire body engulfed in purple light. It threw its head back and howled in agony. After the attack, the alpha ape staggered and collapsed to the ground. Heavily wounded but not dead, Hua Jing Ming landed from above and remarked calmly. One lightning spear couldn't kill it instantly, as expected of the violent ape leader. He smirked. Purple electricity crackling around his body. His eyes filled with killing intent. The rest of you minions can stop screaming now. I'll make sure your whole family gets reunited in hell. With that, he charged into the pack of apes. He moved like a thunderstorm tornado, his spear swinging relentlessly. Fresh blood and purple lightning mingled together, creating a dance of death. In just a moment, the battle was over. Hua Jing Ming stood tall, his spear planted in the ground. He was surrounded by the corpses of the apes, white smoke rising from their charred wounds. He smiled with satisfaction as an information panel appeared before his eyes. Over 3,000 ability points. That should be enough for me to go back and learn an S-rank combat skill. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Suddenly, a device on his spear shaft beeped and flashed. He looked at it in surprise. It's a distress signal. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Jiang Chuxuan was running for her life in a panic, the wind whistling in her ears. Chasing her was a massive beast resembling an earth dragon, a Terra Drake. It let out a ferocious roar. As she ran, Jiang Chuxuan thought in despair. My team was scattered by a Tier 4 beast, and now I run into a low Tier 3 Terra Drake. I'm in deep trouble. The Terra Drake was getting closer, its sheer ferocity filling her with hopelessness. Any beast with dragon in its name is guaranteed to be extremely vicious and incredibly hard to deal with, and I'm only a mid-tier 2. Even with a bloodburst pill, I can't beat it. She kept running blindly, clinging to one faint hope that some team of espers would see her distress signal and come to her rescue. Suddenly, the dense forest gave way to an open clearing. Her face went pale with terror. A grassland. I'm done for. Without trees for cover, it'll definitely catch me. Just as predicted, the earth dragon closed in fast, its massive shadow engulfing her. She thought in despair. I can't escape this time. The monster opened its huge mouth and fired a beam of destructive energy. In that split second between life and death, a bolt of purple-white lightning struck down from the sky, blocking its attack. As the dust settled, a familiar figure appeared, standing right in front of her, his spear still crackling with electricity. Hungsa Tuan looked up and gasped in surprise. It's you. Seeing Hua Jing Ming had no intention of retreating, Hungsa Tuan screamed in panic. Run. Quickly. That's a low-tier level 3 Earth Dragon. You can't beat it. Yet Hua Jing Ming stood his ground, his gaze unwavering, which shocked Kung Sir Tuyen. Frustrated but deeply worried. She thought to herself, "Ugh, why won't he listen to me? It's fine if I die. But I absolutely cannot drag an innocent bystander down with me." With that thought, she decisively turned and charged toward the monster, shouting back at Hua Jing Ming, "Get out of here, I'll hold it off." The giant earth dragon let out a roar, its shadow looming over their two small figures. Kung Sir Tuyen clenched her fists, preparing to face the beast. Just then, Hua Jing Ming stepped in front of her, his whole body erupting with violent purple lightning energy. All that power gathered at the tip of his spear, forming a massive pillar of lightning so intense it seemed to warp the space around them. Kung Sir Tuyen looked up, her purple eyes wide, completely overwhelmed by this majestic and terrifying sight. Boom! The lightning spear launched at terrifying speed, piercing straight into the earth dragon's head. The destructive lightning exploded, shattering the monster's head into pieces and sending blood spraying everywhere. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, causing a small earthquake. Dust and lingering purple sparks floated in the air, knocked back by the shockwave. Kung Sir Tuyen sat on the ground, looking dazed as she stammered, The earth dragon was killed just like that. In the blink of an eye, she looked up at Hua Jing Ming's calm back, her heart still pounding. That power was just too terrifying. That sonic boom I heard earlier wasn't a hallucination after all. Isn't this guy only high-tier level 2? How did he... A notification popped up in Hua Jing Ming's mind. Defeated low-tier level 3 Earth Dragon. Ability points, plus 36. He thought. As expected of a beast with dragon in its name. The points are even higher than a standard high-tier level 3 monster. He turned back to look at Kung Sir Tuyen, who was still sitting on the ground, and asked, "Are you all right?" Kung Sir Tuyen's face flushed slightly as she stammered, I'm fine. My legs are just a bit jelly. Thank you for saving me." Hua Jing Ming smiled and reached out his hand to her. "I was just passing by. Anyone else would have done the same for you." Kung Sir Tuyen hesitated before placing her hand in his. After being pulled up, she looked at him with gratitude and admiration. "That's not necessarily true. My name is Kung Sir Tuyen. I don't know how to repay you for saving my life. If you ever need anything, just let me know." Hua Jing Ming replied, "I wouldn't dare order you around. But if you could give me a signed photo, that would be great." He thought of his friend, Lu Vun Tao, a super fan of Kung Sir Tuyen who had been dreaming of getting her autograph for ages. Hearing that, Kung Sir Tuyen gasped in surprise. Then said, "I don't have any photos on me right now. Can I give it to you when we get back to the supply base?" Hua Jing Ming nodded. "Of course." Kung Sir Tuyen's gaze stopped on his spear, and she asked, "That's the Dark Cloud Gale spear. Are you from Magic City Ability University too?" Hua Jing Ming was a bit surprised. "My teacher gave this to me." "You know this spear?" Kung Sir Tuyen happily explained. "Yeah. It's famous because it's too heavy for level 1 and 2 ability users. But level 3s usually use grade C gear or higher. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm a second-year student. Class 3. Ice Department of the Elemental Academy." Then she added, "Hello. Senior," she thought. "I've never heard his name at school. This senior is really low-key." Hearing her call him senior, Hua Jing Ming thought, "Senior? Well, makes sense. Normal students at Magic U don't reach high-tier level 2 until their 3rd year. Whatever. She looks so admiring. I shouldn't burst her bubble." He just smiled and replied, "Hello. Junior." Kung Sir Tuyen admired him even more. Senior's strength is incredible. That Earth Dragon was low-tier level 3. But it's comparable to a standard high-tier level 3 beast. I can't believe Senior killed it in a split second. As Hua Jing Ming turned to leave, Kung Sir Tuyen hurriedly asked, "Senior, are you leaving already?" He nodded. "That's right." Kung Sir Tuyen looked a bit shy and stammered, Senior, can I tag along with you for a bit? I got separated from my guard team, and I can't handle things on my own." Hua Jing Ming thought for a moment, then agreed. "All right. I'll take you to the city ruins. Then you can make your way back. Kung Se Tuyen beamed with joy. Thank you so much. Senior, on the way. She suddenly remembered something and pointed back. Oh right. Senior, do you want to check out the Earth Dragon's cave? There might be good loot inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't have chased me down so aggressively. Hua Jing Ming nodded. Sure. Let's take a look. As they walked, Kung Se Tuyen asked curiously. Senior, which academy are you in? Hua Jing Ming answered briefly. The Weapons Academy. She continued excitedly. I know someone in your academy named Dung Tren Tien. His nickname is Yang the Hell King. Basically, he's super scary, Hua Jing Ming calmly replied. That's my teacher. Hearing that, Kung Se Tuyen instantly froze. Her face turning bright red with embarrassment. She hurriedly bowed. Sorry. Sorry, I misspoke. After dealing with the Earth Dragon situation, Hua Jing Ming looked back at Kung Se Tuyen, sweating from awkwardness, and couldn't help but wonder, doesn't Kung Se Tuyen's livestream persona portray her as an aloof goddess? In reality, she's a total chatterbox. Then Kung Se Tuyen led him to a gloomy cave. She said as they walked, Senior, this is the place. Hua Jing Ming immediately stepped in front to shield her. Gripping his spear tightly, he said seriously, We don't know if there's danger inside. Stay behind me. Kung Se Tuyen nodded obediently. The two cautiously entered the cave. Hua Jing Ming took the lead, purple lightning swirling around his spear tip. Ready for battle. Kung Se Tuyen followed close behind. As they ventured deeper, the scene before them left them stunned. It was a vast cavern with a crystal-clear lake, filled with countless exotic flowers glowing with a soft light. Kung Se Tuyen couldn't help but gasp. It smells amazing. They looked around in awe. The air thick with fragrance and pure energy. With his knowledge, Hua Jing Ming quickly realized the true value of this place. B rank spirit grass. A rank flame flower. C rank hypnosis herb. Why are there so many rare exotic plants growing here? Then his gaze landed on the lake, his voice trembling slightly. This is... He had recognized the most precious treasure of all. His voice was filled with shock. The essence source of the earth. The ultimate healing elixir for anything under Tier 4. S-rank Earth Spirit Spring. Kung Se Tuyen was equally stunned, turning to ask him in disbelief. Whoa. Are you sure? She gently sat down, plucked a flower, and brought it to her nose. Closing her eyes to enjoy the scent, she explained. The Earth Spirit Spring nourishes the nearby flora, transforming them into exotic plants and infusing them with the stream's cool, refreshing fragrance. She turned back to Hua Jing Ming with a happy smile and confirmed. No mistake about it. This is definitely the Earth Spirit Spring. Impressive. I didn't expect you to have such deep knowledge about natural treasures. I actually passed the Tier 2 pharmacist exam at school. You know, she added proudly. Hua Jing Ming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. I didn't realize she was such a top student. A Tier 2 pharmacist certificate. I heard that's incredibly difficult to get. Kung Se Tuyen laughed happily and made a generous offer. Huh. You flatter me. Senior, this Earth Spirit Spring can produce at least 5 portions of S-rank healing fluid. Senior, why don't you take all of it? Hua Jing Ming shook his head, proposing a fairer deal. I'll take 4 parts. You take 1. As for the exotic plants, we'll split them 50-50. Hearing this, Kung Se Tuyen beamed with joy. Then thank you so much. Senior, just then, Kung Se Tuyen's mercenary squad appeared at the cave entrance. One of them grumbled. Captain, there isn't even a single monster in this cave. Could there really be anything good in here? Both Hua Jing Ming and Kung Se Tuyen startled and spun around, their expressions instantly tense. Captain Vung stepped in, scanning the area. That's not necessarily true. Judging by the traces, this must be the lair of a Tier 3 Earth Dragon, a dragon-type beast's lair. There might actually be some good loot. When she saw them, Kung Se Tuyen let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's you guys. Captain Vung, you scared the life out of me. But Hua Jing Ming was secretly worried. An elite squad of Tier 3 awakened. If they discover this S-rank Earth Spirit Spring, we're going to have trouble. Captain Vung approached with a fake smile. Miss Huang, we've been looking everywhere for you. I didn't expect to run into you here. Miss Huang, the gentleman beside you isn't the one from before. Hung Se Duan quickly explained. This is actually a senior from my school. We just happened to run into each other on the way. That's right, these exotic plants are pretty high quality. Since we all found them, let's split them up together. Captain Vung gave a sinister smile. Is that so? Well then. Thank you very much. Miss Hung. At the same time, a subordinate leaned in and whispered in his ear. Captain, something's fishy. That stream in the middle looks a lot like the S-rank healing elixir. The Earth Spirit sprang, hearing that. The eyes of the entire mercenary squad instantly lit up with greed. Turning bloodshot, their minds were consumed by a single thought, S-rank, natural treasure. Sensing the shift, Hua Jing Ming and Hung Se Duan exchanged worried glances. Damn it. The moment S-rank resources were mentioned, the atmosphere changed completely. The smile on Captain Vung's face vanished. Replaced by a ferocious scowl, he growled. Miss Huang, it seems you two haven't been very honest. She calmly took a step forward and said, if you've already figured it out, then the Earth Spirit Spring and these exotic plants. They're all yours, Senior. Let's go. Hung Se Duan hurriedly grabbed his arm, whispering anxiously. Senior, Captain Vung's team are all peak, Tier 3, awakened. We can't beat them. Hua Jing Ming replied with a voice full of confidence. Junior, they're just peak, Tier 3, awakened. I don't consider myself inferior to them. He continued, his sharp gaze locking onto the mercenaries. Besides, even if we hand over all the treasures, they won't let us leave alive. He turned to look at her as if to confirm. Right, Captain Vung burst into arrogant laughter. Haha, this kid talks big. But his guess is spot on. He no longer hid his intentions, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Miss Hung is a big shot. If she goes back and writes a little report, my whole team probably won't be able to survive in this country anymore. So, it's better to just silence you both right here, facing this life or death situation. Hung Se Duan clenched her fists, her gaze hardening. There's no other choice. I can't be a burden to Senior. She quickly took out a blood-red pill and brought it to her lips. It was a bloodburst pill. As she swallowed the bloodburst pill, Hung Se Duan let out a soft groan. She dropped into a combat stance, her body radiating blue frost energy. Tiny ice crystals began to form around her. Her eyes filled with unwavering determination. The ground beneath the mercenaries began to freeze, the spreading frost hindering their movements. Captain Vung sneered, issuing orders with confidence. Leave Hung Se Duan to me. Chu Chung, you go deal with her little friend first. The rest of you, just guard the entrance. Chu Chung, who was holding a camera, and another mercenary responded in unison. You got it. The captain let out a roar as his body began to transform. His face morphed into a ferocious tiger's head as he growled. Miss Hung, nothing personal, but you're going to die here today. In the blink of an eye, he had completely transformed into a giant tiger man, possessing a C-rank beast enhancement ability, saber-toothed tiger. Chu Chung, holding the camera, licked his lips perversely and called out, Captain, go easy on her. Don't kill her right away. It would be a waste for such a beauty to die so quickly. We definitely want to show her some love first. And I'll record the whole thing. Hearing those vile words, Hung Se Duan felt a mix of fury and despair. These animals in human clothing? Am I really going to die here today? I can't accept this, and I've dragged Senior into it too. Suddenly, she realized something and frantically looked around. Wait. Where's Senior? In that split second, Captain Vung's pupils constricted, reflecting a dark shadow rushing towards them at terrifying speed. Twack. Chu Trung didn't even have time to react before a spear pierced right through his body. Hua Jing Ming held the shaft coldly, ignoring the man's gasping final words. Captain. You. He glanced at the dead man, his eyes void of emotion, thinking, seems like Tier 3 strength isn't all that impressive. Captain Vung stood frozen, stuttering in shock. Too fast. Hua Jing Ming pulled his spear from the corpse, letting it drop to the ground. It was only then that Captain Wang realized his fatal mistake. That guy Zhu Chong was only a mid-tier level 3. But he wasn't someone just anyone could kill easily. Turns out times the biggest trouble here. I really misjudged you, he roared in anger, swinging his battle axe as he charged at Hua Jing Ming. Clang times, Hua Jing Ming blocked the attack with ease. Purple lightning beginning to crackle explosively around his body. Sensing his opponent's power, his gaze turned serious. A dark purple aura began to envelop his body. If we're just talking attack power, this peak level 3 captain is definitely a lot stronger than me. In that case, I can't hold back anymore either. The other two mercenaries also felt the terrifying power rising from Hua Jing Ming, and they couldn't help but be horrified. Boom! A massive surge of energy erupted from Hua Jing Ming's body. His muscles bulged. Tearing through his clothes, he roared. Extreme lightning mode. Jiang Chuxuan covered her mouth, staring in shock at the familiar figure transforming so terrifyingly. She whispered, "Senior." Captain Wang also took a step back, gasping in panic. What? What kind of monster is this? Before their eyes, Hua Jing Ming had completely transformed. Demon horns grew from his head. His body became tall and muscular, wrapped in destructive black lightning. Feeling the power surging through his body, a satisfied smile appeared on his demonic face. This feeling of overflowing power, it's absolutely amazing. Captain Wang roared to hide his fear, trying to act calm. Playing tricks, you just activated some special state. That's all times, bam asterisk. Hua Jing Ming stomped the ground, rushing forward with a bloodthirsty smile. The saber-toothed tiger guy hurriedly raised both arms to block, forming a hard energy shield. He shouted confidently, "Useless below level 4. No attack can break my armor." Asterisk clang times Hua Jing Ming's spear collided with the armor, creating a terrifying energy explosion. The defensive armor shattered into pieces, and Captain Wang let out a miserable scream. Hua Jing Ming, in his demonic form, looked down at his opponent, his voice full of pressure. "Humph. My physique just got 3 or 4 times stronger. Even if you had skin of copper and bones of iron, you wouldn't be able to withstand it." At the same time, another mercenary seized the chance to attack from behind, a giant claw of fire snapping toward Hua Jing Ming. Hua Jing Ming didn't even need to turn his head. With just a thought, the black lightning around him automatically formed a shield to block the attack. He thought to himself, asterisk, my ability to control my powers has also reached the peak state. The fire element mercenary screamed in terror. My flame demon claw was blocked. How is that possible? That's a B-rank combat skill. And I've even mastered it to a high level. What kind of monster is this? In just a split second, Hua Jing Ming appeared right in front of him. A thunderous strike knocking him to the ground, he said coldly. As expected of a peak, level 3. Still takes an extra spear thrust to finish you off. The mercenary lying on the ground begged in panic. Don't kill me. I'll give you the Earth Spirit Spring. I also have hundreds of millions in savings. I'll give it all to you. But the only response was Hua Jing Ming's icy gaze. Begging for mercy now was far too late. A thwack sound rang out. Jiang Chuxuan, witnessing everything from a distance, was stunned speechless. Am I dreaming? Hiring this mercenary squad costs 60 million a pop. And the captain is known as invincible under level 3. Yet he's dead just like that. She stared at Hua Jing Ming's demonic form, an unbelievable guess rising in her heart. Asterisk, this is too exaggerated. I've never heard of any student in the school with a combat record like this. Stronger than an A-rank ability. Could it be S-rank? Hua Jing Ming turned to face the last two mercenaries, the smile on his lips growing even more eerie. The brutal killing intent that had faded due to leveling up was now rekindling slightly. Next up. It's your turn. The remaining two trembled, stuttering. Demon Hua Jing Ming smirked. Demon compared to scum like you who kill and rob. I actually look a bit more human. Don't I? Knowing there was no way out, one shouted. Everyone attack together. Use the blood burst pills. Fight to the death. Both of them bit their hands simultaneously, preparing to use the forbidden drug. But it was all too late. The battle ended swiftly, with Hua Jing Ming standing amidst the corpses. After returning to his normal state, Hua Jing Ming panted heavily, leaning his hand against the rock wall. Sweat pouring down, he thought. Asterisk. Extreme lightning mode is great to use, but the consumption is a bit much. I only used it for 10-something minutes, but I'm more tired than fighting a beast for 2 or 3 hours. Asterisk. Seeing this, Jiang Chuxuan ran over worriedly. Senior, are you okay? Hua Jing Ming turned around, trying to appear calm. I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Let's gather the Earth Spirit Spring and the exotic plants first. Then rest. They walked toward the pool together, seeing the stream was still clear and hadn't been tainted by the battle. Jiang Chuxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The Earth Spirit Spring wasn't polluted by the blood. Hua Jing Ming sat down, carefully using the prepared glass bottles to collect the spring water. After filling the bottles, he said with satisfaction, "Not bad. There's half a bottle more than I estimated." He handed 1.5 bottles to Jiang Chuxuan and said, "This 1.5 bottles belong to you. You put in a lot of effort in that battle just now." Jiang Chuxuan was incredibly happy and touched. She cheered. "Thank you, Senior." Suddenly, she let out a cry. And stumbled. Hua Jing Ming turned back in surprise as Jiang Chuxuan's face flushed red, her body going limp and falling toward him. She thought, "Oh no. The side effects of the bloodburst pill are kicking in." Asterisk. She fell into Hua Jing Ming's arms, a soft whimper escaping her lips. Her whole body was limp. Without a shred of strength, she panted, her face red as a beet, thinking in despair. Asterisk. My whole body is weak. I can't even use my spiritual power. I can't even take clothes out of my spatial ring. This is so embarrassing. Asterisk. She stole a glance at Hua Jing Ming, her heart in a mess. Asterisk. Looking like this. What if Senior misunderstands? What if I leave a bad impression on him? Asterisk. She was so worried she was about to cry, seeing the situation wasn't right. Hua Jing Ming said, "The side effects of the bloodburst pill are strong. I'll take you over there to rest first." Saying that, he gently scooped her up in his arms, being held in his solid arms. Jiang Chuxuan's heart beat wildly. Asterisk. Thump thump. Thump thump. Asterisk. She pressed her face against his bare chest, wondering. Asterisk. Why is my heart beating so fast? Asterisk. Asterisk. Is it because this is the first time I've been this close to a man? Times. Hua Jing Ming set her down against a rock and spoke gently. "You rest here for a bit. I'll go gather the rest of the exotic plants." He took off his t-shirt and handed it to her. Jiang Chuxuan took the shirt, using it to cover her body. Her heart felt warm. Asterisk. Senior is so gentle. Her eyes followed his muscular bar back. Meanwhile, Hua Jing Ming started gathering the loot from the mercenaries. He checked a spatial ring, muttering to himself, "Cash, exotic herbs, beast materials, C-rank combat skills. For a tier tray elite squad, they really don't have anything good on them." Holding 2 spatial rings in his hand, he calculated, "I hope these 2 1-cubic meter rings can be traded for a 2-cubic meter one. Otherwise, lugging this long spear around is going to be a real pain." Suddenly, Jiang Chuxuan called out weakly, "Senior. The Earth Spirit Spring can soothe the weakened state caused by the bloodburst pill." Hua Jing Ming was surprised. "Oh," she continued. "Senior, could you let me drink a little bit? I don't need much. Just a small sip is fine." Hua Jing Ming immediately took out a bottle of the spring water and carefully brought it to her lips. After drinking, Jiang Chuxuan let out a sigh of relief, and the color returned to her face. She said happily, "I feel much better now. But to fully recover, I'm afraid I'll have to wait another 3 or 4 hours." Hua Jing Ming sat down beside her, took a sip of the spring water, and thought to himself, Asterisk. This is the first time I've learned that the side effects of the bloodburst pill can be neutralized. Asterisk. This S-rank Earth Spirit Spring is truly magical. Asterisk. He looked at the sky and calculated. It'll be dark in 3 or 4 hours. Let's rest here for the night. It's relatively safe. Hearing this, Jiang Chuxuan's face turned bright red, her heart pounding. She thought in a panic, Asterisk. Just the two of us. A man and a woman alone in a dark cave for the whole night. Asterisk. Seeing her silence, Hua Jing Ming asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Chuxuan hurriedly nodded, her voice tiny. "Yes. Okay. I'll listen to you." Senior. Night gradually fell, and the forest became quiet. The next morning, Jiang Chuxuan stretched refreshingly. Wow. The air in the forest is so good. If there weren't any beasts, I could stay here for a whole month. She glanced at Hua Jing Ming, who was meditating nearby, feeling a bit flustered. Asterisk. I was really overthinking things last night. How could Senior be that kind of person? But why do I feel a little disappointed? Times. Hua Jing Ming opened his eyes, stood up, and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the edge of the forest." Jiang Chuxuan was startled and hurriedly replied, "Huo." Okay. The two began to run through the forest at high speed. While running through the woods, Hua Jing Ming suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. He immediately reached out and pulled Jiang Chuxuan behind him to protect her. Right then, a giant flaming fox leaped over their heads. The terrifying heat radiating from it caused the air itself to distort. Hua Jing Ming realized in horror. Not good. It's a level 5 blazing fox. The giant fox landed with a loud boom, then immediately dashed off without paying them any attention. Hiding behind a tree, Hua Jing Ming whispered, "Did it not spot us?" Jiang Chuxuan was equally surprised. "Senior, looking at the way that beast is acting, why does it look like it's running away?" Suddenly, Jiang Chuxuan felt an even more terrifying killing intent surging from behind. She started in terror as a pack of ash-gray wolves with blood-red eyes rushed past, their growls echoing through the forest. Jiang Chuxuan explained with a look of horror, "These iron-eating rats are only level 1. But once they gather in a swarm, even a level 6 powerhouse would be torn to shreds if surrounded. No wonder even a level 5 beast had to run away." Realizing the danger, Hua Jing Ming immediately grabbed her hand and shouted, "We need to run. Now." Both of them ran with all their might to escape the iron-eating rats chasing close behind. As they ran, Hua Jing Ming analyzed the situation. Iron-eating rats have incredible stamina. They can sprint for 5 or 6 hours without stopping. Can we really outrun them? The only safe place is the supply base. But it's at least 90 kilometers away. I have to figure out a way to speed up. He looked at the long spear in his hand and said decisively, "This spear is too heavy. I'll have to throw it away." Jiang Chuxuan hurriedly said, "Senior, my spatial ring is big enough, put it in here." She reached out her hand, and the spatial ring flashed with light. The long spear instantly disappeared. Hua Jing Ming said, "That's much lighter. But dragging each other along like this is too slow. It's better if I just carry you." Without waiting for her reaction, he crouched down. Jiang Chuxuan let out a surprised "ah." He hoisted her onto his back, smiled, and said, "Let's go." Then he accelerated, dashing forward. With incredible speed, he quickly left the wolf pack behind, crossing lush green grasslands. However, when they reached the ruined city, the situation got even worse. He thought to himself, asterisk, even the ruined city is overrun by iron-eating rats. The worst-case scenario has finally happened. Blocked from all sides. He gritted his teeth, and familiar black lightning erupted from his body. I have to risk it all. Asterisk, entering his Thunder Extreme form. Looking like a demon, he roared to Jiang Chuxuan, who was clinging tightly to his back. Junior, hold on tight, I'm speeding up. She only had time to scream, as his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Streaks of purple lightning shot out from his body, wiping out the iron-eating rats blocking the way. Notifications popped up continuously. Defeated a low-tier level 1 iron-eating rat. Ability points +2. Defeated a mid-tier level 1 iron-eating rat. Ability points +3. Meanwhile, at the primal base, Wang Yan was receiving a report from a subordinate. An assistant reported with a grim expression. Director, according to the statistics, the scale of this rat tide is massive. There are at least 300,000 iron-eating rats. This attack on the ecological balance of the primal wilderness is huge. I'm afraid we're facing a slump that will last for months. Wang Yan looked at the map covered in danger signals and said anxiously, It's a pity for the superpowered users who went deep into the wilderness. I fear most of them will be swallowed up, he thought to himself. Asterisk, I hope Hua Jing Ming didn't go too deep into the wilderness. Otherwise, unless his teacher, Yang Zentian, steps in personally, no one can save him. Suddenly, a sentry shouted, "Look, what is that?" Everyone looked into the distance. A giant ball of lightning was rushing towards them. Another person said in terror, "That lightning is terrifying. Could it be a beast that controls electricity?" Wang Yan immediately ordered, "Don't panic. Immediately assess the beast's danger level. Squad 1. You are authorized to open fire to intercept." But it was too late. A voice came over the radio. "The target is breaking through towards the base at a speed of about 80 meters per second. Interception failed. The lightning ball crashed straight into the defensive barrier. Purple lightning spread everywhere, sweeping away every obstacle. Finally, the ball of lightning stopped in front of the base gate. Jiang Chuxuan's screaming, was still echoing. As the lightning ball dissipated, Hua Jing Ming landed on the ground and gently set Jiang Chuxuan down. The soldiers around stared at each other in disbelief. One of them muttered, "Damn, is that actually a human? I thought it was some kind of thunder beast. I gotta say, his aura is absolutely terrifying. Hey, doesn't the back of the person he's carrying look kinda familiar?" Hua Min panted heavily, sweat soaking through his shirt. "We've reached the supply base. We're safe now." Guangzhou Tuyen held onto his arm, her face full of relief and gratitude. That journey was truly terrifying. Thank goodness you were here, Senior." Just then, Wang Yan ran over from a distance, shock written all over his face. "Student Hua, you actually made it through the rat tide. Do you need any help?" Hua Min replied wearily. "I ran for over 40 minutes from the mountain range to get here. I'm a bit beat. Just get me a room to rest. That's all I need." Hearing that, Wang Yan froze, secretly horrified. The mountain range. That place is over 90 kilometers away. Even a level 4 Esper might not be able to break through that. Yet Hua Min actually did it. He quickly signaled, "I'll arrange a room for you right away. Someone come help Student Hua." But Guangzhou Tuyen gently linked her arm with Hua Min's and said, "No need. I can help Senior myself." As the two of them walked away supporting each other, the soldiers couldn't help but whisper, "Isn't that girl next to him Goddess Kuang?" "Yeah. That's her. That kid is seriously lucky." Another guy sighed. "What's their relationship? Don't tell me." "My goddess has been stolen by someone else." After that, Hua Min fell into a deep sleep. When he slowly opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Guangzhou Tuyen, sitting by the bed. She exclaimed joyfully, "Senior, you're finally awake. You slept for 2 whole days and nights. I almost had to feed you the Earth Spirit Elixir." Hua Min sat up, feeling his body had completely recovered. He asked, "I slept that long, by the way. What's the situation in the wilderness area now?" Guangzhou Tuyen replied, "The rat tide still hasn't receded. The wilderness area is still under lockdown. Even if they do leave, there won't be any beasts around for a while." Hua Min nodded. There weren't many days left until school officially started anyway. It seemed like it was time to head back. Hearing this, Guangzhou Tuyen asked excitedly, "Are you planning to go back to school?" "Senior, what a coincidence. I'm getting ready to go back too." Hua Ming smiled. "Sure. Then," Guangzhou Tuyen suddenly remembered something. "Oh right. Senior." She suddenly conjured a photo. It was a picture of her wearing incredibly alluring pajamas, posing seductively on a bed. "Here's the signed photo you wanted earlier." Hua Min stared blankly. "Huh," he scratched his head awkwardly, his face turning bright red. "I asked for a signed photo for a friend. Isn't this one a bit inappropriate? Do you have a more normal one?" Hearing this, Guangzhou Tuyen shrieked. It was for a friend. I totally misunderstood." She covered her face in embarrassment, screaming internally, "I could die. This is so humiliating. I actually thought Senior was into me." She hurriedly snatched the photo back and handed him a different one. "Here. Take this new one. Give that other one back to me." But Hua Min held onto the photo tightly and asked hesitantly, "This one. Can I keep it for myself?" Hearing that, Guangzhou Tuyen paused, then flashed a radiant, meaningful smile. "Of course you can." "Heh." Hua Min quickly stood up, making an excuse to slip away. I've been asleep for 2 days, so I have a lot to catch up on. I'll go handle some stuff. Oh, right. I still need to book a high-speed train ticket. Kwang So Tuyen crossed her arms and said confidently. High-speed train. No need. I drove here. You can just catch a ride with me. Soon enough. They were sitting in a yellow convertible supercar, speeding down the road. Hua Min couldn't help but marvel. A big TikToker really is different. She even has a global limited edition sports car worth tens of millions. This is my first time experiencing a self-driving car. Kwang So Tuyen smiled and explained, Hehe. It only has level 5 AI. But self-driving is pretty simple for it. The car stopped in front of the Esper University gate. They both stepped out. Hua Min carried his long spear on his shoulder. Kwang So Tuyen had changed into a dynamic casual outfit. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Wow. That guy is so handsome, tall, upright, and he's got that dangerous vibe. Totally my type. Too bad. Looks like he's already got a girlfriend. And she's gorgeous too. Hua Min stretched, feeling refreshed. Finally back. My strength really changed during this month and a half. He turned and asked, Senior, which area is your dorm in? He pointed toward Area 3. Kwang So Tuyen replied, I'm in Area 2. So let's part ways here. Hua Min nodded. If you need my help with anything later, just let me know. She smiled back. Okay. If I get the chance, I'll definitely bother you. Just as he turned to leave, Kwang So Tuyen suddenly stood on her tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Hua Min instantly turned to stone, his face flushing red. She smiled and said, Consider this a small thank you gift for saving my life. Then, she turned and walked away gracefully, waving her hand. See you later. Senior. Hua Min stood there dazed, touching his cheek, the thought echoing in his mind. Did I just get forcibly kissed? Back in her room, Kwang So Tuyen sat in front of her computer, thinking to herself, someone as strong as Senior can't be a nobody. Let me look up his profile. She started searching, muttering, record-breaking freshman. Strongest level 1. Weird. Why are all the topics related to freshmen? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Found it, here's Senior's detailed profile. After reading the information, her face turned bright red from shame and anger. Hua Ming. Turns out he's a freshman, a high-rank level 2 freshman. And I kept calling him Senior the whole time. That scammer. Just wait until I see him again. I'll show him, that damn junior. Meanwhile, back in his dorm, Hua Min was taking inventory of his loot from the blazing armored direwolves. He had everything he needed for the mission. 2 spatial rings. And over 25 million in the bank card. He opened his status panel to check. Name Hua Ming. Rank high rank level 2. Ability Divine Thunder. S rank. Ability points 3,712. He thought with satisfaction. Too bad I ran into that rat tide. Otherwise, I could have farmed even more points. But over 3,700 points should be enough to learn 2 S-rank combat skills. Right. Suddenly, the door opened and his roommate, Lu Van Han, walked in. Brother Min, you're finally back. You left without saying a word. We heard there was a rat tide in the wilderness area and were worried sick about you. Hua Ming replied. Yeah. A rat tide did break out. But the military already handled it. Sensing the powerful aura radiating from Hua Jing Ming, he screamed in shock at the intensity. Holy crap. Bro Min, you broke through to level 2. Hua Jing Ming sat down calmly and said, High tier level 2. To be exact. Lu Wentao jumped for joy. Whoa, you faced life or death situations a bunch of times. Your luck isn't bad at all. Not only did you escape, but you even broke through. Liu Wentao looked at him with admiration. As expected of Bro Min, you can't be measured by normal standards. Do life or death crises really boost your strength that fast? Now I want to go try it out too. Hua Jing Ming hurriedly stopped him. Don't. I'm a special case. The wilderness area is super dangerous. If you want to go, you'd best wait until you hit level 2. Lu Wentao chuckled sheepishly. I was just saying that. I wouldn't go to the wilderness area at my current level. Then he added, "Oh, right. While you were gone, Song Chu-yun came looking for you a few times. You should contact her if you're free." Hua Jing Ming replied, "Oh, I'll get in touch with her once I finish handling the stuff I'm working on." He took out a photo and handed it to Liu Wentao. "By the way, I brought you back a gift from the wilderness area." Liu Wentao looked at him curiously. When he saw the photo, Liu Wentao's eyes instantly turned into hearts. Drooling, he screamed in pure bliss. "Jiang An, autographed photo of Goddess Jiang." Later, Hua Jing Ming went to the school's combat arts library. An ancient and solemn place. He sat at a table and thought with satisfaction. 4 missions netted me 871 credits. Doing missions really is the fastest way to earn them. He commanded the system. "System. Filter out all S-rank lightning element combat arts for me." Virtual screens instantly appeared before his eyes, displaying information on the S-rank Thunder Motion Seal. It condenses a seal from lightning energy to deal massive lightning damage. Note, this combat art is restricted to those with C-rank lightning abilities or higher, and level 2 cultivation or higher. S-rank Rushing Thunder Fist. The user's lightning energy is maximized, concentrated into the fist, and unleashed. Note, requires B-rank ability or higher, and level 3 ability user status or higher to learn. S-rank Thunder Prison Boundary. Forms an unbreakable lightning barrier around the enemy, while continuously bombarding them with lightning strikes from within. Note, requires B-rank lightning ability or higher, and level 3 ability user status or higher. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, a top-tier institution like Magic Capital Ability University, yet it only has a little over 20 S-rank lightning combat arts. However, S-rank combat arts will determine my future combat power, so I have to choose carefully. Countless virtual screens flashed before his eyes, displaying various options. Finally, he pointed to the last 2 choices. S-rank Heavenly Thunder Technique. Uses one's own lightning to trigger natural lightning, summoning a bombardment in a designated direction. Note, level 2 or higher. If cultivated by someone with an A-rank ability, the power will be amplified. S-rank Thunder Prison Lock. Uses one's own ability to weave lightning in a specific pattern, forming a defensive shield around the body. Note, level 2 or higher. Those with A-rank abilities can cultivate this. He made his decision. I'll take these 2. One focuses on long-range attacks, and the other offers comprehensive offense and defense. He smirked confidently. Spells and melee combat. Others might only be able to focus on a single path. But since I have a cheat, why should I care? I'm taking everything. He began to study the Heavenly Thunder technique more deeply, his expression turning serious. This Heavenly Thunder technique is the only prerequisite for Magic Capital University's SSS rank Myriad Heavenly Thunder Guide. It's truly profound, even more so than the indestructible Thunder Marrow body. The more he read, the more his head hurt. Why is this combat art so complex? This feels even more painful than when I was doing my postgraduate studies, reading foreign academic papers as a PhD candidate in my past life. 6 hours later, Hua Jing Ming finally put the book down and exhaled in exhaustion. Phew. I finally have a basic grasp of it. I'll leave the rest to the system. He tapped the table lightly, and a blue light enveloped him. He commanded, "Deep blue. Add points." Purple lightning instantly exploded around him, the energy surging violently. When the process was complete, he gasped in shock. Damn it. Upgrading an S-rank combat art to the elementary stage costs 1,600 ability points. The points I worked so hard to save in the wilderness area are really only enough to learn 2 skills. A mechanical voice chimed in. "Young master, it is currently 1:00 a.m. Please manage your time wisely. Also, a reminder, using abilities inside the library is prohibited." Hua Jing Ming replied, "All right. Since it's so late and Thunder Prison Lock will probably take longer to learn, I'll come back for it next time." At the school's sports field, Song Chu-yun was jogging under the moonlight. She thought to herself, I've been training late every night for over a month. Even I'm surprised by my own dedication. When Hua Jing Ming gets back, I'm going to challenge him. I'll show him that I'm the true top freshman. Suddenly, a massive black shadow swept across the night sky. She looked up and froze in horror. It was a white-ringed black hawk. She immediately went on high alert, analyzing the situation. It relies on its speed and camouflage plumage to hunt within the city. Judging by its speed, it's around level 3. This won't be easy to handle. Suddenly, a clap of thunder rang out from the clear, cloudless sky. Boom, she was startled. Why is there thunder? There aren't any clouds. A massive sphere of purple lightning materialized in midair and shot straight toward the hawk. Bam! A terrifying explosion erupted, sending feathers and fresh blood flying everywhere. The white-ringed Black Hawk was completely obliterated. Song Chu-yun stared blankly at the scene as residual lightning crackled in the sky. She thought, it one-shotted the white-ringed Black Hawk. Which high-tier lightning element ability user did that? Judging by the distance, the person who launched that attack is right here on campus. In a small grove within the school, Hua Jing Ming stood amidst the lingering currents of electricity. Song Chu-yun continued to speculate. I wonder which senior student or instructor it was. He crossed his arms, feeling the power he had just unleashed, and smirked with immense satisfaction. Just a test shot, and it has this much power. The S-rank Heavenly Thunder technique is truly terrifying. A notification popped up in his mind. Defeated one mid-tier level 3 white-ringed Black Hawk. Ability points plus 34, he thought. The Heavenly Thunder technique is even stronger than I imagined. It instantly killed that beast. More importantly, the casting range is nearly 1,000 meters. A figure approached from the distance. Hua Jing Ming turned to look at them. The stranger smiled and said, You're that famous freshman. Hua Jing Ming. Aren't you? How interesting. The next day at the cafeteria, Lu Wentao saw Hua Jing Ming getting ready to leave and asked, Bro Min, you're heading out this early, Hua Jing Ming replied. The freshman tournament starts in a few days, so I'm going back to the combat arts library. Back in the cafeteria, Liu Wentao watched his friend's retreating figure. He picked at his food and muttered to himself, his face full of determination. He just got back from the wilderness, and he's already working this hard. He's seriously superhuman. No way. After I finish breakfast, I've gotta go train too. As Xu Jingming walked through the campus, a familiar voice called out loudly from behind. Classmate Xu. He turned around to see Song Chu-yun waving happily at him. She said, That's great. You made it back safely from the wilderness. He looked at her sportswear, slightly surprised, and asked, Classmate Song, you're dressed like that. Are you preparing for something? Song Chu-yun stepped closer, looking straight into Xu Jingming's eyes with a challenging gaze. Classmate Xu, surely you still remember that you promised to spar with me. Right, she emphasized. Spar? Xu Jingming asked calmly. Are you sure you want to spar with me? Song Chu-yun put her hands on her hips and replied confidently. What, I'm the top scorer of Sichuan province. You know, don't look down on me. Xu Jingming nodded. All right. I know. Let's find some time later, and we'll have that match. But Song Chu-yun hurriedly grabbed his arm and dragged him away, saying eagerly, Why wait for later? Let's do it right now. We can just go straight to the training room on the second floor of your dorm. Being dragged away unexpectedly. Xu Jingming thought to himself, she really is a decisive girl. Truly lives up to the reputation of people from Sichuan. Is sparring with me really something to look forward to that much? Meanwhile, Song Chu-yun turned back to look at him, her eyes gleaming with confidence and anticipation. She thought to herself with a proud expression, I wonder what kind of face Xu Jingming will make when he sees I've broken through to Tier 2. Before long, both of them were at the training room. Song Chu-yun gave a provocative smile, interlacing her fingers and cracking her knuckles loudly. Classmate Xu, I hope you won't lose too miserably later. Xu Jingming looked at her and calmly said, If you don't use a weapon, there's no way you can beat me. Song Chu-yun replied confidently as light energy began to gather in her hand. A weapon? Of course I have one. She raised her hand, and a blinding white light began to condense, forming a vortex of energy. From within that light, a sky-piercing halberd gradually appeared, which she grasped firmly in her hand. Song Chu-yun spun around skillfully, the halberd in her hand tracing a powerful arc through the air, her posture incredibly imposing. Xu Jingming was slightly surprised. A sky-piercing halberd. It's rare to see a girl using that kind of weapon. Song Chu-yun pointed the tip of the halberd at him and declared with great momentum. Classmate Shu, get ready, this time. I'm going to defeat you completely. Hua Jing Ming simply replied calmly. All right. In the spectator seats, Liu Wentao and the female friend who came with Song Chuyun were watching. Liu Wentao excitedly declared, Brother Ming is definitely gonna win. Meanwhile, the other girl covered her mouth, calling out Chuyun's name anxiously, sensing Song Chuyun's aura. Hua Jing Ming smirked as purple electricity began to surge from his body. Tier 2. Lower rank. So you've broken through. No wonder you're so confident about beating me, he continued. However, I haven't exactly been standing still either. Song Chuyun's friend was utterly shocked as she felt the pressure coming from Hua Jing Ming. Stammering. Tier 2. Upper rank. How is that possible? Beside her. Liu Wentao laughed gleefully. Heh. I told you your Chuyun doesn't stand a chance against our brother Ming. Song Chuyun was also stunned, sweat starting to bead on her forehead. Tier 2. Upper rank. I planned to use my rank to suppress him. But I didn't expect to get suppressed instead. She gritted her teeth, thinking, we're both provincial top scorers. So why is his leveling speed so much faster than mine? Hua Jing Ming asked calmly. Well, do you still want to continue, although shocked? Song Chuyun refused to back down. She bit her lip and replied, Of course, we're continuing, but you'd better not use too much force. Hua Jing Ming smiled, looking appreciative. As expected of the top scorer from Sichuan, you really know when to bend and when to stretch. Don't worry. I won't make the first move. You just go ahead and attack. Song Chuyun took a deep breath, her gaze sharpening. She raised the sky-piercing halberd high, and light energy erupted violently. Classmate Shu. Then don't you dare regret this, light of dawn. Hua Jing Ming observed the brilliant energy, thinking to himself, is this the A-rank light ability? Light of dawn. It belongs to the same elemental class as lightning. I wonder how powerful it is. Song Chuyun shouted loudly. She charged forward, the halberd wrapped in brilliant light, chopping straight down at Hua Jing Ming. He noted, is that a weapon enhancement combat skill? That's the first time I've seen one. The halberd radiated intense light and heat, crashing toward Hua Jing Ming like a miniature sun. This move was named Light Flame Slash. Hua Jing Ming stood his ground, the purple lightning around him growing more intense, forming a coat of electric armor. He raised his spear, not dodging but blocking Song Chuyun's attack head-on. Clang! An ear-piercing clash rang out as the fiery halberd was easily stopped by Hua Jing Ming's spear. He commented, using light ability to channel flames. It's truly not a bad combat skill. It's just a pity the power is a bit weak. On the sidelines, Liu Wentao shouted excitedly. Beautiful, he continued his commentary. That combat skill of Song Chuyun's has defeated who knows how many people back in Sichuan. I never expected Brother Ming to block it so easily, unwilling to accept defeat. Song Chuyun gritted her teeth and regained her stance, her eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. She shouted, Come on. She poured all her strength into unleashing her ultimate technique. Radiant Storm Slash, creating a storm of countless halberd strikes raining down on her opponent. Hua Jing Ming blocked the blows effortlessly, shaking his head as he critiqued. No. Your skill speed is too slow. And the force isn't enough. You still need a lot more practice. The more Song Chuyun fought, the more terrified she became. Drenched in sweat, her face showed clear panic as she realized every single one of her attacks was being completely blocked. Exhausted, she panted heavily. Phew. I'm dead tired. I'm not fighting anymore. I slashed 100 times with an A-rank skill. And you neutralized it without even using a skill of your own, she asked suspiciously. Your spear proficiency. It's not just high level. Is it? Hua Jing Ming smiled and replied. You guessed right. My spear arts are at the Grandmaster level. Hearing that, Song Chuyun's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in shock. Grandmaster level spear arts. How old are you? Even I trained for 10 years just to reach high level. You really are a monster. She bowed her head, completely convinced. I admit defeat. I can't beat you. With an S-rank ability plus this kind of insane talent, who could possibly surpass you? Hua Jing Ming withdrew his spear, raising an eyebrow as he suggested. Don't you want to try out any other combat skills? Song Chuyun shook her head and laughed. Your spiritual power level is higher than mine. Even if I used magic, it would be useless. Thanks for sparring with me. I'll treat you to lunch this afternoon. How about it? Hua Jing Ming replied cheerfully. Sounds good. Song Chuyun turned to call her friend. All right. See you at noon then. Haha. Let's go. Her friend thought to herself. What a pity. It looks like classmate Shu is still a cut above the rest. As soon as the opponent left, Lu Vanthao ran over to hype him up. Bro Min. You're a beast. You really are the strongest among all the provincial top scorers. Hua Min replied humbly. It was all right. Tong Thu Van isn't actually that strong. But she did level up really fast. Lu Vanthao thought to himself. Only Bro Min would think she's not strong. Then whispered. You don't know, she's the great-granddaughter of the S-class light element rank 8 grandmaster. Tong Dao Vien. The one in the history textbooks. Hua Ming Frozy. Recalling. That powerhouse from 80 years ago, I remember the textbook dedicated a whole chapter just to him, Lu Vanthao explained further. In Sichuan province, Grandmaster Tong Dao Vien is a household name, and Tong Thu Van is his favorite. So of course she leveled up fast. Hua Min had an epiphany. No wonder she was on a shopping spree at the mixer last time. She even had a storage ring big enough for that 2-meter halberd. Turns out her background is that insane. Now that he understood the full picture, Hua Min waved goodbye. I'm off. I need to go practice my martial arts skills. Outside the academy building, under the deep blue sky. Time passed quietly. In the training room, Hua Min activated his lightning, turning around with satisfaction. Condensing the Hell Lightning armor consumes 1/5 of my energy and lasts for half an hour. It doesn't just reduce impact by 90%. It also automatically counterattacks. It's basically Thornmail. Not bad. Not bad at all. 4 hours later, the system notification chimed. Hua Min looked at his stat panel and then at his hand. Let me see how many energy points I have left after maxing out the Hell Lightning armor. He pondered his next move. I only have a bit over 700 energy points left. When I get the chance, I'll go back to the wilderness area near Yangchang to farm some more points. Leaving the training room, Hua Min walked under the afternoon sun with a determined look, telling himself, from now on, I'm going all out to prepare for the freshman grand competition. Time flew by. On the 1st of the month, the day of the freshman grand competition, Hua Min commented on the way to the arena. Your weapons really aren't like what normal girls use. Are they? The girl with glasses, holding a set of sharp claws, replied. Haven't you heard the weirder the look, the faster the win? My goal this time is the top 50. Walking beside them, Tong Thu Van excitedly shared. My goal is a bit higher than Chu Huyen's. I want to take second place. Hua Min turned to her in surprise. Second place, why don't you want to fight me again? Tong Thu Van shrugged realistically. I can't beat you anyway. Why would I ask for a beating? Then her voice turned serious. But there's also the top scorer from Qinghai. Li Tuotri. He's reached tier 2. And he's incredibly arrogant. Her eyes flashed with competitiveness. I actually want to see just how strong he really is. Just then, the friend walking with them pointed ahead and cheered. Look, we're at the competition hall. In the stands of Arena 3, a girl with short hair asked her friend in surprise. Tu Yen. I didn't think you'd be interested in the freshman grand competition. I thought you didn't like watching these kinds of matches. Tu Yen smiled mysteriously. Because someone I'm interested in is participating. Her friend pressed on curiously. Is it a guy or a girl? Where are they? Tu Yen's eyes lit up as she looked down at the arena. A guy. And he's here. Stepping inside, Hua Min was overwhelmed by the scale of the arena. This ring. Isn't it a bit too huge? Impressive. I know the school has resources. But this seems a bit wasteful. Doesn't it? Looking at the noisy sea of people in the stands. He suddenly remembered the reason. My teacher mentioned this before. The freshman grand competition involves a 100-person battle royale. I guess a ring this big is normal. Hua Min cracked his knuckles. Purple electricity crackling around him in excitement. 100-person battle royale. Huh, this competition sounds like it's going to be fun. Lu Vanthao suddenly pointed at the stands and shouted, "Holy cow! Look up there! Guys, why are there so many big shots from the societies in the audience, even the leaders of the top two societies? Hoitan and Vantin are here in person. This setup? Surely they aren't here for you." Bro Min Hua Jing Ming turned to him, confused. "Societies Our Ability University has club activities too," Lu Vanthao immediately explained. "Of course, but the societies at our Magic Capital University aren't like the gaming or chess clubs at regular schools. You could say they're combat teams formed by ability users." He excitedly listed the benefits. "They usually organize trips to the wilderness to hunt beasts. And they distribute cultivation resources every month. You can even transfer directly to their parent guilds after graduation and become an official member." Suddenly remembering something, Lu Vanthao shaded his eyes with his hand and looked around. "That's right. Your senior Lo Min is the vice leader of the Hoitan Society. That's weird. Today is the perfect day for you to show off. So why isn't he here?" Hua Jing Ming fell silent, a flicker of worry in his eyes. "Senior Lo, since I got back to school, I haven't been able to contact Senior Lo or even my master. I heard they went to the southwest. I just hope they're safe." In a corner of the hallway, a society member respectfully greeted a man who had just arrived. "Leader, I heard the situation in the southwest is tense. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to return to the school." The subordinate continued. "But you could have just left the recruitment to us. There was no need for you to oversee it personally." But Nui Hop, the leader of the Hoitan Society, cut him off coldly. "No, the others don't matter. I came back for one reason only, to recruit Lu Min's junior, Hua Jing Ming. At any cost." He stood in the stands, glancing suspiciously at the opposite side. "I just don't understand why Ingo Uyen from the Vantin Society is here too." On the opposite side of the stands, a black-haired young man with sharp eyes stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could his target be Hua Jing Ming too? This was Engo Uyen, the leader of the Vantin Society. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a commotion. A student pointed up and shouted, "Look, the deans are entering the arena. The competition is about to start." Immediately, the space above the ring shifted. A blinding beam of light shot down from above, and with a loud whoosh, a magnificent structure resembling a space elevator slowly descended. The freshmen below stared wide-eyed at the magical scene, buzzing with admiration. "Is that a spatial ability? That's insane. I wonder which big shot from the school that is." The door of light opened. A pair of elegant high heels stepped out, creating a booming sound that shook the space and capturing everyone's attention. Stepping out from the halo was a stunningly beautiful woman with long black hair, draped in regal peach-colored robes. Her overwhelming presence made the whole arena hold its breath. Dong Tu-Vunt leaned over and whispered to Hua Jing Ming, "That's the vice principal. She's in charge of the combat arts library." Hua Jing Ming gasped in surprise. "The vice principal is so young," she replied. "Powerful ability users age slower thanks to their strong constitutions. But she probably isn't over 40. The woman smiled, her voice echoing as she introduced herself. "My name is Lang Suong. I am one of the 3 vice principals here, usually responsible for guarding the combat arts library. Since the principal is away and the other 2 vice principals are occupied with important matters, I will be presiding over this freshman opening ceremony." She spread her arms wide. "First of all, welcome to Magic Capital University. This freshman class has a total of 1,024 students, including 6 provincial top scorers. There are 56 A ranks, 832 B ranks, and 135 C and D ranks." Suddenly, her gaze sharpened with hidden meaning as she scanned the crowd. "Furthermore, there is one extremely rare S-rank awakener among you." Hearing the vice principal mention the S-rank, Hua Jing Ming and his friends listened intently, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. Lang Zung continued explaining the rules. "To help you all become stronger, the school will distribute resources every academic year based on your evaluations, divided into 5 levels from D to S." Looking at the distribution chart projected in the air, a freshman thought anxiously. Evaluation system, credit system, combat power rankings, mission system. The competition here is going to be intense, seemingly reading the students' minds. Lang Sung's eyes turned cold as she retorted, Fairness. When did I ever say Magic Capital University was fair? Her voice was steely, conveying the school's brutal philosophy. What we want to nurture here are top-tier powerhouses. The birth of a powerhouse requires harsh competition. You must fight. And you must seize what you want. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Leng Xiong's overwhelming aura made every freshman, including the geniuses, shudder in fear. In contrast to everyone else's anxiety, Hua Jing Ming smiled confidently, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. With a competitive system like this, it looks like I came to the right place. Leng Xiong controlled a drone hovering above her hand and warned. In short, at our school, you'd best not think about hiding your true strength. The stronger you are, the more resources you get. Next, I'll explain the key points of the freshman grand tournament. She pointed to a virtual sand table simulating the arena. This tournament is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a 100-person battle royale. Eva will tally the number of enemies each of you defeats. The top 5 from each round will advance to the second stage. There will be 10 rounds in total. Finally, the list of prizes appeared, making everyone drool with envy. Here are the rewards. First place, a spatial ring with 10 cubic meters of storage, a set of A-rank cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second place, an A-rank battlesuit, a set of B-rank cultivation resources, and 900 credits. Third place, a B-rank battlesuit, a set of B-rank cultivation resources, and 800 credits. I won't list the rewards for the other ranks. Hearing about the first place prize, the crowd of freshmen buzzed with excitement about the 10 cubic meter spatial ring. How much would that even sell for? Another immediately replied. You can't even buy that kind of thing with money. A privilege classification chart appeared on the big screen as Leng Xiong explained. Furthermore, the freshman grand tournament will determine your initial evaluation. The top 50 get A-rank privileges. Top 200 to 50 get B-rank privileges. Top 500 to 200 get C-rank privileges. As for S-rank privileges, the school will decide those separately. Having said what was necessary, Leng Xiong flew up high and turned to the man beside her. All right. That's all I have to say. Dean Tone. I'll leave the rest to you. The man nodded. Understood. Then, a woman with braided hair stepped forward and loudly announced, I declare the freshman grand tournament officially open. She added a reminder. Outstanding students will be accepted by the teachers as personal disciples. So you all must do your best. The freshman walked forward with burning intensity. Secretly determined. Looks like I have to put my life on the line this time. I hope a teacher notices me. Exactly. If the dean picks you, it's a one-way ticket to the top. The system began to operate, and a voice boomed over the speakers. The first stage has a total of 10 rounds. Now drawing students for the first round. Students selected by Eva. Please proceed to the arena. Among the crowd stepping up, Lu Vanthao suddenly spotted a familiar face and exclaimed, Ah, that guy Li Thua Chi is in the first round too. Li Thua Chi turned back, flashing a savage smirk. He raised his hand to his neck and made a throat-slitting gesture, provoking Hua Jing Ming's group. Seeing this, Tong Thuvan frowned and warned, Hua Jing Ming, he's provoking you. The girl with glasses standing next to them was also indignant. He's arrogant beyond belief. He's asking for a beating. Lu Vanthao stood behind them, covering his mouth to hide a snicker. I pity his opponents. Nice going. Out of everyone he could have provoked, he just had to mess with the one person you absolutely shouldn't touch. Now he's done it. He's even got on the bad side of the second most dangerous person here. I hope he doesn't get beaten too badly later. Immediately after the signal, beams of blue light shone down from above, teleporting the students into their combat positions on the vast arena. Vice Principal Leng Xiong loudly reassured them. You don't need to worry about dying. If your life is in danger, Eva will automatically generate a protective shield. And don't worry about injuries either as long as your head isn't cut off. We can heal you. Let's begin. The atmosphere was incredibly tense as the countdown sounded. 3, 2, 1. Start. Signaling the official start of the chaotic battle. The entire arena instantly turned into a scorching battlefield filled with the ear-piercing clang of clashing steel. The ability users charged at each other, unleashing a barrage of skills. On the stands, The audience watched in wide-eyed amazement. Who is that guy with the blade? He's actually broken through to Tier 2. That looks like the top scorer from Thonhai Province. Li Tuerchi. His power is overwhelming, surrounded by enemies. Li Tuerchi swung his blade in a brutal arc, sneering with contempt. What a bunch of weaklings. The results were announced quickly. Round 1. First place Li Tuerchi, with 36 defeats. An overwhelming number. He stood there arrogantly, glaring at his rivals in silent provocation. Hua Jing Ming. As an S-rank awakener. I wonder if your score in the first stage can beat mine. Witnessing this, Hua Jing Ming and his friends just shook their heads in resignation. This guy is hopeless. I've seen people dig their own graves before, but I've never seen anyone do it quite this enthusiastically. In the VIP section, a subordinate asked for the Vun Tin president's opinion. President, Li Tuerchi has broken through to the second tier. Should we list him as our #1 target? But the president coldly dismissed the idea. No need. Our #1 target is still Hua Jing Ming. President, do you have inside information? The president stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze deep as he replied, I wouldn't call it inside information. I saw it with my own eyes that day. The conversation was cut short as a surveillance robot flew over, its announcement echoing through the arena. Now drawing participants for the second round. Please step onto the stage. Hearing his name, Hua Jing Ming stepped out of line with confidence, the corner of his mouth twitching up. Not bad luck. My turn already in the second round. Lu Vanthao stood behind him, clenching his fists and shouting with full energy to cheer him on. Let's go. Brother Min Shou, that guy Li Tuerchi, how powerful you are. Hua Jing Ming didn't look back, simply raising a hand to signal. Got it. However, in stark contrast to that excitement, the unlucky contestants grouped with him went pale as ghosts. One person gasped in horror. Shit, it's Hua Jing Ming. The person next to him trembled and groaned. How could I be this unlucky, to be placed in the same round as him? Another guy gave up completely. It's over. Now we can only fight for the remaining 4 spots. Stepping onto the arena, Hua Jing Ming gripped a long spear in his hand, his sharp gaze sweeping over those trying to back away to the edge of the stage to keep their distance. He sneered inwardly. You think standing far away makes you safe? Naive. On the observation deck for the leadership, the judges began to pay attention to this outstanding young man. A professor turned to ask a colleague. Is that the disciple Dean Duong took in a while ago? The female professor beside him nodded in confirmation. That's right. It's him, an S-rank lightning ability user awakened with the divine lightning. His aura seems pretty good. Very fierce. I wonder how he'll perform and what the situation will be. Hua Jing Ming is already at the second tier. When he enrolled, wasn't he just a newly awakened user? The black-haired female professor couldn't hide the shock on her face. She commented thoughtfully. Yeah. It's only been a little over a month. This leveling speed is truly terrifying. That old guy Zhuang. Such big news. Yet he didn't say a word beforehand. He really knows how to hide things. Just as the teacher's astonishment hadn't yet settled, the EVA system finished its countdown. 3, 2, 1. Start. Immediately. A loud explosion rang out as Jing Ming erupted with lightning energy, shaking the stands. In the eye of the storm, Hua Jing Ming wielded his spear, creating a brilliant purple lightning tornado. The wind howled with every strike, and he grinned with excitement, feeling his warrior blood boiling. As expected, compared to slaughtering beasts, I still prefer fighting humans. The terrifying pressure he radiated made his opponents gasp in fear. Such a scary aura. One person stammered. Wait a minute. This is the aura of a second-tier high-rank user. In the lightning's glow, Hua Jing Ming stood tall, making everyone realize the truth. Hua Jing Ming was actually a second-tier high-rank ability user. The opponent's spirits crumbled, and everyone screamed in despair. What the hell, second-tier high rank? How are we supposed to play against that? Is this really the freshman grand competition I joined? We're all freshmen. So how are you more than a whole major realm above me? In the stands, the subordinate from the Vun Tin Society turned to ask. President, you knew this early on, didn't you? The president calmly replied. You could say that. Do you see Hua Jing Ming's potential now? A platinum-haired girl looked at the screen with amusement and laughed. As expected of you. Senior. No. Wait. I should call you Junior. Then she muttered. Daring to deceive me for so long. No way. I'll definitely have to settle the score with him later. Li Thuaqi's face went pale, dripping with sweat from fear. Second-tier high rank. Damn it, I originally wanted to crush him, step on his title as an S-rank ability user, and shock the whole school. He gritted his teeth. Now it looks like that's impossible. A mysterious black-haired guy nearby smiled sinisterly. With him here. Hee. Hua Jing Ming. Oh, Hua Jing Ming. If it were any other round, you'd surely win. But, as luck would have it, that guy is also in the second round. I'll watch and see what you do in a bit. On the stage, someone shouted to the crowd. Everyone, Hua Jing Ming is a second-tier high-rank user and has an S-rank ability. No one can match him. Why don't we all join forces and eliminate Hua Jing Ming first? The despairing crowd immediately responded. He makes sense, that's right. This is the best strategy. I agree. Hua Jing Ming narrowed his eyes at the leader, noticing something unusual. His voice carries a strong, bewitching power. He's a psychic-type ability user. The leader smirked, emitting a mental shockwave as he declared loudly. There are 103 of us here in total, excluding Hua Jing Ming. It's 102 against 1, even if we have to grind him down. We'll grind him to death. Then he introduced himself with confidence. I am Thak Liu, an A-rank psychic ability user. I guarantee that if you listen to me, we can definitely win. Opportunities to defeat an S-rank ability user don't come often. Incited by his persuasive words, the students' eyes turned red, and they charged forward with blazing momentum. Right, if we don't risk it, we're out for sure. If we risk it, we have a chance. Damn it, I'm doing it. This might be the only chance in my life to beat an S-rank ability user. I'm in too. Then they turned to ask the leader. Thak Liu, tell us. What should we do? Observing the rapidly changing situation below, the teachers on the high platform marveled. Oh, this Thak Liu has some skills. He actually managed to unite the freshmen. But they also worried about the situation. Hua Jing Ming is in a bit of trouble now. I'm afraid he might crash and burn. Another person realized. I remember Thak Liu is Dean Long's disciple. Truly impressive. Hearing the praise, the dean of the Tactics Academy, Long Ka, smiled smugly and explained, it's because Hua Jing Ming is too strong that everyone shares a common enemy. Little Leo just got lucky this time. It doesn't really count. The female professor beside him teased gently. Luck is also a part of strength. However, Hua Jing Ming is in for a rough time. She added, with a hidden meaning. An S-rank ability user. If he doesn't even pass the first stage of the freshman grand competition, that would be quite a massive joke, facing the encirclement of over 100 people burning with bloodlust. Hua Jing Ming stood silently. His eyes were cold as ice, and purple lightning screamed frantically around his body. Seeing his opponent silent, Thak Liu pointed his finger triumphantly and provoked him. Hua Jing Ming, if you had taken me out before I finished my second sentence, you might have broken the formation. But now, everyone is following my orders. You have absolutely no chance. 1 against 102. How do you plan to turn the tables? Suddenly, Hua Jing Ming smiled. A burst of purple energy erupted violently from his hand as he retorted arrogantly. Turn the tables. What makes you think I'm the one at a disadvantage? Sensing the danger, Thak Liu didn't hesitate any longer. He shouted loudly, ordering the entire army. Melee ability users, charge to the front. Ranged ability users launched their attacks directly, while support users buffed their stats. The whole arena shook violently. A barrage of colorful skills hurtled toward Hua Jing Ming. The crowd roared frantically, rushing in like moths to a flame. The chance to defeat an S-rank user is finally here. Haha, charge, kill him, hiding safely behind a sturdy stone wall. Shi Liao stubbornly shouted out his provocations. Hua Jing Ming, I'd advise you not to worry about me. You'd better deal with the enemies surrounding you first. Hua Jing Ming just gave a faint smile. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd as he replied arrogantly. There might be a lot of you, but against me, you're pretty much useless. As soon as he finished speaking, He swung his spear, summoning a massive pillar of purple lightning that crashed straight down from the sky. It shattered the enemy formation, cracking the ground open under the destructive power of the thunder. Debris flew everywhere, creating a truly terrifying scene. The terrifying pressure from the explosion blasted countless students and their weapons into the air, scattering the 100-person alliance in the blink of an eye. On the scorched ground, arcs of purple electricity continued to crackle across the bodies lying scattered about, hissing with menacing threats. Witnessing that overwhelming power, those still conscious went pale as a sheet. They crawled on the ground, screaming in despair. It's gonna blow, it's over, we're all gonna die. But Hua Jing Ming wasn't done yet. The energy from the divine lightning continued to erupt even more violently from the epicenter. A blinding purple light swallowed everything, creating a massive explosion that swept away every obstacle in the arena. The audience stared in stunned silence at the horrifying scene, unable to believe their eyes as the smoke rose. What the hell was that? Holy crap. Can you believe that I actually just saw a mushroom cloud in the arena? Another person asked, filled with extreme anxiety. Shi Liao and his guys. They aren't actually dead, are they? The smoke and dust hadn't even settled when the EVA system began continuously issuing emergency warnings to the unlucky students standing near the epicenter, detecting unstoppable energy impact. Life signs threatened. Defensive energy grid automatically activated. This was followed by a ruthless notification. We regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Hua Jing Ming. Shi Liao stood wobbling amidst the rubble, his face filled with regret as he realized his fatal mistake. I screwed up. If I hadn't provoked Hua Jing Ming, I definitely could have advanced. He looked around bitterly. He hadn't defeated a single person, so the second stage of the freshman competition was now out of reach. However, unwilling to accept defeat like this, he used his last bit of strength to scream orders at his remaining allies. Forget about me, keep attacking. In a fit of madness, Shi Liao charged forward like a wounded beast, his eyes bulging with desperate determination. Hua Jing Ming, even if I get eliminated, I'm dragging you down with me. Responding to his call, the remaining crowd swung their weapons and charged at Hua Jing Ming from all directions, creating a tight encirclement with no way out. Countless attacks and weapons rained down on Hua Jing Ming, creating powerful collisions that shook the entire arena. Yet, in the middle of that heavy siege, Hua Jing Ming looked up. His eyes glowed brilliantly, and he flashed a dangerous bewitching smile as electricity began to dance wildly around his body. Seeing this, Shi Liao tried to reassure himself, calculating that trading 1-for-1 to defeat Hua Jing Ming wouldn't be a loss. But a second later, the smug smile on his face vanished, replaced by sheer horror as he felt a terrifying energy gathering, ready to explode. Before anyone could react, an earth-shattering energy explosion erupted from Hua Jing Ming's body, blasting everyone around him away like rag dolls. As the smoke cleared, Hua Jing Ming stood firm, surrounded by dancing purple lightning. He let out a sigh, clearly bored with these weaklings. Seeing his opponent completely unharmed after the all-out attack, a purple-haired male student was terrified. Sweating buckets, he mumbled in helplessness. Combat skills are useless. He just used simple ability manipulation to isolate all the elemental energy attacks. How is that even possible? Is this the power of an S-rank ability? He collapsed onto the cold arena floor, his spirit completely broken by the overwhelming power. He bitterly admitted the harsh truth. We teamed up with so many people, but in the end, to him, we're still just ants. The other students standing around clutched their heads in panic, unable to believe their eyes as they realized all their efforts were hopeless. Damn it. That lightning is terrifying. Elemental attacks from others are basically useless, over 100 people against one. And we couldn't even put a single bit of pressure on him. Another student complained resentfully. I learned the lightning spear too. Why is he so much stronger? It doesn't make any sense. In contrast to the gloomy atmosphere down in the arena, a platinum-haired girl in the stands clenched her fists in excitement, cheering proudly. I knew the senior wouldn't have any problem. Her black-haired friend standing next to her smiled in agreement, crossing her arms as she remarked, thinking they could defeat Hua Jing Ming with just that. Too naive. The teachers observed every movement carefully. One of them analyzed with professional admiration, His proficiency with the lightning spear has reached at least the high rank. When he threw the spear, it created a sonic boom. The speed was over Mach 2. His physique is incredibly powerful. Another teacher nodded and added, his lightning web has absolutely no gaps. He must practice diligently. Not bad at all. A black-haired female professor turned to look at an empty seat and sighed with regret. It's a pity old Yang isn't here. Otherwise, we could ask him for some key information on Hua Jing Ming. Back in the arena, the morale of the Alliance had completely evaporated. They looked at each other, trembling, their will to fight extinguished. We can't break his defense. What do we do now? I don't know. One of them fearfully suggested. Should we run away? Seeing the crowd hesitating and backing away in fear, Hua Jing Ming rested his long spear on his shoulder, flashing an arrogant, provocative smile, too scared to attack. Then I'll come to you, Hua Jing Ming shot down like a bolt of purple lightning, slamming a powerful strike into the ground that created a violent shockwave. He rampaged through the crowd, sweeping his spear across and causing the enemy formation to fall into complete chaos and collapse. A student gasped in terror. He's too fast, the commander hurriedly screamed. Formation, get into formation. Quickly, but was immediately shouted down in despair. It's no use, if we scatter, we'll be picked off even faster. We have to stick together. Despite their fear, the defense and melee students tried to huddle together, raising physical and magical shields to withstand the storm-like assault. Seeing this, Hua Jing Ming laughed with amusement. Now that's what I call interesting. He moved like a ghost, attacking and dodging while casually commenting, your angle is off. He knocked another opponent flying. And you're way too slow. With a simple sweep of his spear, he sent the opponent airborne, shaking his head in disappointment. Your strength is pathetic. Standing tall amidst the defeated bodies littering the floor, Hua Jing Ming delivered his cold verdict. Too weak. Hearing this, the bruised and battered students wailed in grievance. Holy crap. He beats us to a pulp and still calls us weak. Everyone else is groaning in pain too. That's just kicking a man when he's down. Why am I so unlucky to be matched in the same group as him? Finally, the buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the match. The first stage of the second round was over. Along with the overwhelming results came the announcement. The qualifier is Hua Jing Ming. Total defeats, 102. Hovering in midair, a surveillance drone circled around and issued a static-filled announcement, breaking the silence of the defeated crowd. There were 4 qualifying spots remaining. The dignified female professor looked down at the chaotic scene and delivered the final verdict to salvage the situation. Except for Hua Jing Ming, who has already qualified. Everyone else will be moved to the 11th round to compete again for the final 4 spots. Hearing the results, the stands erupted. A male student shouted in excitement. A total stomp. That was absolutely a one-sided stomp. This is the first time I've ever seen only one person qualify in the freshman grand competition. The girl next to him chimed in enthusiastically. Just you wait. Later on, the clubs are going to fight tooth and nail to recruit Hua Jing Ming. On the high platform, the teachers also began a lively discussion about the competition's history. One asked, the freshman grand competition has been running for over 40 years. Right, the person next to him nodded in confirmation. That's right. The previous record was set by an S-ranker who took down 87 people. A third person stroked their chin and added, if I remember correctly, that took 7 minutes. Looking at it that way, I'm afraid Hua Jing Ming's new record is something no one will ever be able to break. Another professor couldn't hide his admiration as he analyzed. I don't know how Yang Zhentian trained him, but Hua Jing Ming's spear technique has actually reached the master level. The female professor nodded in agreement. Master level. It seems Hua Jing Ming's talent with weapons is truly exceptional. She felt a pang of regret. She had originally planned to recruit him to the Elemental Academy, but now it seemed unnecessary. She smiled with relief, looking down at the outstanding young man, silently calculating the school's future. With Hua Jing Ming here, we won't have to worry about the 3-school freshman study trip this semester. As soon as Hua Jing Ming stepped off the platform, his close friends swarmed him, cheering. Congrats, congrats, Lu Wentao excitedly gestured as he recounted. Ming, you should have seen Li Chengzi's face. The moment you eliminated Shi Liao, his face turned purple with rage instantly. He laughed and added, It was priceless. I think he's skilled enough to go perform Sichuan opera face-changing. Hua Jing Ming turned to look into the distance where his rival stood, commenting calmly. Turns out he's just a paper tiger bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, his gaze sharpened as he recalled the guy's arrogant attitude earlier. He smirked, calculating internally. But his actions just now were way too arrogant. I really can't let that slide. Fine. Wait until the second phase. I'll personally issue a challenge to him. I have 3 chances anyway. Snapping back to reality, Hua Jing Ming patted his 2 companions on the shoulder. Go get him. The stage is yours now. Lu Wentao replied confidently. Don't worry. Getting into the top 50 will be a piece of cake. The female friend beside him nodded firmly, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. No problem. I'm actually getting a little impatient. Song Chuyun smiled radiantly, bumping fists with Hua Jing Ming in determination. Just wait. I'll show you. I might not be able to beat you. But aside from you, I'm the strongest freshman here. The surveillance robot began projecting the next match onto the big screen, clearly displaying the chaotic scene in the arena. Round 3. 4th place, Lu Wentao. Number of defeats. Following immediately were the results of the 6th round. A girl with glasses and sharp claws was fighting her way through the siege. Round 6. 3rd place, Bidongsha. Number of defeats, 1. By the 8th round, Song Chuyun appeared. Full of momentum, she raised her halberd high, her eyes blazing with battle intent. Finally, it's my turn. Round 8. Her sharp beauty and confidence immediately drew everyone's gaze, making her the center of attention in the arena. On the stands, the boys couldn't help but gasp and cheer in excitement. Hey, look, it's the top scorer. Song Chuyun. That figure, that face. She's top tier. Another person commented on her weapon. Using a Fang Tian painted halberd, that's really rare. The other guy boldly proclaimed. I hereby unilaterally declare that she is the new generation goddess of our school. The signal dropped, and the match began. Song Chuyun immediately spun her halberd, creating blinding rings of light like the morning sun. The power was astonishing, sweeping through the crowd like a tornado. The Fang Tian painted halberd swept vertically and horizontally, leaving the surrounding opponents no time to react as they were sent flying in all directions. Witnessing that overwhelming power, a spectator exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, another tier. 2. The people down in the arena also panicked, realizing the power gap. Lucky, she's only a low-ranked tier 2. Not a freak like Hua Jing Ming. But his teammate retorted in despair. What's the difference? We still can't beat her. At the observation area of the Meteor Society, the black-haired president watched the impressive performance and issued a decision to his subordinate. List Song Chuyun as the 2nd recruitment target. Li Chengzi is temporarily the 3rd target. The subordinate nodded in obedience. Yes. Zer. Surrounded by enemies, Song Chuyun spun her halberd, creating brilliant streaks of golden light. She unleashed a barrage of attacks like a storm, sweeping away every obstacle. Dawn Wild Dance, borrowing the momentum. She delivered a thunderous strike infused with terrifying gravitational force, splitting the enemy formation. Enforcer's radiant gravity crushed by an invisible weight of 1,000 pounds. A burly opponent collapsed to the ground, unable to move, groaning through gritted teeth in despair. Arg. So heavy. The match quickly came to a close. The image of the girl standing proudly in the center of the arena appeared on the big screen, along with the convincing results. Rank 1 this round, Song Chuyun. Number of defeats, 78. Retracting her weapon, Song Chuyun closed her eyes to regulate her breathing. The glow around her faded, returning her to her usual haughty and composed beauty after the victory. Stepping off the platform, she waved happily to the group waiting for her. Hua Jing Ming and the others smiled, welcoming the return of the goddess of war. She leaned in close to Hua Jing Ming, squinting playfully as she fished for a compliment. So my performance wasn't half bad. Right, Hua Jing Ming nodded with genuine appreciation. It was legit impressive. Her magic and melee skills combined perfectly. He was looking forward to her performance in the 2nd round. The break time ended, and the big screen flashed a notification switching to the most dramatic phase. 2 hours later, The second stage of the freshman competition began the free challenge. It came with brutal rules. Everyone gets 3 chances to challenge anyone and take their rank. But those outside the top 50 can't challenge the top 50. Immediately, the arena floor shook violently. Giant stone blocks split apart and floated up, rearranging themselves into separate floating rings in midair. In the crowd, a mysterious guy with long black hair was deep in thought. Hua Jing Ming is a lost cause. Should I challenge the second rank? Song Chiu Yun. But then, another voice rang out. Eva. I want to challenge the third rank. Li Chengji froze when he heard his name. His face a mask of pure shock. Huh. He pointed his finger in anger and demanded. Hua Jing Ming, you're rank 1. Why are you challenging me at rank 3? Hua Jing Ming replied calmly. The rules never said a lower rank has to challenge a higher one. Then his gaze turned icy. Besides, you didn't think you could just provoke me and get away with it, did you? The audience below started buzzing with gossip. What's the situation? Do they have beef? Someone in the know immediately explained. Heh. You didn't know earlier. Li Chengzi did a throat-slitting gesture at Hua Jing Ming to provoke him. The other guy slapped his thigh. Good lord. That arrogant. No wonder Hua Jing Ming went on the offensive. The system. Eva immediately arranged the match. Eva has assigned ring 74 for this battle. Please proceed to the stage immediately. Li Chengji gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging with rage as he accepted. Fine, then let's see just how tough an S-rank Esper really is. On the floating ring, the 2 opponents faced off. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife as the loudspeaker announced. Both sides. Please get ready. 3, 2, 1. Start. Instantly, Li Chengzi's muscles bulged, and his hair stood on end. He transformed into a powerful Crimson Beast, the A-rank beast enhancement ability. Berserk Blood Lion King. He let out an earth-shattering roar, radiating a ferocious aura across the arena. Ra, charging like a tank. Li Chengzi swung his giant broadsword down, screaming accusations. Hua Jing Ming, you forced my hand. Hua Jing Ming stood his ground, his eyes flashing with cold purple electricity. He retorted calmly, I didn't force you. Your own arrogance brought this on. As he spoke, a blast of purple lightning erupted from the ground, blocking Li Chengzi's attack. The violent clash of energy shook the entire ring. Hua Jing Ming leaped into the air, swinging a spear wrapped in purple electricity, bringing a thunderous strike down on his opponent below. Li Chengzi didn't flinch. He poured all his power into his broadsword and slashed upward, roaring arrogantly. A lightning-type Esper dares to clash head-on with me. You're looking for death. The 2 weapons collided mid-air, creating a massive shockwave and sending sparks flying everywhere. Instantly, Li Chengzhe was blown back by the recoil. His massive body stumbled, losing balance against the terrifying power of his opponent. His eyes went wide with shock, cold sweat breaking out as he realized the insane gap between them. His physical strength is actually greater than mine, giving his opponent no time to breathe. Hua Jing Ming channeled more energy into his spear tip, his eyes cold as he unleashed his punishment. A thick bolt of purple lightning struck straight down onto Li Chengzi's head, causing him agonizing pain. He screamed miserably, It hurts, God. It hurts, amidst the blinding flash. Li Chengji's wretched screams echoed through the arena as the current ravaged his body. The audience broke out in cold sweat. Li Chengzhe is a Stage 2 enhancement Esper, and even he can't handle it. How painful must that be? Another person trembled. What's scarier is Hua Jing Ming. He's controlling the lightning's power just enough to torture Li Chengzi. So Eva can't declare a loss yet. Everyone told themselves, note to self. Mess with anyone, but never mess with Hua Jing Ming. Finally, a massive burst of energy ended the torture, blasting Li Chengji out of the ring. The system announced clearly, winner Hua Jing Ming. Hua Jing Ming withdrew his energy, looking at the loser while thinking, pity. I wanted to torture him a bit longer, but 10 seconds of agony should be enough for him to remember for a lifetime. He hoped this lesson would be useful. Hopefully, he'll remember it, tone it down a notch, and fix that personality before it gets him into real trouble later. As Hua Jing Ming walked away, Li Chengzhe lay flat on the floor, his face drained of blood, He trembled, whispering to himself, I'm alive. He was still reeling from the near-death experience. For a second there, I really thought I was a goner. Watching the demon's back disappear, he let out a long sigh of relief, sweating like a pig, silently thanking the heavens. Phew. He's finally gone. But the nightmare wasn't over. Song Chu-yun suddenly stepped up, declaring loudly to the system, shocking everyone. Ava. I also want to challenge the third rank. Li Chengzi. Hearing his name called again before his soul had even returned to his body, Li Chengzi's eyes bugged out, his face twisting in sheer panic. As expected, Song Chu-yun's opponent was sent flying into the air with a single hit. Spinning out of control. Bam, bam, bam. After a few heavy impacts, her opponent free fell onto the arena floor, completely unconscious. Song Chu-yun sheathed her weapon, saying crisply, "Good game." As the system announced, winner Song Chu-yun. Meanwhile, Li Chengzi, looking totally soulless and covered in bruises, was carried away on a stretcher by the medical staff. Returning to Hua Jing Ming's side, Song Chu-yun asked cheerfully, "How was that? Did you see me handle him?" Hua Jing Ming smiled and replied, "All right. I'll admit. You're tough." She giggled and happily fist-bumped Hua Jing Ming, showing off their chemistry. From afar, a group of guys gossiped. There's something going on between those two. Definitely something going on. Another guy gasped. "Huh, you mean the goddess of our class?" The other one fumed. "Damn it, that Hua Jing Ming moves way too fast. School hasn't even started yet." A student quickly put a finger to his lips. "Shh, keep it down, I don't want to end up like Li Chengzi, getting beaten to a pulp by that husband and wife tag team." 4 hours later, a female instructor stepped out to announce, "Time is up. The freshman assembly has officially concluded. We will now announce the final results." A large screen displayed the rankings. Rank 1. Hua Jing Ming. Rank 2. Song Chu-yun. Rank 3. Li Chengzi. Rank 26. Bi Dongha. Rank 39. Liu Wenkao. The lecturer continued, inviting the students to log in to the official school website to register for their academy. Tong Thu Van curiously asked Hua Kan Min, "Kan Min, which class were you assigned to?" Hua Kan Min looked at his phone and replied, "Weapons Academy. Class 1-2. "How about you?" she answered. "Elemental Academy. Class 1. A girl with glasses mischievously nudged the white-haired friend beside her, looking at the two of them and teasing. "Ooh la la. Calling him Kan Min already. Are we? Today you dare to call him Kan Min. Tomorrow you'll be calling him darling. Just watch." The female instructor's voice rang out over the speakers again. "The academy assignment has concluded. The opening ceremony and the freshman assembly are officially closed. Additionally, students who performed excellently in the assembly will receive recruitment messages from specialized mentors tonight. Please pay attention and check your notifications." On the stands, 2 teachers were discussing. "This year's batch of freshmen is much stronger than the last one." The other teacher nodded. "That's right. Especially the top ranker, Hua Kan Min. In just a year or two, I'm afraid he might dominate the entire student body. I estimate the clubs will fight tooth and nail to get him." Hua Kan Min's group was walking together when the white-haired friend suggested, "We're finally done. How about we go grab a meal?" The girl with glasses chimed in. "Sounds good. How about letting the rookie king treat us to a meal?" the white-haired friend added. "After all, you're about to be a rich guy with a 10 cubic meter space ring." "Right," Hua Kan Min happily agreed. "No problem. Feel free to order whatever you want later." The white-haired guy jumped up in joy. "Yeah, Brother Min is so generous." Suddenly, someone called out to them, "Student Hua, please wait a moment." Hua Kan Min turned around and asked, "You are?" The person introduced himself politely. "I am Go Uzhen, president of the Van Tin Club. I would like to invite you to join our club." Go Uyen continued with an attractive offer. "Naturally, you are the only S-rank student right now. Our Van Tin Club will show our utmost sincerity. Just by joining, you will hold the position of vice president. Every semester, you'll receive 100 credits and a share of B-rank resources." Hua Kan Min's friends gasped in surprise. Vice President, they whispered amongst themselves. So jealous. We have to pay membership fees and run errands just to join. The difference is too huge. Plus, Fontaine is a top-tier club in the school. With the vice president title, you're guaranteed a spot in the elite guild after graduation. Just then, another voice cut in. Vice President Ngo Ujen. Your Vantin club is being a bit too stingy. A silver-haired man walked up with an even more enticing offer. Hua Jing Ming. Come to our Chotan club, and you can be the reserve president immediately. Once I graduate, you will be the president. We certainly won't skimp on other benefits either. Everyone was stunned once again. Gosh. Reserve president right away. The Chotan club is really willing to spend big. Ngo Uyen explained with an awkward expression. The Vantin club is directly under the Vantin guild. According to guild regulations, the president position must be arranged by them. I really cannot meet that condition. Hua Jing Ming crossed his arms in thought. Vice president. Reserve president. He replied to them. I need time to think. I will give you both an answer in a few days. He thought to himself. In my past life during college, I joined the student council and even became the president. It ended up taking way too much of my time. Better to be cautious in this life. Ngo Uyen handed him a business card. All right. This is my personal phone number. Contact me directly once you've decided. The other guy also presented his card. Here is mine. No Uyen turned to Hua Jing Ming's friends and said, if the three of you want to join Van Tin, we warmly welcome you as well. The president of Chotan also chimed in. Us, too. After taking the cards, Hua Jing Ming turned to his friends and said, let's go. Tong Thu Van looked back and remarked, seems like leaving won't be that easy. Just as Tong Thu Van predicted, as soon as she spoke, a horde of presidents from other clubs swarmed in, surrounding Hua Jing Ming and shouting, Student Hua, join our club, we have mostly female members. No. Join us, our development prospects are the best. And we have wealthy sponsors backing us. After a hard struggle, the group finally managed to escape the crowd. Hua Jing Ming said, finally got out. Let's go to Thang Na restaurant. As they were walking, the sound of soft footsteps caught Hua Jing Ming's attention. He turned his head to see a beautiful girl with long platinum hair walking over, smiling and waving. Long time no see. Junior. Hua Jing Ming responded with a bit of hesitation. Hello. Senior. Meanwhile, Song Chiuyun stood beside him and asked curiously. Who is this? Hua Jing Ming immediately introduced her. This is Senior Kwang So Huyen, whom I met in the primitive wilderness area not long ago, the platinum-haired sister said in a friendly tone. I am a second-year student in Class 3 of the Elemental Academy. Hello everyone. The white-haired friend stammered, his face flushing red. Kwang. Goddess Kwang Brother Min. Is this the legendary arrogant ice goddess? She actually knows how to smile. Tong Thu Van stepped forward and introduced herself politely. Hello, senior. I am Hua Jing Ming's classmate. Tong Thu Van. Kwang So Huyen looked at Tong Thu Van, secretly amazed. What a beautiful girl. Exquisite features. A delicate and alluring figure. She makes people instinctively want to get close to her. She shook her head, telling herself, get close, hiss. What a scary girl. Unexpectedly, she appeals to both men and women. Hua Jing Ming spoke up to break the silence. We were just about to go eat. Do you want to join us? Senior Kwang So Huyen happily agreed. Sure. The group entered a luxurious restaurant called Snack Thai Runes together. At the table, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the end of the freshman assembly. Cheers, Kwang So Huyen. With blushing cheeks, gracefully raised her glass toward Hua Jing Ming. Come, Junior. Bottoms up, he replied. All right. Tong Thu Van, not wanting to be outdone, turned to Hua Jing Ming. Jing Ming, let's have a drink too. He nodded. Okay. Seeing the tension rising, the white-haired friend whispered to the girl with glasses. It seems both of them are interested in Brother Min. Let's retreat from this Shura battlefield immediately. The girl nodded in agreement. Agreed. The white-haired friend immediately stood up and said loudly, Brother Min, I'll leave the seniors and Sister Van to you. Tat Dong Ha and I have some business. We're leaving first, the girl with glasses added hurriedly. Bai Hua Can Min looked blankly at his two fleeing friends, thinking, what's wrong with those two? Why did they run so fast? He hid. As expected, drinking only causes trouble. Suddenly, Kwang So Huyen leaned against him and whispered, Junior, I can't walk steadily anymore. Can you help me? Tong Thu Van also leaned on his other side, saying, Kan Min, I can't walk either. Help me back. Hua Kan Min looked at both of them and asked, Are you two sure? Both girls replied in unison. Absolutely. Hua Kan Min could only sigh, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his face. All right then. Let me take you both back. The sight of Hua Kan Min escorting two beauties out of the restaurant left the bystanders gasping in awe. Isn't that goddess Kwang over there? That guy is seriously hogging all the luck in the world. I'm honestly so jealous. After dropping the two girls off at their dorms, Hua Kan Min returned to his own apartment. As soon as he stepped inside, he was surprised to find a woman sitting on his sofa. Just as he was about to ask who she was, the woman turned around and smiled, introducing herself. Hello, Hua Kan Ming. I'm your class counselor. I'm Tungok. I've brought you your reward from the freshman assembly. Hua Kan Min replied politely. Hello, Ms. Tu. Thank you very much. The teacher handed him a wooden box and instructed, This security box can be opened using your fingerprint. I'll send you the group chat number in a bit. Remember to join the class group. If you have any issues at school in the future, you can contact me directly to get them sorted out. Hua Kan Min nodded. Yes. Ma'am? The teacher stood up. All right. I still have to notify the other students, so I'll be going now. As soon as the teacher left, the white-haired friend rushed into the house and bombarded him with questions. Brother Min, how did it go? There wasn't any drama earlier between Tong Thu Van and Sister Kwang. Was there? Hua Kan Min replied nonchalantly. Drama? Why would there be any drama between them? The white-haired friend's eyes widened in shock. You mean there was no conflict? They actually got along? He clasped his hands in admiration. As expected of Brother Min, turns out you already handled everything perfectly. Meanwhile, Hua Kan Min placed his hand on the reward box. A beep rang out, confirming that access had been granted. Hua Kan Min smiled, eagerly opening the box. Heh. Let's see what the reward is. It was a storage ring, he whispered. Store. Immediately, a blue light from the ring enveloped his weapon. The giant spear was quickly sucked into the ring amidst the shimmering light. He happily sensed the space inside the ring. Heh. 10 cubic meters. It really is big enough. Finally, I don't have to lug my weapon around everywhere every single day. The white-haired friend sitting next to him teased. 3 storage rings, say no more. Brother Min, you're starting to give off the vibe of a diamond-tier bachelor king. The friend continued to lament. I'm in the top 50. Yet I only have a measly 400 credits. I can't even compare to Brother Min. I'm so jealous. Hua Kan Min looked at the rings on his hand, thinking to himself, I really do have too many rings on my hand. I should go to the equipment department tomorrow. They'll probably buy back some of this gear. He took out a pill from the reward box, wondering, what does this pill do? There's no instruction manual. The white-haired friend immediately offered a solution. Identifying pills, that's simple. Ava, come out. A small spherical robot flew out, projecting a beam of light onto the pill Hua Kan Min was holding. Eva's voice rang out. This is a grade 5 mind-condensing pill produced by the pharmacy department of Mao Ability University. It is effective for ability users of Tier 5 and below. Consuming it can significantly strengthen mental power. It is a grade A cultivation resource. Hua Kan Min asked in surprise. Eva has a pill analysis function too, his friend explained. Not just pills, beast materials, exotic flowers, and rare herbs. Eva can identify them all. He held Eva up and said, Artificial intelligence is so convenient. It's a pity we can't take Eva out into the wilderness. The white-haired friend suggested. There must be similar products on the market. Right, Hua Kan Min replied. That's possible. I'll look into it when I have some free time. Afterward, Hua Kan Min went up to the training room on the 2nd floor and sat cross-legged on the floor. First, let's see how much mental power I have. He held the pill in his hand, Pondering. Asterisk, physique and spirit are the two fundamental attributes. Asterisk, the more an ability user possesses, the longer their ability lasts and the stronger it becomes. However, upgrading is extremely difficult. Exchanging ability points for mental power gets harder and harder. Initially, the ratio was 1 to 0.2. Asterisk, now it's only 1 to 0.1. It's becoming less and less worth it. Asterisk, he stared intently at the pill, full of expectation. Asterisk, I hope this pill can bring me a surprise. He decisively popped it into his mouth. A powerful and pure energy radiated from his body, enveloping the surrounding space. A moment later, Hua Jing Ming opened his eyes, and a stat panel appeared before him. Physique 1321 vitality. Spirit 1037 Hz. He thought with satisfaction. Asterisk, spirit increased by 50 points. I broke past 1000 and saved 500 ability points. Not bad at all. Asterisk, feeling refreshed. He summoned his spear and smiled. Since I'm feeling good, I'll train for 2 hours before sleeping. The next morning, Hua Jing Ming went to the school's administrative area. He stood in front of a transaction machine, checked his account, and couldn't help but be astonished. Asterisk, after selling the rings, my assets shot up to over 100 million. I've achieved my small goal. Ability users really do make money easily. Next, he went to the pharmaceutical service area. A voice announced from the speaker. Number 14. Please come to pharmacist counter number 3. He looked at his ticket. Number 43. And muttered. Asterisk, only at 14 I'm 43. I'll probably have to wait at least another hour. Asterisk, I'll just sit and cultivate for a bit. Asterisk. He went into the waiting area and found an empty seat. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Oh, Junior. You're here too. Hua Jing Ming looked up, surprised to see Kwang-So Huyen. Senior. What a coincidence. Have you sobered up from last night's wine already? Kwang-So Huyen replied, looking a bit embarrassed. I sobered up ages ago. She quickly changed the subject. By the way, are you here to sell the exotic herbs you found in the cave last time? Hua Jing Ming answered. Not exactly. If I can find a pharmacist to refine them for me, that would be better. The efficiency would be much higher than just selling them directly. Kwang-So Huyen smiled mysteriously and asked, You're looking for a pharmacist. Don't you feel like there's a talented and breathtakingly beautiful pharmacist right in front of you? Hua Jing Ming looked skeptical. Aren't you just an amateur? Kwang-So Huyen retorted confidently. Who said I'm an amateur? I have a grade 2 pharmacist's certificate. Refining a few grade 2 pills is a piece of cake for me. She continued with a serious expression. Besides, I don't plan on going to the wilderness to film anymore. I'm going to focus entirely on the path of a pharmacist. This took Hua Jing Ming by surprise. The two of them sat down on a waiting bench. Kwang-So Huyen explained. After the danger we faced last time, I realized the wilderness might not be for me. Of course, I'll still make videos, but I'll switch to a pill refining diary. Hua Jing Ming remarked. Changing your video style, I'm afraid you might lose a large number of fans. She sighed. What can I do? A memory flashed back to when she was working at a coffee shop. A friend had exclaimed, So Hujin, look, the video of you killing the beast has gone viral. She thought to herself. Asterisk, I'm an orphan. My parents died in a beast tide when I was a teenager. After I awakened my grade A ice ability, I worked hard to get into university. But my financial situation was incredibly difficult. Asterisk, after the video became famous, I accepted endorsement deals for battle armor and weapons. That was the only way my income started to go up. But honestly, I'm much more interested in researching pill refining. The scene shifts to her in the lab, wearing a white coat, lost in her work. The flashback ends. She turns back, her face serious. If you hadn't saved me last time, I would have been a goner. But I can't rely on luck forever. So I decided to change my path. Hua Jing Ming holds her hand, offering sincere encouragement. Hang in there. I hope your switch is a huge success. Hua Jing Ming looks puzzled. But can an ice-type awakened really become an alchemist? Kwang-So Huyen smiles and explains. Looks like you don't know much about the pharmaceutical field. Do you? She continues explaining in detail. with a specialized cauldron or furnace that's been enchanted. Energy can be converted into fire. Even your lightning attribute could be used to refine pills just fine. Hearing that, Hua Jing Ming hands her the wooden box without hesitation. In that case, I'm entrusting all these rare herbs to you. Kung So Hing is a bit surprised. You really want my help? She smiles radiantly as she takes the box. Since you trust me this much, I won't be shy about it. I'll have the finished pills for you in a week. Suddenly, Hua Jing Ming's phone vibrates. He looks at the screen in surprise. After the call, he heads to a solemn, ancient-looking building. Inside, a man speaks up first. Before I came back, I scrolled through the school forums. Saw a lot of news about our junior brother. He's a total monster. Another person turns and asks, I saw that too. Senior brother Luo. Is our junior brother really that formidable? Senior brother Luo smiles confidently. You'll find out soon enough. He'll definitely blow your mind. A female disciple with a ponytail looks skeptical. Is that so? I'll have to verify that carefully later. Junior brother might be strong, but maybe you're exaggerating a little. Senior brother. Just then, Hua Jing Ming walks in. An older man who looks like the master speaks up. Jing Ming, you're here. He replies respectfully. Hello, master. I came as soon as I got the call. He's shocked to see his senior brother Liu Ming, sitting in a wheelchair with bandaged legs. He asks hurriedly, Senior brother Liu, what happened to you? The master explains in a somber voice. It was the 8th tier Grand Master, Vung Lum, to lure out a monster. That old man used the Chotan Guild as bait. The guild suffered heavy losses. And your senior brother was critically injured. Liu Min grits his teeth and adds, I fought that bastard Vung Lam. I didn't win. But I made sure he didn't walk away unscathed either. The master continues. That's why I couldn't attend your freshman tournament. Hua Jing Ming clenches his fists, speaking in anger. Damn it. An 8th tier Grandmaster has the power to move mountains and drain seas. I can't believe such scum exists. He thinks about the earth-shattering power of an 8th tier Grandmaster. Hua Jing Ming's gaze turns cold as he tells himself, I'm only at the 2nd tier right now. Forget avenging senior brother. If I ran into that guy, I'd be nothing more than cannon fodder. In this world, if you don't become strong, the strong will just trample all over you. The master places a hand on his shoulder, comforting him. All right, Jing Ming, don't dwell on it. Let me introduce you. This is your 3rd year senior brother, 2V, and your 2nd year senior sister, Dongjuet. They greet him in unison. Hello, junior brother. 2Vi takes out a gift box. This is a tier 4 origin energy pill. It drastically increases your energy absorption rate. It's a B rank cultivation resource. I'll also transfer 200 credits directly to you. Hua Jing Ming bows in gratitude. Thank you. Senior brother. Thank you. Senior sister. Senior brother Liu speaks up from his wheelchair. Your senior sister Dong seemed to doubt my words earlier. Tell her. Have you mastered 4 A rank lightning combat skills? Hua Jing Ming holds the gift box and replies calmly. Senior brother Liu is correct. Both 2V and Dongjuet are utterly shocked. What, seriously? 4 skills, how did you do that? Exactly. And how did you manage to advance to the upper 2nd tier while learning combat skills? Dongjuet mutters with a look of disbelief. A-rank combat skills are incredibly difficult. I barely managed to reach the upper 2nd tier recently because I was struggling to master just 2 of them. Not only is he at the same rank as me, but he's mastered even more A-rank skills than I have. Where's the logic in that? Hua Jing Ming replies casually. I don't have any special secret. I was just born with good comprehension. He thinks to himself. Obviously. I can't tell you guys about the system. Dongjuet and 2V are speechless, finally blurting out. Junior brother. That's emotional damage. The master says with satisfaction. I've always been pleased with Jing Ming's comprehension and effort. We'll hold a celebration party for you later to congratulate you on taking 1st place in the tournament. Hua Jing Ming replies modestly. I just got lucky because they were too weak. Oh. Right. Master, I wanted to ask you to help me test a combat skill. 2V cuts in. What skill is it senior brother Liu can't move around easily? But I'm here. Aren't I? No need to bother, Master. Hua Jing Ming smiles mysteriously. It's an S-rank skill. Dark Prison Lightning Armor. Hearing S-rank. Everyone in the room, including the Master, wears a look of horror. 2V immediately stands up, looking a bit embarrassed. All right. Never mind. Sorry for interrupting. A lower third tier like me can't possibly break the defense of the Dark Prison Lightning Armor. The Master stands up and says to Hua Jing Ming, "Let's go." To the training room. In the spacious training room, Hua Jing Ming and his Master stand facing each other in the center, while the seniors watch from the sidelines. 2V asks skeptically, "What do you guys think? Did our junior brother really learn an S-rank skill?" Dong Duyet replies thoughtfully. "From what I know of Hua Jing Ming, he wouldn't brag about something he couldn't do." Liu Min nods from his wheelchair. "Good. I finally understand what Master meant." In the center of the arena, Hua Jing Ming closes his eyes to focus. Purple and white arcs of electricity begin to flash around him. Instantly, a battle armor made of lightning condenses into shape, majestically enveloping his entire body. The Dark Prison Lightning Armor's eyes glow intensely. Hua Jing Ming smiles with confidence and challenge. "Master, bring it on." The Master doesn't underestimate him either. A blazing red energy ball mixed with lightning begins to form in his hand. "Jing Ming, I'll test you with the power of a peak third tier awakened first." A massive beam of energy is fired, creating a terrifying explosion that engulfs Hua Jing Ming's position. When the dust settles, he's still standing firm in his lightning armor, without a scratch. White smoke rises from the ground around him. He looks at his Master and speaks with a provocative tone. "Master, crank up the power." That wasn't nearly enough. The Master frowns and begins to increase his power. Purple electricity appearing. "All right. I'm turning it up then. Let me know if you can't handle it." The attack energy intensifies continuously, slamming into Hua Jing Ming's armor double, quadruple, then 6 times the power. He gritted his teeth and endured it, the lightning armor beginning to vibrate violently under the terrifying pressure that had increased 10 times over. The power of the attack pushed him back a step, his body tensing up to resist. Finally, when the attack ended, Hua Jing Ming knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The Master said with satisfaction, "Ha ha. Not bad. Not bad at all." The attack intensity of a lower 4th rank ability user is equivalent to 10 times the power of a peak 3rd rank. Your lightning armor would need at least a 4th rank A-class ability user to break through. The seniors standing outside couldn't help but be terrified. Thuvi stammered. An S-rank combat skill combined with an S-rank ability. Can it really reach such a terrifying level? Dongjuit was also stunned. Little junior brother jumped 2 major realms to block a 4th rank attack. Calling him a monster isn't even enough anymore. The Master approached, intending to end the test. "It's getting late. Let's go grab some food." Hua Jing Ming suddenly spoke up. "Teacher." Wait, his eyes lit up, and his hair began to turn platinum white. He roared. "This still isn't my limit." A burst of purple energy exploded, and Hua Jing Ming hovered in the air, his white hair standing on end. His whole body wrapped in raging lightning like a level 3 Super Saiyan. Gasp, everyone was horrified once again. Senior brother Liu was so shocked he almost stood up from his wheelchair. Extreme lightning state. The indestructible thunder god body. Jing Ming has already broken through to the 3rd layer. 2V yelled out. "Oh my god. Why is little junior brother so strong?" Dong Duyet was completely devastated. Muttering, "My indestructible thunder god body is only at the 2nd layer. Little junior brother hasn't just mastered 4 A-rank combat skills and 1 S-rank skill, but he also broke through the extreme lightning state. Is he even human?" The Master laughed with excitement, continuing to gather an even larger ball of energy. "No wonder your body could easily withstand 10 times the force. So your indestructible thunder god body has entered the 3rd layer. Here comes another one." He flew up into the air, unleashing a devastating attack down at Hua Jing Ming, who was standing firm below. 3 minutes later, Hua Jing Ming knelt on one knee, and the lightning armor had vanished. The Master standing opposite him said with satisfaction, "Very good. 20 times. That means it needs the attack intensity of a middle 4th rank ability user to break your defense. He looked at his student with a face full of pride and amazement. Jing Ming, the fact that you could reach this step, it really exceeded my expectations. Hua Jing Ming looked up, smiling, and replied, "Sorry for the trouble. Teacher," he thought to himself, "now I finally know what level my defense has reached." The master helped him up, patting his shoulder in praise. "Out of all my students, you're the one who worries me the least. You figure everything out without me even teaching you." Then the group left together. The master said happily, "Let's go eat. I'm in a good mood today. So feel free to order the expensive stuff." On the busy street filled with traffic, they got into a car. On the way back, Hua Jing Ming asked for his senior's opinion. "Senior brother Liu, between the Remnant Club and the Meteor Club, which one do you think I should choose?" Liu Min replied without hesitation. Meteor, Thuvi, sitting in the driver's seat, turned around and asked in surprise, "Huh, senior brother Liu, I thought you'd tell little junior brother to join your Remnant Club," Liu Min explained. "If the Remnant Guild hadn't had that incident, I would naturally want little junior brother to join our club. But right now, Meteor is definitely better." The master sitting in the passenger seat spoke up. "Jing Ming, actually, why don't you just stay in a club for a year or two? Then wait until your 3rd or 4th year to establish your own club. After graduation, these people will become the initial foundation for the power you build." Hua Jing Ming fell into deep thought. Is building a faction really necessary? The master turned around, his eyes serious. "Do you know why I haven't been able to step into the Grandmaster realm? It's because I don't have a faction. I have to do everything myself, which wastes time. Jing Ming, remember this, only with a faction to handle the trivial matters can you focus entirely on cultivation." Hua Jing Ming nodded, his eyes becoming determined. "I understand. Thank you for the guidance. Teacher, looks like once my strength increases a bit more, I'll have to start looking into this." The next day, Hua Jing Ming walked down the school hallway, thinking, finally, starting official classes. Everything at school was starting to fall into place. In the lecture hall, the teacher was giving a lesson. "Today we will talk about the origin of the ferocious beasts. Hundreds of years ago, origin energy appeared on the blue star. Wild animals turned into ferocious beasts, and humanity awakened." After class, Hua Jing Ming stood in front of an electronic information board. He pondered. So after origin energy appeared, people discovered many ancient civilization ruins underground. Most of the blue star's advanced technology, including the ability testing equipment, was developed from the civilization of these ancient ruins. The next class was anatomy. Next, at the Weapons Academy, the teacher was introducing a type of weapon. Meanwhile, at the Elemental Academy, a female teacher was demonstrating different types of elemental abilities. In a classroom, the female teacher from the Elemental Academy was staring in shock at Hua Jing Ming, controlling a stream of energy shaped like a flying dragon in his hand. She praised him. "Not bad. You're excellent. Controlling an S-rank ability into any shape you want isn't easy, even in the Elemental Academy. No one can do it. It's a pity you aren't a student of our academy." On the weekend at the Duong Trung Wilderness, Hua Jing Ming, dressed in combat gear, was using a long spear wrapped in lightning to fight a ferocious beast. His new spear, the Azure Black Dragon Spear worth 1,000 credits, flashed with powerful purple light. He stood confidently in the middle of the battle, thinking, new knowledge, new skills, new equipment. Sure enough, my actual combat ability has increased quite a bit. A status board appeared before his eyes. Name, Hua Jing Ming. Level 2nd rank high tier plus. Ability points, 13,134. He muttered to himself. In the past 2 months, my strength has more than doubled, and my ability points are over 13,000. Pity the ability section still hasn't shown a plus sign. Logically speaking, if the others can be upgraded, the ability should be too. He looked at the status board, determined not to hoard points anymore. It's better to take this chance to quickly improve my strength. That will be more efficient. Hua Jing Ming clenched his fist, his eyes full of confidence, believing that one day his Purple Sky Divine Thunder could become an SS rank ability. The scene shifted to a building within the school. Tong Thuvan looked at Hua Jing Ming with a face full of admiration and a hint of grievance. You've only been learning to control your ability for a few days. But you're already better than the results of my whole month of practice. Comparing people really drives one crazy. Hua Jing Ming smiled and replied, I just had a sudden breakthrough. He thought to himself, I have a system. Of course you can't compare with me. Song Chuyun asked. The joint freshman field trip between Qingjing Superpower Uni, Jincheng Superpower Uni, and our school starts in a week. Are you going? Hua Jing Ming replied. I heard it's in the wilderness. So of course I'm going. He smirked. It's a perfect chance to farm some ability points. Plus, I really want to see what kind of genius freshmen those other two top universities managed to recruit. A week later, Hua Jing Ming's team had fully assembled. His friend said, with Brother Min on this year's freshman trip, we can just sit back and enjoy the ride. Another chimed in. Exactly. We've won the championship 4 years in a row. And that was without an S rank like him. Looks like a 5th consecutive win is in the bag. Hua Jing Ming looked ahead and said, here it comes. A dazzling space portal appeared before everyone's eyes. A beautiful female instructor in a red outfit stepped out and said, hello, students. I'll be presiding over this meeting regarding the field trip. Eva, open the map. A 3-dimensional map appeared in front of the group. The teacher pointed to a spot on the map and announced, our destination is Demon Cave number 7, located deep in the mountains of Shunan City. An image of the cave appeared, emitting a terrifying black aura that made the students whisper, it really is a demon cave. That's terrifying. I heard a place is only called a demon cave if countless superpowered users have died there. This trip feels super dangerous, the instructor continued explaining. I will personally lead the team for this trip, and the academies will also arrange for mentors to accompany us. Additionally, the higher-ups will allocate resources to the 3 schools based on the ranking of all contestants. Rankings are determined by the number and rank of monsters killed. Only the top 50 students count. First place gets 34%. Second place 23%. Third place, 19%. And the remaining 47 students split 24%. She floated into the air, looked straight at Hua Jing Ming, and assigned the mission. Therefore, taking first place is crucial. It concerns the glory of our Magic City's 5th consecutive championship, as well as the resources the school can allocate. Hua Jing Ming, I'm entrusting this task to you. Any problems, he replied confidently. No problem at all, he thought to himself. With my current combat power, surely no freshman can surpass me. The instructor smiled mysteriously. Very good. But I must warn you about one thing. According to the latest news, for this trip, Qingjing Superpower University has brought in an S-rank ringer. The surrounding students immediately caused a commotion. Qingjing University has an S rank too. Where did an S rank come from in recent years, besides Hua Jing Ming? Great Xia hasn't seen a single new S rank appear. Weird. The last time an S rank appeared in Great Sha was 3 years ago. A hologram of a strange man appeared. The instructor explained. This S rank isn't from Great Xia. He's an international student invited by Qingjing University from India. She continued. His name is Kirano. He possesses an S rank enhancement type ability. At Tier 3. Low rank. Hearing this, Hua Jing Ming couldn't help but be astonished. Tier 3, everyone was stunned. What an S rank at Tier 3? Is there really a freshman who can reach that level? The instructor affirmed. This is intelligence gathered by Eva. It is definitely accurate. But unlike you all, he is already 20 years old. The students started complaining. 20. No wonder he's had 2 more years of training than us. 20 years old and still counts as a freshman. Qingjing University has absolutely no shame. Another explained. Because in India, people start university at 20. That Kirano guy really is a freshman. Song Chuyun looked at Hua Jing Ming worriedly, thinking, an S rank at Tier 3. Even I wouldn't stand a chance against him right now. But looking at Jing Ming, he doesn't seem worried at all. Hua Jing Ming thought calmly. So what if he's also an S rank, fighting opponents above my level? I'm already used to it. He crossed his arms, brimming with confidence. I hold 3 S rank combat skills, 4 A rank skills, and Grandmaster level spearmanship. Why should I be afraid of him? Besides, This competition is about the number and rank of monsters killed. In that regard, I won't lose to any freshman, S rank or not. The instructor looked at him with satisfaction, thinking, not bad. Hua Jing Ming truly lives up to being our school's most elite S-rank student in recent years. Facing such pressure, yet still full of confidence. It wasn't a waste for me to approve that SS-rank Tyrant Dragon Blood Essence for him back then. The instructor stood there, thinking confidently, Qingjing University, bringing in a ringer, is just because first place gets priority in resource allocation. Looks like they're going to be disappointed this time. Then she flew up, surrounded by a brilliant golden aura, and announced clearly, all right. That is the general situation for this field trip. For the remaining 7 days, everyone should use the time to prepare well. 7 days later, at Hua Jing Ming's apartment, Jiang Chuxuan proudly presented a row of colorful potion bottles, antidote pills, healing pills, energy recovery pills, focus pills. They're all tier 2. 20 pills per bottle. That's enough for you to use for this whole month. Hua Jing Ming gently stroked her hair, his eyes full of concern. You've worked too hard. Look at you. You've got dark circles under your eyes. Don't stay up late refining pills anymore. If needed, I can just buy them outside. Jiang Chuxuan smiled seductively and replied with confidence. How could store-bought pills compare to the ones I refine myself? I guarantee every single pill has maximum potency. She continued, pointing to another set of bottles. Also, I prepared 2 sets of everything. Give this set to little sister Qiu Yun. Okay, Hua Jing Ming asked in surprise. Little sister Qiu Yun, since when did you two get so close? Jiang Chuxuan leaned close to his ear and whispered playfully. I'm not telling you. Then she turned to leave, waving goodbye. Both you and Qiu Yun need to do your best on this trip, and pay extra attention to safety. You head out tomorrow, so get some rest tonight. I won't disturb you anymore. After she left, Hua Jing Ming picked up a bottle, deeply moved. 160 tier 2 pills. To refine all this in a week, she must have stayed up for 3 or 4 nights straight. How could I not understand your feelings? He gripped the bottle tightly. But now isn't the time. I have to get stronger. Fast. Only then can I think about these things. At the school stadium, a massive shadow loomed over the gathering crowd of freshmen. Hua Jing Ming looked around and remarked, 856 people. I didn't expect almost every single freshman to sign up for the trip, but why did the school tell us to gather at the stadium instead of the high-speed train station? The white-haired friend next to them leaned into Song Chu Yun's ear and explained, Sister Yun, you wouldn't know this, but our research trips always use that aircraft. Song Chu Yun asked in surprise, but this plane on the sports field doesn't even have a runway. Just then, a voice rang out. Hey, look over there. Everyone looked up at the sky, witnessing a giant spaceship slowly descending. As the ship landed on the field, the students couldn't help but marvel. That spaceship is huge, it's so cool. One student wondered, is this really technology that we currently possess? The person next to him immediately explained, this is a spaceship excavated from ancient civilization ruins. I heard the anti-gravity device on it still hasn't been deciphered yet. Right at that moment, the female instructor in the red outfit appeared with a brilliant aura, barking out a clear order. All freshmen, get on board. The students began to file onto the spaceship one after another. After everyone had boarded, the female instructor stood outside, her hands forming seals as a complex magic circle appeared. She channeled her energy, unleashing a powerful spatial skill, the dual polarity void domain. Immediately, a blue light enveloped the entire spaceship, causing it to gradually become transparent. Inside the ship, the students gasped in amazement. God, why did the spaceship turn transparent? One person explained. Principal Ling is truly a rank 8 Grandmaster. He's so powerful. This dual polarity void domain can make the spaceship independent from the outside space, so we don't need to dodge any aerial beasts while flying. Hua Jing Ming looked at the magical scene outside, thinking to himself, as expected, only high tiers can possess abilities that shatter our understanding of reality. After my undying thunder body entered the 6th layer, I can randomly gain an ability from the refined beast blood. I wonder if I can pull a flight skill when that happens. The principal's voice rang out. Ava, launch. The spaceship system replied. Captain Eva has received the order. Initiating military-grade invisible ship for takeoff. The spaceship moved quickly, landing at the Shunan supply base in Qian province. A guide came out to welcome them and announced, each university has 2 dormitory buildings. Magic Capital University of Superpowers is in Building 1 and 2. Once you get your room card, you can move in. There's a canteen inside, and a large training ground next to the dorms. Hua Jing Ming's group got their rooms, and the girl with glasses asked, I'm on the 4th floor. Room 402. What about you guys? The white-haired friend replied, 2nd floor. Room 203. Hua Jing Ming said, I'm on the 5th floor. Room 504. Song Chu-yun leaned in close, saying happily, I'm in room 505. So I'm your neighbor. Hua Jing Ming smiled. That is quite a coincidence. He continued. Since we have spatial rings, we don't need to go to our rooms to unpack. I'm planning to check out the training room first. Song Chu-yun immediately chimed in. I knew you'd say that. I'm coming with you. Both of them entered a large training ground equipped with all kinds of modern machinery. At the training room, Song Chu-yun pointed at a man and whispered to Hua Jing Ming. Jing Ming. Look. Isn't that the S rank from Qingjing University of Superpowers? Their eyes turned toward a muscular man wrapping a red turban, who was easily lifting 2 gigantic dumbbells. The people around were gossiping in shock. Whoa. How heavy are those dumbbells he's lifting? One plate is 200 kilograms. We couldn't even lift that regardless. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he thought. Hua Jing Ming of Magic Capital. Asterisk, bam times. The man slammed the 2 dumbbells onto the floor, creating a massive noise. The weight of the dumbbells caused the floor to crack, demonstrating terrifying strength. He turned around, walking toward Hua Jing Ming, and introduced himself confidently. Hua Jing Ming. Hello, I am Kiran Jiao from Qingjing University. Very pleased to meet you. The Qingjing students standing nearby started whispering. So that's Magic Capital's #1 freshman. Hua Jing Ming, I heard he's already reached the 2nd stage. High tier. The rumors were true. He's formidable. Though, unlike Kiran, Hua Jing Ming is only 18 like us. Luckily, our Qingjing University has Kiran. Otherwise, we'd definitely get crushed by Magic Capital this time. Hua Jing Ming smiled, intending to shake hands in response. Hello. But Kiran brushed past him, heading straight for Song Chu-yun, extending his hand with a polite look. This beautiful lady must be Song Chu-yun. Very pleased to meet you. The pungent smell of sweat radiating from Kiran made Song Chu-yun instinctively cover her nose with her hand. Asterisk. Smack times, Hua Jing Ming had grabbed Kiran's wrist with lightning speed, stopping him. He looked straight into the other man's eyes, his voice cold. Classmate Kiran seems to know a bit of Western etiquette, but apparently not very much. Don't you know that touching a lady while your whole body is dripping with sweat is an incredibly rude action? Kiran gritted his teeth in anger. A red aura from Kiran and a blue aura from Hua Jing Ming began to clash against each other. The air became tense. The surrounding students panicked. They aren't about to fight. Are they? The atmosphere looks bad. Someone go get an instructor. If these two fight, we won't be able to stop them. Hua Jing Ming tightened his grip and continued. Also, I suggest you learn to do as the locals do and study the customs of our country. Kiran was shocked, thinking, this Magic Capital S rank has terrifying strength. I can't break free. How does a lightning-type user like him have such raw power? Seeing Hua Jing Ming and Song Chu-yun turn and walk away, Kiran watched Song Chu-yun's retreating figure, his eyes flashing with calculation. The genius girl of the Song family in Sichuan. Her reputation is well-deserved. I wonder what her relationship is with Hua Jing Ming. However, even if they are in a relationship, I must claim her. That way, I won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Song Chu-yun turned to Hua Jing Ming and said, Jing Ming, thank you for helping me out back there. I couldn't stand the smell in that training room. Let's go train somewhere else for a bit. He happily agreed. Sure. An hour later, at a Guizhou cuisine restaurant, Song Chu-yun said cheerfully, a hearty meal after training always tastes especially good. At the same time, up ahead, A stranger with a disheveled appearance was mumbling to himself. World-ending beasts. The final great destruction is coming. Only the Supreme Angel can save humanity. When Hua Jing Ming was walking on the street, the stranger tried to pull at passers-by. Join us, becoming a cold passer-by. Shu replied, not interested. He thought to himself, I heard about this before. Ever since the beasts appeared, some fanatical religious groups have been spreading doomsday theories. This Devil's Den area is crowded with ability users. A mix of good and bad. So religious activities aren't strange. The man suddenly became agitated, grabbing a woman who was leading a small child, and screamed, Why? Why won't you people believe me? He drew a glowing dagger, his face twisting into madness. I get it now. I understand. It must be that the price you've paid isn't high enough. You haven't felt true pain yet, ha ha ha. That has to be it. His eyes bulged wildly as he continued to scream. Only through pain can you understand the greatness of the angel. With that, he swung his dagger and lunged at the mother and daughter. The woman screamed in terror. At that exact moment, Hua Jing Ming's eyes flashed with deadly purple electricity. In the blink of an eye, he dashed forward, unleashing a thunderous strike that took down the madman before he could land a hit. The danger passed, and the mother quickly hugged her sobbing daughter tight, comforting her. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's all over now. She looked up at Hua Jing Ming, thanking him profusely. Thank you so much, young man, for saving us. Without you, I don't know if we would have survived. He humbly replied, I was just passing by. Song Chuyun walked over, looking at the body on the ground, and remarked, These cultists are getting way too aggressive. Aren't they? Daring to kill people right in the middle of the street. Hua Jing Ming also found it strange. It is pretty weird. Usually, they just preach their doctrine. They don't get violent. He looked around, eyes full of thought. Asterisk. Is this really just a coincidence? Or does he have accomplices times? In the distance, a figure in a black cloak silently watched them before turning to leave. The figure entered a luxurious villa. Inside, another subordinate in black was reporting. Archbishop, I've investigated everything. The one who killed our follower is Hua Jing Ming from Madu Superpower University. The Archbishop held an energy orb containing bones and asked, That, Hua Jing Ming, the S-rank elite. Tier 2. High-rank student from Madu, the subordinate confirmed. Yes. He awakened during the martial arts exam. And in less than half a year, he's already reached Tier 2. High rank. The Archbishop's eyes turned dangerous. If we let a monster like that grow, he'll become a massive problem, he ordered. You may leave. The divine blood is about to appear in the Devil's Cave. This is the detector for it. You are in charge of arranging the retrieval. Remember, do not use the name of the Destiny cult. Your subordinate obeys. I understand. The Archbishop floated in the air, the energy orb radiating a glowing red light. He declared, In 1 month, our Destiny cult will reveal itself to the world. So, let Hua Jing Ming and the elites of the 3 universities, including that S-rank, all become sacrifices for me. The scene shifted to a massive base, where freshmen from all 3 universities had gathered. A man in a white coat stood before the students and introduced himself. Greetings, students of the 3 universities. I am the vice principal of Qingjing University, Xu Ping. This research expedition officially begins today at 9 a.m. and will last for 11 days. Right now, we will begin distributing smart bracelets. Staff members began handing out a smart bracelet to every student. Vice Principal Xu Ping continued explaining the rules. Your achievements and footage of you hunting beasts in the Devil's Cave will be recorded by the smart bracelets you just received. The top 1,000 students with the highest overall scores will receive rewards. Specifically, the top 3 can choose to learn any skill from the combined library of the 3 universities. Additionally, the first place winner will receive an extra reward from their own school. The students around started whispering, First place, let's not even dream about it. Another looked excited. I'm really looking forward to this. I wonder who will take the top spot. Kiran or Hua Jing Ming, the vice principal, continued. There are no restrictions on forming teams for this competition. I hope everyone can cooperate to take down the beasts. All right. The rest of the time is yours. Immediately, the students began freely looking for teammates. Our 5-man Qingjing squad still needs a support type. 2-man elite squad looking for a pure offensive type. A rank or higher. Ding, you. The Class 2 monitor approached Hua Jing Ming and invited him. Brother Ming, our class is setting up a few adventure teams to operate in the outer ring of the cave. Do you want to join us? Hua Jing Ming crossed his arms and declined. I won't be joining. You guys go ahead and form your teams. Song Chuyun walked over and asked, Are you still planning to go solo when we enter the cave? He replied. My target is the central zone. Going with others would just slow me down. A map of the cave appeared as he analyzed. The outer ring of Cave 7 is filled with Tier 1 to Tier 3 beasts. The central zone has Tier 3 to Tier 5. Right now, I can handle low-rank Tier 4 beasts, and I can escape from Tier 5s. Naturally, heading to the center is my best option. Song Chuyun looked worried. The central zone, that's a death sentence. But getting from the outer ring to the center will probably take a day or two. Can I tag along with you during that time? Hua Jingming nodded in agreement. Sure. Hearing that, Song Chuyun smiled brightly and said happily, Yay, then let's go together. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Hua Jing Ming. Kiran stepped forward, looking at him with a provocative gaze. I'm looking forward to your performance. Hope you don't fall too far behind. Hua Jing Ming calmly replied. 100%. Kiran asked in surprise. Huh, what? He walked past his rival, leaving behind a confident remark. I will beat you. 100%. Kiran gritted his teeth in anger, watching Hua Jingming's back. Stubborn bastard. This time, I'll crush you and show you Daxia people my true power. Vice Principal Xu Ping smiled and declared, I hereby declare that this research expedition has officially begun. Everyone shouted in unison. Let's move out. The students charged out of the base gates. Full of energy. Our team is going to try to kill a Tier 2 beast, Devil's Cave. Here we come, 7 hours later. In a dense forest inside Cave 7. Hua Jingming and Song Chuyun were moving cautiously. Suddenly, they encountered a pack of beasts resembling pangolins. Song Chuyun warned. Those iron-furred pangolins are only Tier 2. But their fur is harder than E-grade alloy. They won't be easy to handle. Hua Jingming calmly replied. Let me handle it. He charged into the middle of the pack, the spear in his hand creating a vortex of energy. The pangolins roared in anger, quickly curling their bodies into balls and rolling toward him like spiked spheres. Hua Jingming dodged skillfully, simultaneously landing a precise spear strike on one pangolin. He spun around and pierced through the hard scales of another. His spear movements were incredibly fluid and powerful, taking them down one by one. Song Chuyun watched from a distance, unable to hide her amazement. Every thrust targets a weak point without a single mistake. That's not something you can do just by having a high rank. It requires terrifying intuition and experience. She kept marveling internally. Plus, his control over his ability was exquisite. You could say he had perfectly mastered every ounce of energy in his body, not a single drop wasted. After finishing off the entire pack, Hua Jingming stood amidst the corpses to check his loot. Killed 12 Tier 2 iron fur beasts. Totaled 276 ability points, plus the 1200 points I already had. Not bad. The beasts deeper inside are higher level. This run, I need to earn at least 30,000 ability points. Wonder if I can upgrade my ability to rank SS. Song Chuyun walked over and offered. Let me help you. Then she added curiously, Jingming, you're not like other lightning element users. He turned back and asked, Oh, how so? While Hua Jingming was processing the beast corpses, Song Chuyun remarked, Other lightning element users are always very flashy with their powers, but you hold back a lot. Jingming, you're very careful with your energy usage, he explained. It's all about stamina. He continued, If I used the purple divine lightning, sure, I could wipe out this pack in a blink, but that would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Only by conserving energy can I kill more beasts. Song Chuyun nodded in realization. So that's why. Then she thought with a hint of regret. Too bad. I really wanted to see Jingming at full power. Looks like I won't get the chance. The scene shifted to dusk. with an orange-red sunset blanketing the majestic mountain ranges. Standing in the middle of the forest, Hua Jing Ming looked toward the horizon and said, "It's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest first. We'll head out again tomorrow." Song Qiuyun agreed. Okay. Suddenly, Hua Jing Ming looked at the device on his wrist. A 3D map popped up, and he said cheerfully, "Oh, looks like there's a water source nearby." Water sources in the wilderness are where beasts gather the most. He pointed forward and said to Song Qiuyun, "It's not far from here. Since it's not completely dark yet, we can take out one more wave." Qiuyun. Let's go. The two quickly arrived at a clear, quiet lake nestled in the forest. Hua Jingming stood by the shore, looking around warily. Puzzled. What's going on? There's no way a water source doesn't have a single beast nearby. Just then, a giant tiger with glowing emerald eyes and claws sharp as daggers stepped out from the forest. The massive beast approached the lake and lowered its head to drink, completely ignoring the presence of the two people crouching in the distance. Just as the tiger was drinking, a giant crocodile suddenly surged up from the water, opening its massive jaws to attack its prey. Roar, the tiger bellowed in pain as it was hit by high-pressure water jets. Unable to resist, the crocodile continued its ferocious assault with powerful hydroblasts. In just a few seconds, the tiger was flung into the air, completely defeated. Hua Jingming and Song Qiuyun watched from afar. He thought to himself, so a terrifying beast like the sourcewater crocodile lives here. No wonder not many beasts dare to come here for a drink. Song Qiuyun realized in panic and quickly grabbed Hua Jingming's arm. It's a Tier 4 beast. I can't believe we ran into a Tier 4 beast in the outer ring of the demon cave. Jingming. Let's get out of here. Tier 4 beasts have very strong senses. We might have already been spotted. But Hua Jingming smiled confidently and said calmly, "No rush. Tier 4 beasts are strong, but it's not like I don't have a way to deal with them." Saying that, he began to channel his power. Purple and white currents of electricity wrapped around the Tier 4 beast's body. Back in the Yangcheng wilderness, I killed more than just one of these. Song Qiuyun asked in surprise. Is that some unique combat technique Dean Yang taught you? He smirked, his eyes flashing with confidence. The indestructible Thunder God body is strong, but to deal with a Tier 4 beast, I have an even more effective technique. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and lightning bolts began to appear. Song Qiuyun looked up, surprised. Is it about to rain? No. That's not right. Hua Jingming raised his hand to the sky and shouted. Heavenly thunder art instantly. A barrage of massive purple lightning bolts struck straight down onto the crocodile's head. The monster roared miserably as the terrifying current ravaged its body. After the attack, a notification popped up. Killed one lower tier 4 sourcewater crocodile. Ability points plus 213. Score plus 10. 1,000 points. Hua Jingming smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. The ability point yield from a Tier 4 beast is more than 5 times that of a Tier 3. Looks like the Deep Blue system is designed to make me constantly push my limits. He turned to the still stunned Song Qiuyun. The sourcewater crocodile is dead. Let's go check it out. Song Qiuyun followed behind, still utterly shaken to her core. I've met geniuses before, but I've never seen a monster like Jingming. He jumped 2 major realms, an upper tier, 2 killing, a lower tier, 4 beast. And in the blink of an eye, both of them approached the corpse of the giant monster. She concluded silently. So this is his true power. Hua Jingming looked at the beast's shredded skin and said regretfully, Sourcewater crocodile skin is worth at least 20 or 30 million. Pity it's all ruined. Standing beside him, Song Qiuyun remarked, It's not just the skin that's valuable. A Tier 4 beast's entire body is a treasure. She looked at the monster's corpse and suggested, My spatial ring is big enough. Just store it with me for now, and I'll give it back to you when we get to the supply base. Hua Jingming nodded in agreement. After packing up, he looked around the quiet riverbank. The beasts living around here probably know how dangerous this water source is. Basically, none of them will come to drink anymore. So there's no point staying here. Let's go. We'll find a cave to rest. As they were walking, Song Qiuyun, cheeks blushing, hesitated and said, Actually, can we wait a moment? Since there happens to be a lake here, I want to wash up a bit. Hua Jing Ming immediately went on alert, raising his hand in front of her. Wait, let me check if there are any other beasts in the lake. Instantly, purple electricity gathered in his hand. Boom, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the lake surface, sending water splashing everywhere. After the attack, Hua Jing Ming looked at the lake surface and exclaimed in surprise. This is... Bright red blood streaks began to spread from the bottom of the lake, dyeing the water red. Suddenly, Hua Jing Ming frowned as a strange sensation washed over him. It smells so good. Why does this lake have such a deadly attraction? He felt an intense urge from deep within his body, like a primal craving. Meanwhile, in a dense forest nearby, a group of mysterious figures in black cloaks was moving. A subordinate asked, "Bishop, whose divine blood are we retrieving this time?" The leader, face hidden deep within a hood, replied coldly, "The blood of the ancient dragon god." The subordinate looked excited. Dragon god blood again. Once we secure this divine blood, our heavenly mandate sect will gain another powerful blood herald. The leader turned abruptly, shouting, "Shut up, we are the Blood Moon sect." The subordinate bowed in fear. "Yes. Ever do." The leader stared at the red energy orb in his hand, muttering, "To think the divine blood appeared sooner than expected." He barked orders to his squad. "It's not far from here. No resting tonight. Full speed ahead." Meanwhile, back at Hua Jing Ming's side, both of them stared in shock as the lake turned completely blood red. He asked, "What's happening?" The waters turned red. "Tu Van, do you feel this blood lake calling to you?" Song Thu Van shook her head. "No, it's not calling me. But my dawn's light senses a thick beast aura in the water. And it feels just like yours." Hua Jing Ming fell into deep thought. An aura like his, he had absorbed the essence blood of an SS rank. 8th tier Thunder Tyrant Dragon. Could this be the essence blood of a dragon-type beast? Triggering his reaction, he decided to take the risk. "Tu Van, I'm going in. If anything looks wrong, pull me out immediately." Hua Jing Ming stepped into the blood lake, and red streams of energy instantly wrapped around his body. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation. It felt amazing, like a traveler stranded in the desert for 10 days finally finding cool water. Immediately after, the entire lake formed into a massive red energy cocoon, enveloping Hua Jing Ming and lifting him into the air. Song Thu Van stood on the shore, shouting in shock. Jing Ming, realizing the situation, her gaze hardened. She took a combat stance. It seems Jing Ming has found a fated opportunity. But he's immobilized. Then it's my turn to protect you. By the second day, Song Thu Van stood amidst a battlefield of beast corpses. Panting with exhaustion, she wiped the sweat from her brow, thinking, "Lucky." The strongest beasts since last night were only 3rd tier low rank. She glanced at the blood cocoon. The color had faded significantly. Looks like Jing Ming is almost done. Suddenly sensing an arrival, she spun around in alarm. The leader of the black-clad group looked at her and the cocoon, puzzled. "I've harvested divine blood plenty of times. Why has it taken this form?" She's the number 2 student from the demon capital. Why is a freshman here? Song Thu Van gripped her weapon, eyeing the enemy warily. "Who are you people? You're not students from the 3 academies. There are no beasts here. And the water is polluted. If you're looking for water, I suggest you go elsewhere." A subordinate roared in anger. "That is the supreme divine blood. How dare you call it polluted?" The leader barked an order. "Ignore her. Get the blood cocoon behind her first." Song Thu Van realized their intent, her heart sinking. This is bad. They're actually after that strange blood lake. The leader is 4th tier. And even the weakest are 3rd tier. I have to use times that asterisk. She quickly grabbed the amulet around her neck, and it instantly burst into light. A golden spherical barrier appeared, encasing her and the blood cocoon, blocking the black-clad group's attack. The subordinate's attack was easily deflected by the golden shield. He recognized the item. What is this? An amulet from the ancient civilization ruins. That type of amulet is extremely rare. Found only in the ruins, it's reusable. A true life-saving artifact. Safe inside the barrier. Song Thu Van taunted them. "Since you know what it is, why don't you retreat? Why waste your time here?" The leader just smirked. Haha, as I recall, that amulet has a time limit. We're in no rush. We can wait right here. Song Thu Van retorted firmly. Then feel free to wait as long as you like. Internally, Song Thu Van was anxious. This amulet only lasts for an hour. Then it needs 12 hours to recharge. I hope Jing Ming wakes up within this last hour. An hour later, the protective halo shattered. The black-clad leader laughed triumphantly. I told you, that shield has a time limit. He stepped forward, threatening her. I suggest you be smart. Hand over the amulet first, or I promise you'll die a very painful death. Song Thu Van looked at the pill in her hand. Her eyes resolute. I have to put my life on the line. Just as she was about to act, a cold voice rang out from the blood cocoon. Is that so? Why do I get the feeling that you times are the ones who are going to die with a loud boom? The blood cocoon shattered. Hua Jing Ming slowly stood up. His body wreathed in blazing red energy. His eyes sharp with killing intent. He walked on air. A massive, majestic dragon formed of blood energy swirling beneath him. The leader stumbled back in terror, gritting his teeth. Hua Jing Ming, one of the cult's top priority targets, is here. Why does his aura make a fourth-tier user like me tremble? He's clearly only second-tier, he screamed a frantic order. Kill him now. Hua Jing Ming merely cast a cold glance. A bolt of lightning flashed as he unleashed Lightning Prison. A cage of thunder engulfing the subordinates. They only had time for a single terrified scream before the terrifying current incinerated them. The leader grit his teeth. His face twisted in shock. I figured 5 third-tier users couldn't handle Hua Jing Ming, but I didn't expect them to be wiped out instantly. Still, 4th tier versus 2nd tier. The advantage is still mine. In that instant, Hua Jing Ming lunged forward, swinging his spear. The leader gasped. Oh crap, he barely raised his hand to block. But the heavy blow sent him flying, smashing into a large tree. He struggled to sit up, gasping for air, terror gripping his heart. I couldn't even see his movement. Hua Jing Ming was already standing over him, issuing a cold command. I ask. You answer. What is the blood in that lake? With the sharp spear tip pressed against his throat, the leader stammered in fear. It's divine blood, the essence blood of a 9th-tier beast, Emperor. Hua Jing Ming pressed on. Why is the essence blood of a beast emperor here? He explained. In ancient times, the human martial saint and the beast emperor fought a great war. Their essence blood was scattered all over the world. Hua Jing Ming narrowed his eyes. Ancient times. Last question. Who are you people? And why are you collecting the beast emperor's blood? The leader smirked sinisterly. We are the Blood Moon sect. As for the reason, I can't tell you that. With that, he bit his tongue to commit suicide. Black blood leaking from his mouth and eyes. Hua Jing Ming looked down at the corpse. Frowning, he killed himself. Another cultist. Fine. I'll ask Principal Ling Chang about this when we get back to the supply base. He turned around as Song Thu Van ran over anxiously, asking, Jing Ming, are you okay? He reached out, signaling for her not to worry. Hua Can Min gently placed his hand on her head, smiling as he said, I'm fine. You really worked hard back there. After everything settled down, Song Thu Van pointed toward the lake, which had returned to its clear blue color, and asked, those guys from earlier? It looked like they were targeting that pool of blood. Right? Hua Can Min confirmed it. Yeah. They called themselves the Blood Moon sect, and they came here to collect the Beast Emperor's blood essence. She gasped in shock. That was rank 9 Beast Emperor blood essence. That's a triple S rank cultivation resource. It has to go through complex processing before anyone can use it. So how were you able to absorb it directly? Hua Can Min looked confused too. A status panel appeared beside him, leaving him just as puzzled. However, it didn't seem to harm his body. In fact, it instantly leveled up his indestructible thunder body to the 4th layer. Maybe the benefits didn't stop there. He decided he would have to ask his teacher when he got back. Seeing her exhaustion, Hua Can Min spoke gently. You, just rest here for a bit. Guarding me for 2 days must have worn you out. You could barely walk straight earlier. Song Thu Van nodded slightly. Poor. She found a tree and sat down to rest while Hua Min sat nearby to keep watch. Meanwhile, at a villa under the cover of night, two black-robed figures stood on a balcony. A subordinate reported, "Archbishop, the divine blood locator in Bishop Chu's hand, has suddenly lost the signal." The archbishop looked at the orb in his hand and replied calmly, "Something unexpected might have happened. Should we rearrange personnel to retrieve the divine blood?" He answered himself. "No need. I fear an ability user has already intervened. Let it be." He looked up at the crescent moon, and in the darkness, a sinister smile appeared. The operation next month is what matters most. Back in the forest, Tong Thu Van woke up to a delicious smell. She saw Hua Min sitting by a fire, roasting meat. He turned back and smiled, saying, "Perfect timing. Come eat." Tong Thu Van took a skewer of meat and praised him happily. "Smells amazing. I didn't know you were a gourmet chef," Hua Min replied. "Practice makes perfect. By the time this trip is over, you'll probably be an expert at roasting meat too." She took a big bite, and her eyes lit up. So good, Min. You should open a barbecue restaurant. I'll invest in you." He teased back. "If the eldest young miss of the Tong family invests in me, wouldn't I end up opening a chain across the entire planet?" Half an hour later, Tong Thu Van stretched her arms. "Phew. I'm so full. Min. Before we go, can I take a bath?" Hua Min nodded. "Of course. It won't take long anyway. After you're done, I'll wash up a bit too," she happily said. "Okay. I'll go first then." Tong Thu Van stepped into the lake, using her ability to create a giant water sphere that wrapped around her body. The cool, clear water surrounded her, washing away all her fatigue. She took off her outer jacket and used her power to control the current, forming a small water dragon that flew around her. She looked absolutely delighted. After a while, she turned and smiled at Hua Min, who was sitting on the shore. "I'm done. Your turn." Hua Min looked flustered and didn't dare to look straight at her. He coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. "Ahem. All right. I'll go wash up too." As he walked away, Tong Thu Van watched him, thinking to herself, Asterisk. Why did Min's eyes look a bit weird just now? Asterisk. Suddenly, she looked down at herself and screamed. Her face turned beet red as she muttered awkwardly to herself. "I'm used to wearing this in the dorms. I didn't realize it was so thin." An hour later, both were dressed neatly again. Tong Thu Van handed Hua Min a few talismans. Min. These are protection and teleportation talismans. Take them. Hua Min refused. You keep them. Don't worry. I have plenty of wilderness survival experience. I'll be fine. He held out his fist, and she happily bumped hers against it. Take care then. See you in a month, he replied. See you in a month. With that, they turned and ran in different directions. Tong Thu Van dashed off with burning determination. Asterisk, I need to work hard too, even if I can't get first or second place. I have to at least get third. Asterisk, 1 month later. In a dark cave, a black panther with glowing red eyes was growling. Opposite it stood Hua Min. His hair had grown out, and his entire body was wrapped in lightning. The ferocious beast let out an earth-shattering roar, furious at Hua Ming. But he didn't flinch. He closed his eyes, focusing an intense bolt of lightning energy at his fingertip. Suddenly, a vicious spear thrust pierced through the beast's throat from below, spraying fresh blood everywhere. After taking down the peak rank 3 Night Panther, a notification popped up. Defeated 1 peak rank 3 Night Panther. Ability points plus 43. He thought to himself. Asterisk. Next. Let's try the ability training method and see if I can officially break through to rank 3. Asterisk. He stood up, channeled his power, and roared. Break for me. A massive explosion of lightning energy erupted, engulfing the entire cave. Once the energy dissipated, Hua Min breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. I finally broke through to rank 3. He thought with satisfaction. Asterisk. Even the geniuses at Magic City usually take half a year, or even a year, to level up. Looks like my talent for cultivation isn't too bad. A status panel appeared. and he checked his skyrocketing stats. Name Hua Jing Ming. Rank 3 lower tier. Ability points 48,429. From rank 2 upper tier to rank 3 lower tier. Both his physique and spirit had increased by nearly 400 points, and his vitality had broken through the 2,000 mark. Not bad. He looked at his ability points with a hint of regret. 48,000 ability points, and I still can't upgrade my ability to SS. I'll wait until I hit 50,000. If it still doesn't work, I'll put it aside for now. Saying that, he shouldered his spear and walked out of the dark cave. Standing at the entrance, he smiled confidently. The day after tomorrow is Judgment Day for the results. With my current score, getting first place shouldn't be a problem. On the day the results were announced, the students gathered in a large hall. One student cheered happily. I got 121 points. Rank 998. Yes, I made the top 1,000. The person next to him poured cold water on his excitement. Don't celebrate too soon. You turned in your bracelet yesterday. The big shots are coming back today. Your rank is gonna drop. There are still 2 hours left, and the seeded candidates haven't even arrived yet. Just then, a familiar figure walked into the hall, attracting everyone's attention. Someone recognized her. It's Tong Thu Van, the second-ranked freshman of Magic City. The student who cheered earlier sighed. It's over. I'm about to drop another rank. Her score definitely won't be low. Tong Thu Van walked up to the scanner and placed her bracelet on it. The screen displayed, identifying. Magic City Ability University. Tong Thu Van. Total score 12,131. Rank first. Everyone around was stunned. Over 12,000 points, that's insane. Tsk tsk. Worthy of being Magic City's number 2. Compared to her, Magic City's Lai Thua tree is still a bit lacking. Principal Lang Shuang smiled with satisfaction. Not bad at all. Tong Thu Van replied modestly. Thank you for the praise. Principal. Vice Principal Tu Bin whispered to the principal. Is she really the granddaughter of Elder Song from Sichuan Province? She nodded. That's right. I'm surprised the Song family didn't train her themselves, but instead sent her to our school. She's got a lot of grit. Though, suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Little Yun. Not bad at all. Song Thu Van called out in surprise. Auntie, the woman approaching was Chao Doan, Song Thu Van's aunt, and the general manager of the Thuan and supply base. She leaned close to her niece's ear and teased. But tell me, why didn't your little boyfriend come back with you? Song Thu Van's face turned bright red as she hurriedly explained. What boyfriend? There's nothing going on between us. She looked back at her aunt in shock. Wait. How do you know about him? Her aunt smiled confidently. Don't forget. I'm the general manager. I have eyes and ears everywhere in this base. Just then, a loud cheer erupted, grabbing everyone's attention. Look, it's Kiran, the S-rank external recruit from Thon Kin. He's back. Kiran walked in, looking full of confidence. The crowd started buzzing. A Tier 3 user. He must have at least 50 or 60,000 points. No surprise there. First place is definitely his. He strolled over to the point scanner, and the big screen updated immediately. Don Kin Esper University. Kiran Jiao. Total points, 113,264. Ranked number 1. Pushing Song Thu Van down to second place. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, his score actually hit 110,000. That's unbelievable. The person in second place doesn't even have a fraction of his points. This is absolute domination. A man shook hands with Vice Principal Tu Bin and said, 110,000 points. Looks like I should congratulate you in advance on taking first place. He replied modestly. Oh. Not at all. Not at all. We just got lucky. That's all. Principal Lang Shuang stood with her arms crossed. Watching. She thought to herself. Although the hope is slim, considering the confidence Hua Jing Ming showed earlier. Maybe, just maybe, he'll give me a surprise. Suddenly, the screen changed again. Another person had submitted their score. Dong Thin from Tan Thon Esper University. Total points 83,526. Ranked second. The ace of Tan Thon University had returned. Song Thu Van watched her rank drop to third place. she thought to herself in disappointment. Damn it. At this rate, I won't even make it into the top 3. She checked her watch. Worrying. There are only 8 minutes left. Why isn't Kan Min back yet? Students from other schools started whispering. Hua Kan Min from Ma-do still isn't back. You don't think something happened to him, do you? It's possible. The demon caves are incredibly dangerous. After all, Hua Kan Min's friends quickly shot that down. I don't think so. Brother Min has tons of experience. He wouldn't be that careless. Just then, a voice shouted out, Hua Kan Min is back. The Ma-do students cheered wildly. Brother Min, no matter what your score is, you're still the pride of Ma-do. Let's go, you're the best. Brother Min. We'll always support you. Kiran stood in the corner, sneering. A bunch of weaklings huddling together for warmth. Cheer all you want. But the final winner will still be me. Hua Kan Min looked up at the big screen and smiled to himself. So, Kiran got 110,000 points. No wonder everyone's cheering for me like that. Do they think I'm going to lose? Principal Lang Swang walked over and said, Go on. We're only waiting for you. Hurry up and upload your score. Her heart was pounding in her chest. Hua Kan Min nodded. Yes. Ma'am. He walked over to the scanner and placed his wristband on it. As Hua Kan Min approached, the surrounding students started buzzing with excitement. How many points do you think Hua Kan Min got? One person asked. Another replied. I'm guessing around 50 or 60,000. He is a high tier 2 user. After all, it's just a shame Kiran is here. There's no way he can take first place. As soon as he placed his wristband on the scanner, a massive notification popped up on the big screen. Ma-do Esper University. Hua Kan Min. Total points 405,637. And then, the decisive words appeared, rank first. The result left everyone present from Vice Principal Tu Bin and Principal Lang Swang to Kiran and Song Thu Van completely stunned. The entire hall erupted in disbelief. 400,000 points. Am I seeing things? Damn it. That's impossible. Is Ma-do's S rank really that powerful? His score is 4 times higher than Thon Kin's recruit. This is insane. Even if I hunted tier 1 beasts for a month without sleeping or eating, I wouldn't get that many points. Vice Principal Tu Bin mumbled. Doing the math. 400,000 points. That's equivalent to killing 20,000 tier 1 beasts. He would have to kill 666 of them every single day. This achievement is simply absurd. Song Thu Van's aunt was just as shocked. She turned to her niece. That score is incredible. Little Yun. Did you know about this beforehand? Song Thu Van smiled. Her eyes filled with trust. No. I didn't. But I know that with him, miracles happen. Nothing he does surprises me anymore. Kiran ground his teeth, refusing to accept the truth. Hua Kan Min's score is 3 times higher than mine. How is that even possible? If this stands, the cultivation resources Thon Kin University promised me, they'll vanish into thin air. He couldn't stay calm any longer. He pointed straight at Hua Kan Min and shouted, Hua Kan Min, there is no way your score is that high. Principal 2, I demand an investigation into Hua Kan Min's smart wristband. I suspect he's cheating. Kiran's accusation was immediately met with backlash from the Ma-do students. Damn it, you lose and immediately cry, cheater. Isn't that playing dirty? That's ridiculous. The smart wristband was already scanned by the machine. Are you saying the machine is broken too? Vice Principal Tu Bin turned to Principal Lang Swang. Principal Lang. What do you think? She replied calmly. Review the records, I have no problem with that. She continued, her eyes sharp and her aura imposing. However, if we review the records and find that Hua Kan Min did not cheat, how do you intend to handle the consequences? Another leader from Ma-do spoke up. Exactly. The smart wristbands and the scoring machines were all strictly inspected by our 3 universities. Is Principal 2 doubting his own inspections now? Vice Principal Tu Bin stayed silent. He thought to himself, Lang Swang is over 10 years younger than me, but she's surprisingly tough to deal with. He made a decision. Student Hua naturally shouldn't have to suffer an unjust accusation. If we review the footage and confirm there are no issues, Thon Kin University is willing to compensate him with a portion of S-rank cultivation resources. Principal Lang Swang nodded. If that's the case, then let's check the records on the smart wristband. She turned and called out, "Kan Min, come here." Hua Jing Ming smirked, thinking to himself, "This is great. I didn't even do anything. And I just scored some S-rank cultivation resources. Where else could I find a deal this good?" Seeing the look on his face, Vice Principal Xu Ping felt a moment of panic. That expression. Could I have guessed wrong? The technicians began to replay the entire footage of Hua Jing Ming hunting the beasts for everyone to see. Kieran stood with his arms crossed, his eyes full of scrutiny. "Let me see where you got these 400,000 points. I'm an S rank too. Even if you're tier 3. It shouldn't be this ridiculous." When the combat footage of Hua Jing Ming was projected, everyone was astonished once again. Damn it. That spearmanship is seriously powerful. I could spend my whole life training and never get spearmanship like that. It's not just the spear skills. Hua Jing Ming's control over his abilities is terrifying too. Principal Ling Shuang turned to ask Hua Jing Ming, "Has your spearmanship already reached the Grandmaster level?" He replied humbly, "I was just lucky enough to break through." "Ma'am," she smiled, thinking to herself, Grandmaster level isn't something you achieve just by luck. It seems this Hua Jing Ming is hiding quite a few secrets that make people curious. Suddenly, the screen showed Hua Jing Ming facing off against the source water crocodile. The students screamed, "Look! Quick, it's a tier 4 beast. The source water crocodile. Why isn't Hua Jing Ming running exactly? What is he standing there for? Does he actually want to kill it? An upper tier 2, killing a tier 4. How is that even possible?" Immediately after, the scene showed Hua Jing Ming unleashing the heavenly thunder technique. Terrifying lightning struck down, shocking the crowd once more. Holy crap. Did Hua Jing Ming release that lightning? What level of combat skill is this? The tier 4 crocodile was killed in the blink of an eye. That's too scary. Kieran couldn't believe his eyes either. This is an S-rank magic combat skill. Doesn't he use a spear? How can he master a magic-type skill as well? Principal Ling Shuang was equally amazed. That's the Heavenly Thunder technique from the Elemental Academy. Even in the Elemental Academy, there aren't many people who have mastered an S-rank skill. And yet, Hua Jing Ming, a freshman from the Weapons Academy, has learned it. She turned to Vice Principal Xu Ping with a meaningful look. "Principal Xu, do you still need to watch the rest?" He wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "That's enough. No need to watch anymore." He turned to Hua Jing Ming and announced, "Only a freshman. Yet you've mastered an S-rank combat skill, Hua Jing Ming. You are very good. The S-rank cultivation resources will be sent to you shortly." Hua Jing Ming bowed politely. "Thank you for the praise, Principal Xu." Vice Principal Xu Ping gritted his teeth, his face full of disappointment and regret. "I didn't expect that after preparing so much. Qingjing University would still lose. If Mado University knew Hua Jing Ming was this much of a monster, we should have recruited him to Qingjing at all costs in the beginning." After everyone settled down, Vice Principal Xu Ping stepped forward. "I declare that the competition for this study trip has concluded. The top 3 rankings are as follows." He continued to announce. Third place is Jincheng Superpower University, possessing 27.5% of the resource quota. Second place is Qingjing Superpower University, possessing 31.5% of the resource quota. Finally, he loudly declared the winner. First place is Mado Superpower University, possessing 41% of the resource quota and priority distribution rights. The Mado students erupted in joy. Hua Jing Ming's white-haired friend jumped up and cheered. "We won. Our motto is number 1, Brother Ming. You're so cool. 5 consecutive championships. We actually did it." Vice Principal Xu Ping continued. Additionally, the resources distributed to the 3 schools this time are rare exotic herbs grown in the outer ring of the Demon Cave. Tomorrow, all freshmen will follow their respective school instructors into the garden to harvest. After harvesting, the schools will arrange their own teaching schedules for the remaining half-month before dismissing. As soon as he finished speaking, Kieran stepped forward, his eyes full of resentment. "Principal Xu, I refuse to accept this. Can you let me and Hua Jing Ming fight a duel right now? If we lose, we'll give up our resources. If we win, the resources promised earlier stay with us." Vice Principal Xu Ping looked at Kieran and asked seriously. "How confident are you?" Kieran replied confidently. "Hua Jing Ming's S-rank magic skill needs 1 or 2 seconds to activate. If it's a one-on-one duel, I will definitely win. Vice Principal Xu Ping thought for a moment, then agreed. I'm not happy with this outcome either. So let's do it your way. Meanwhile, Principal Ling Shuang asked Hua Jing Ming, for the remaining half-month of study with the instructor, how do you plan to arrange it? He replied without hesitation. I'll go into the demon cave to continue hunting beasts. She was a bit worried. Killing continuously for nearly a month, aren't you tired? He smiled. Not tired, but this is the only way my strength can maintain its rapid improvement. She advised, life and death danger truly tempers a person. But you need to balance tension and relaxation to last a long time. You must understand this principle. He nodded. This student understands. Once the trip is over and I return to school, I will rest. Oh, right. Principal Ling. I found a lake inside the demon cave. He began to recount the entire story about the blood pool and the blood moon sect to her. After listening, Principal Ling Shuang analyzed. Based on what you said, that was indeed the blood essence of a Tier 9 Beast Emperor. An SSS rank cultivation resource. Of course, the part you absorbed must have been diluted. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to absorb even a fraction of a Beast Emperor's blood essence no matter what, she continued. As for why you could absorb it directly, it's probably related to the body tempering skill you are learning. You'll need to ask your teacher about that. I don't have much of an impression of the Blood Moon sect. It's probably not a major sect. So no need to worry too much. He replied. I understand. She smiled and said, go rest now. You must be tired. When he turned around, Song Chu-yun was waiting with her aunt. She introduced them. Jing Ming. Let me introduce you. This is my aunt, Zhou Ming. She is the general manager of the Shunan supply base. He politely greeted her. Hello, General Manager Zhou. She waved her hand. No need to be so formal. Just call me Aunt Zhou. She handed him a black and gold card. This is the Song family black gold card. In the future, when you buy any products under the Song family's banner, you can get a 20% discount. Hua Jing Ming accepted the card in shock, thinking to himself, asterisk, the Song family black gold card. I remember the Song family's businesses cover almost every field, from battle armor and equipment to exotic herbs, pills, and medicine. Asterisk, everything is 20% off. How much money is this actually worth? Asterisk. Song Tu-yun and her aunt spoke together. Just take it. Your equipment updates very quickly anyway. He held the card, his face turning slightly red as he awkwardly thought. Asterisk. Is this? Am I being kept by a sugar mommy? Asterisk. Suddenly, a crowd of reporters and fans swarmed over. Student Shu, can we interview you for a moment? Everyone scrambled to offer invitations. Would you like to try our defense company's new product? We are the largest weapons company in the country. Please consider becoming our spokesperson, Student Shu. Can we be friends? Let's train together later. We are the largest forum for superpowered individuals. Can we interview you first? Then shoot a few videos. Later that afternoon, inside a private room, Principal Lang Shuang passed on the challenge. Kiran wants to fight you. Thonkin's stake is 20% of their resources. This time, our stake is half of our ruin access passes. Do you want to accept the fight? Hua Min asked in surprise. What exactly are these ruin access passes? Vice Principal Tu Bin explained. A ruin access pass is essentially an entry ticket to the ancient civilization ruins. The reason we invited S-rank external aid was precisely for these 40 passes. Now that you're ranked first, the passes naturally belong to you guys, so we're a bit unwilling to let it slide. Hua Min recalled a history lesson at school. The Magic City history class had mentioned. Before our current civilization, there was an ancient civilization era. That ancient civilization also had ferocious beasts and the existence of espers. Their level of development could be called glorious. Not only was their technology advanced, but their understanding of superpowers was also incredibly profound. But for some unknown reason, when that civilization reached its peak, it was suddenly destroyed and buried deep underground. It wasn't until thousands of years later, when espers reappeared on the blue planet, that these ruins were finally excavated. Top-tier ability training methods and SSS-rank combat skills were all found there. Vice Principal Tu Bin explained more about the value of the tickets. These ancient civilization ruins. Some can be entered directly, while others require an access pass. The places that can be entered directly were swept clean long ago, which is why the access passes are fought over so fiercely. Principal Lang Shuang added, "These 40 passes correspond to Ancient Civilization Ruin Number 9. It opens once a year, and only those from Tier 4 to Tier 6 can enter. If you beat Kirin, I can gift you one your choice." Vice Principal Tu Bin spoke nonchalantly. "If you don't want to, that's fine too. After all, the arena is cramped, which favors Kirin." Hua Jing Ming smiled, placed his hand on his chest, and answered decisively, "Principals, I accept." Vice Principal Tu Bin nodded and turned to leave. "Good. I'll go notify Kirin. The venue will be the supply base's arena area." Principal Lang Shuang looked at Hua Jing Ming and asked, "I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. Are you that confident?" He calmly replied, "It's all right. I'd say I have about a 90% chance of winning." She was surprised. 90% is just all right. Hua Jing Ming smirked, his eyes full of confidence. Actually, I was being humble. I think I've got a 100% chance." Principal Lang Shuang shook her head and smiled. If Tu Bin and Kirin knew you were 100% sure, I wonder what they'd think." Meanwhile, after receiving the news, Kirin clenched his fists and roared. He actually dared to agree. "Then don't blame me for not being polite." He turned to a leader from Thon Kin. "Principal, if I injure Hua Jing Ming during the fight, it won't be a problem." "Right," she reassured him. "Don't worry. The vice principals of all 3 schools, the instructors, and many students will be there. Just go all out. If there's any danger, someone will naturally step in." Kirin gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "Hua Jing Ming, don't blame me for being ruthless." The scene shifted to the arena area. A standard boxing ring had been set up, surrounded by a crowd of spectators buzzing with excitement. 2 S ranks facing off. I can't wait. Exactly, they're both Tier 3. So who knows who'll win? Some people started analyzing. In the wild, Hua Jing Ming's lightning arts would definitely win. But, in a ring, it's hard to say. True, Kirin is a close combat enhancement type Esper. Let's see how many trump cards Hua Jing Ming has left. Standing by the ring, Kirin heard the chatter and scoffed. People actually think Hua Jing Ming has other trump cards. That S-rank combat skill. For a freshman to learn even one is a miracle. How could he have a second one? Do they think S-rank skills are that easy to learn times? A figure leisurely walked toward the ring. The Magic City students recognized him and immediately cheered. "Hua Jing Ming is here. Hua Jing Ming. We support you. Magic City will win for sure." Kirin watched his opponent approach and said excitedly, "Come on, Hua Jing Ming. I can't wait any longer." Hua Jing Ming looked up, his gaze sharp as a knife, and smirked. "In a rush to die? Are you? Then I'll grant your wish." Hua Jing Ming and Kirin, one holding a spear, the other a sword, stepped onto the ring at the same time. Hua Jing Ming gripped his long spear, his eyes sharp. A silver-haired elder stepped forward to introduce himself. "I will be presiding over this arena match. If either side loses consciousness or surrenders, the match ends. No further attacks are allowed. Of course, don't hold back with us here. You don't need to worry about your lives." He was Jiang Quan, Vice Principal of Jincheng University, a Tier 8 Water Element Grandmaster. Saying that, he gently waved his hand. Water began to condense, forming a transparent water barrier that enveloped the entire ring. He stood in the middle, separating the 2 fighters. The referee raised his hand and declared loudly, "Both sides, get ready. 3, 2, 1. Start immediately." Kirin let out a powerful roar. Kra'a, his body swelled up. Glowing red tattoos lit up on his skin, and 2 black horns grew from his temples. His aura was incredibly ferocious. Hua Jing Ming observed calmly, thinking, "So this is an S-rank enhancement type Esper asterisk." Kirin looked at him with arrogant provocation. "Hua Jing Ming, I'll give you time to prepare that S-rank magic skill. I want you to lose with total conviction." The audience outside began to worry. That's an S-rank enhancement ability. Hua Jing Ming is in big trouble. Yeah. The ring is only 30 meters wide. That's a huge restriction for long-range lightning skills. Since Hua Jing Ming dared to step up, he must have a plan. Right. Hua Jing Ming smirked. Purple arcs of electricity flashing around him. Asterisk. Speaking of which, since reaching Tier 3, I haven't really unleashed my full power. Good. I'll test it out on you. A terrifying explosion of thunder erupted from his body, engulfing the entire space of the arena. Referee Jiang Chuan couldn't help but be astonished. Asterisk. This water barrier can withstand attacks from a peak, Tier 3, A-rank Esper at most. Just a burst of energy is already pushing the barrier to its limit. Asterisk. He immediately reinforced the water shield, his expression turning serious. The audience below was completely overwhelmed. Is this the S-rank Violet Divine Lightning? It's terrifying. I feel like it could kill me in a split second. We're all freshmen. But the gap is just too huge. Kieran felt the electricity corroding his body and frowned. Asterisk. Ordinary lightning can't hurt me. But Hua Jing Ming's lightning is actually eating away at me. Looks like I need to end this fast. He clenched his fists, braced himself, and charged forward. Kieran's speed was extreme. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on Hua Jing Ming. He glared at his opponent, seeing no intention to dodge, and roared. Oh, instead of running away, you're actually trying to fight me. Fine. Let me show you. The invincible power of an enhancement-type user. Kieran swung his massive blade, screaming. Take this. Clang. A sharp, ear-piercing sound rang out. Hua Jing Ming had thrust his spear forward before he even realized it. Bad move. In a split second, he raised his blade to block. The impact was massive, forcing both of them to slide back. Kieran couldn't hide his utter shock. How is this possible? You're matching my strength even after I transformed. I'm an S-rank enhancement type. For God's sake. Surrounded by coiling purple lightning, Hua Jing Ming replied calmly. You look surprised. But tell me, is there a law somewhere stating that a lightning type has to be physically weaker than an enhancement type? Kieran put a hand to his forehead, his expression turning deadly serious as a dark aura began to radiate from him. You're right. There's no such law. I was planning to toy with you a little, but I guess that's off the table now. Kieran's body mutated once more, his skin turning pitch black, sprouting spikes, and looking far more ferocious. He growled. Hua Jing Ming, you should feel honored. I'm going to use my full power to crush you. He let out a deafening roar, completing his transformation into a berserk demonic beast. Come face your worst nightmare. Beast Lord Descent. The crowd went wild at the sight. S-rank ability, Brahma Beast Lord, plus an S-rank combat skill. That's terrifying. Is this Kieran's full power? He looks insane. It has to be his exclusive S-rank skill, combined with his ability. It's a massive buff. A spectator nodded confidently. It's in the bag. However, Principal Lung Zhuang thought otherwise. I recall the Dean of the Weapon Academy, Zhuang Chentian, has a similar S-rank skill. Surely, Hua Jing Ming knows about this too. On the stage, Kieran, now in his Beast Lord form, faced Hua Jing Ming, who was still bathed in a sea of purple lightning. Kieran smirked savagely. Hua Jing Ming, in this form, do you still dare to test your strength against me? Hua Jing Ming's hair suddenly turned silver white, his eyes glowing brilliantly as the purple lightning around him surged with intensity. He grinned. Test my strength again, bring it on. An earth-shattering surge of energy exploded from Hua Jing Ming's body. He had just activated his ultimate combat form. Kieran, so confident just moments ago, now stared in panicked disbelief. Hua Jing Ming's eyes had completely changed. Two spectators watched in pure shock. What the hell is happening? I glanced at my phone for 1 second. And now there are two boss-level monsters on the stage, his friend explained. Dude, those aren't monsters. That's Hua Jing Ming and Kieran entering Phase 2. The guy, still in shock, stammered. Not monsters, holy crap. They're literally calling out boss phases now. Facing Hua Jing Ming's new form, Kieran realized with horror. This is an S-rank combat skill. Hua Jing Ming replied smoothly. Good guess. Too bad there's no prize. He extended both hands, condensing a destructive sphere of electricity, and declared, "Lightning Prison." Kieran instantly felt the deadly threat. A crowd control skill, damn it. He realized his opponent was about to unleash an S-rank Heavenly Thunder technique, with no way out. Kieran roared, channeling every ounce of energy into his blood aura armor. He charged forward like a madman, ignoring the countless bolts from the Lightning Prison whipping against his body, his glowing red armor barely holding up. Finally, with a guttural roar, he broke free from the Lightning Prison's range. I made it out, but the moment he looked up, his face twisted in terror. High above him, a massive lightning spear, forged from pure electrical energy, was plummeting straight down. He dodged it by a hair's breadth. The lightning spear tore through the air, carrying the power of absolute destruction. Kieran looked up in despair, thinking, that spear is terrifying. If that hits me, I'm either dead or crippled. Staring death in the face, he could only gasp. It's too fast. Hua Jing Ming closed the distance instantly using Gale Thunder, giving his opponent zero time to recover. Hua Jing Ming spun his spear, purple lightning swirling around the tip. He launched a lightning-fast strike, and Kieran could only desperately raise his blade to block. Even though he blocked the first hit, the massive impact sent Kieran flying backward, throwing him off balance in midair. Seizing the moment, Hua Jing Ming dashed forward. His spear blurred into countless afterimages as he unleashed his ultimate move, Continuous Lightning Spear. Dozens of electric strikes pierced Kieran's body, triggering a chain of explosive booms. Despite the flesh-tearing pain, Kieran's fighting spirit didn't waver. Gritting his teeth, he told himself, if I can just withstand this, I still have a chance. Clinging to that hope, he roared defiantly, now it's my turn. But Hua Jing Ming just coldly replied with a single word, filled with destructive power, burst. Instantly, the lightning energy embedded in Kieran's body detonated from the inside out. A horrific electrical explosion erupted from Kieran, blasting him backward. His body was flung mercilessly through the air, slamming hard into the water barrier. When the smoke cleared, Kieran had reverted to his human form, lying motionless on the arena floor with scorch marks across his chest. Hua Jing Ming's sharp spear tip was already pressed against his throat. Kieran managed to choke out the words bitterly. I surrender. Referee Zhang Qian immediately raised his hand and declared, the winner is Hua Jing Ming. The stadium erupted in shock and excitement. Unbelievable, I thought. This would drag on for 10 minutes. But it was over in 2. Exactly, total domination. A lightning type out-muscling an enhancement type crazy. And the way Min chained those combos, perfect. He didn't give Kieran a single opening. Principal Lung Zung smiled. Analyzing the fight perfectly, he used Lightning Prison for crowd control. Then the Lightning Spear to force Kieran to burn his movement skill. Then used Lightning Flash Raid combined with Gale Thunder to expose a weakness. And finally finished it with Continuous Lightning Spear. Calculated, clean, and decisive. Hua Jing Ming is truly exceptional. Principal Lung then turned to the rival school's headmaster. Headmaster 2. Anything to add? The rival headmaster could only admit defeat. Principal Lung. We lost. Fair and square. That 20% resource market share is yours. Also, the S-rank resources promised to Hua Jing Ming will be delivered by tomorrow afternoon. Headmaster 2 turned and walked away, his face bitter. He thought to himself, didn't get the 20 ruin entry passes, and lost 20% of our resource share. Sigh. I really lost the bait and the catch on this one. Principal Lang turned back to Hua Jing Ming and handed him a card. Good job. This is the pass to Civilization Ruin number 9. I'm giving it to you early. On top of that, the school is rewarding you with 10,000 credits. Hua Jing Ming accepted it with a grin. 10,000 thanks. Principal Lang. He looked at the card, thinking, asterisk. So this is the ruin pass everyone's